continue. Got it just at the end of chapter 9. I believe there are 12 chapters. So, we really, or well, 12 sub-chapters. So, yeah, we are really close to the end here. Let's find out what happens. So they refused? Yes. Got a call from the local government section. The Child Consultation Center has no intention of listening to us. They're still trying to do what they can, but we don't have much time. I even told them that we have no time to spare. The mayor came to the school before noon to explain to us what went down with the officials. We had all gathered in the teacher's office to meet with him. Wow. I didn't know the head of the center personally, but he's a pretty tough guy to go against the will of Hinamizawa. He used to work for the prefecture, so he's not familiar with the town council here. He's not treating this like it's a big deal. He's kinda stupid. This isn't any ordinary village he's up against. This is Hinamizawa. What a sad guy. We'll just have to fight them. Spoke with the other council members and we all agree that we can't stay quiet anymore. After all, we can't just nod our heads in defeat and back down after I put our name out there. I'll be heading to the consultation center after this ourselves. Okay, I'll get right on arranging for the town council to send some people too. I'm about to go consult Oryo-san on how to handle this. This isn't like with that damn conflict, though. It's an ordinary Saturday. Isn't it going to be difficult? Isn't it going to be Is it going to be difficult to get people to go? Don't worry, Kei-chan. This isn't a city. People are out there farming every day of the week. Whether it's a Saturday or Tuesday doesn't really matter to them. It won't be that difficult to find people who are willing to help out. I see. I tend to think of adults as people who work at big companies. But this is Hinamizawa. Let's forget about that. The regular government offices usually close at noon on Saturdays, but the Child Consultation Center is open until 3 p.m. Can we all be there at 1? I can't promise you with how many people I'll be able to bring along, though. Doesn't matter how many people you get, as long as we get people. Thank you for your help. So glad that more adults are involved now. Yeah, it's going to make a huge difference. The number of people we get will depend on what Oryo says. That's true. We'll see how serious she is about helping us based on how many people show up. If the hag's in as good a mood as my mother says, then we might get about 30 people. From both the staff and the youth group. I think that's a fair guess. 30 adults plus 10 children. Sounds better than yesterday. I'm coming too. I'll bring my megaphone. Yeah. Your legendary megaphone. I thought it was broken. That's the one I used to have. The riot squad broke it. Ah, the memories. I can feel the spirit of Onagafuchi making my blood boil. Seems like we're gonna be holding a festival on the day before Wachanagashi too, to the consultation center. Wonder if they're still going to tell us that there's no evidence of abuse, just because she hasn't admitted to it yet. It's pretty likely. Are things going on your end, Rika-chan? Were you able to persuade Satoko to seek help? I did my best. It's all up to her now. Oh, hello, Avian, and thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much for the sub. Let's see. Oh wow, at 8 months. Dadgum. But yeah, thank you so much. I need a swig of water real quick. I wish Toko would stop being so stubborn. Yes, they're both times one should and shouldn't be stubborn. I can understand how Satoko must feel. Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. She might not want any help from us. We wouldn't be real friends if we couldn't see how scared she is. I agree. It'd be easy if Satoko asked us for help, but it'll be too late if we wait for that to happen. If there's a child in the middle of a busy street, pull her to the sidewalk before talking to her. Sometimes actions have to come before words. Right. That's a good example. We have to pull her back to the sidewalk first. I've heard what's going on. Now let's all get back to the classroom and start homeroom. Go home and eat your lunches before you go to the child consultation center, okay? I hope I don't have to read the phrase consultation center ever again. After we get this, it's... I swear. Because I'm gonna have to PSD of having to read child consultation center every other paragraph. It's not good to skip meals. At that point, everyone was thinking there wouldn't really be 30 adults there to support us. However, we were wrong. I had no idea how serious Hinamizawa can get. The time I get there with my 10 classmates, the quiet atmosphere around the library had completely disappeared. Oh my goodness. All these people from Hinamizawa? Not just Hinamizawa. I see some people from Okonomiya too. You're right. Some of them are even here in their work uniforms. Such an incredible sight. Looks like Aryu got really serious. Apparently, this really is like old times. How I missed the way I felt during the dam conflict. Okay, what's going on today? Hey, Kameda-kun. Well, I just got called on the whole village to come here. I thought you'd only be able to get kids. How'd you get all these adults here too? You're making me weak in the knees, man. Wow. There are so many working adults around. Little girl... Oh gosh, it's the fruit for the cafe. Little girls are mankind's greatest treasure. Of course, this many of our comrades would gather here. Not only had many people shown up, but many different kinds of people too. I wonder how many people there are. I think there's well over 100 so far. More people are still on their way too. Mabara-san, I'm sorry for being late. What an amazing crowd you've got together. So this is the power of Onagafuchi. I'd heard about this power before, but this is something else. This is reminding me more and more of the dam conflict. But to get this many people to show up, Keiichi-kun, you're amazing. You're the new face of Hinamizawa. Keiichi-kun. Sure, a lot of them, eh? Kimiyoshi-san. How many people did you talk to? I'm not quite sure. We just used the phone list and asked people to gather around for a meeting of the Onagafuchi Guardians. Everyone left work and came right here. Hey, you there. This movement is an initiative of the town council, so don't use a banner with the name of the Onagafuchi Guardians on it, okay? You see Keiichi-kun's father. Hello. Hello, Reina-chan. Keiichi, I'm here to support you. Your mom wanted to come here too, but she had to stay home and wait for a phone call. She says to do your best and keep at it. I will, thank you. I've heard the stories about the dam conflict, but this is impressive. You're representing all these people, right? Yeah. It's only representing 5 of us in the beginning, but it's grown so big now that I don't care if there are 100 or 1,000 people here. No matter what I do, I'll do everything I can to save my friend. Keiichi, this is it. Yup. Our force of arms is more than enough. Those losers are peeping at us through the curtains right now. They must be quaking in their boots. Sir, do you see all those people? What shall we do? There's nothing to do. Other than our jobs, of course. They want to protest, let them. I need to leave for a business trip now, so you can handle it. But... other than our jobs, I have to go for a business trip right now. You have fun with... Oh... Bro really just did that. Just throwing your subordinate under the frickin' bus. Just tying them with rope and then just, you know, shoving them under the bus. But there's a banner that says we want to talk with the head of the office. See? Ugh. Banner was the same one that the Onagafuchi Guardians had used in the past. They brought along as many banners as they could reuse. This one said the head of the office, but originally it meant the head of the construction office. Of course, the head of the Child Consultation Center didn't know about that. You spoke with 3 of those representatives the other day. According to the people from City Hall, these Hinamizawans have a good memory. If they see you walking outside to the parking lot, they'll recognize your face. Sir, there are some people protesting by the back door, too. What do you mean? Are they going to kidnap me or something? During the dam conflict, it wasn't uncommon for people to get injured. You can postpone your business trip, I'd recommend you do so. I guess that'd be for the best. It's an emergency, so I'll just stay here for today. In the next moment, the crackling noise of a speaker echoed outside. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear me? This is the Hinamizawa Town Council. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on, I should do it effect. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear me? This is the Hinamizawa Town Council. We're sorry for causing trouble in our neighborhood. Testing, testing. They were adjusting the output of the speakers. A few trucks carrying those speakers were parked outside. The head of the center finally realized in that moment he fucked up. Ahem. That moment, what it really meant to fight against the village of Hinamizawa. There are so many people out there. They might barge in at any minute. If they come inside, they'll disturb our work. Don't let them in. It was half an hour past the appointed assembly time. The mayor told me that there were still a few more people on their way. Even more people are going to show up? Reina counted up all of the people here already and found that there were more than 150 of them. I doubt we can get this. We need to come back by Monday afternoon. Hopefully we can finish this today. Alright, Keiichi-kun, let's begin. The mayor gave me the green light. He wants to chant our slogan in chorus before going inside. It really was like a real protest. Meicha, do you think all of us can fit inside that tiny office? Do you think so? Of course we can't all fit. We'll split up into those who can and who can go in and those spilling out. That's why we had everyone start chanting together before we go in. Sis, you can't break or kick anything today. Like I ever do something like that. You got me in so much trouble when you pretended to be me doing all that. Hey, isn't that Oishi-san? I didn't expect to see him here. Of course, he's my mahjong friend. Came here to support me even though he's not from Hinamizawa. Maibara-san. Hello there. Oishi-san, you're here on time. We're getting ready to go inside right now. Oishi was accompanied by a few of his own men. He brought along 4 police officers in uniform. Avara-san, I need to have a little chat with you. Oh, hello there, Mayor Kimiyoshi. Hello, Oishi-san. What brings you here? I need to have a talk with the two of you right now. May I? Oh, and can it be in private, please? Eh? What do you need from us? Well, you're on government property here. Obstructing it for any reason is prohibited. I was really taken back. I thought we were just getting started, but Oishi-san, and by that I mean the police, are telling me to break up the crowd. What do you mean? The government is going to listen to the voice of its citizens? Look, we're not doing anything wrong. We're here to ask them to help Satoko. Why is that such a bad thing? You're protesting here without permission, for one. Also, there's a policy at this child consultation center which allows the caretaker of the building to dismiss any client when he feels they're disrupting their service. The caretaker of the building? Who is that? Well, that would be the head of the office here. What a cheap trick. Won't even let us speak our minds? Where are we supposed to protest, then? If we have to get off property, can we do it across the road? You want to use public roads, you have to get permission from the Public Safety Department first. You'll have to contact them through the police. In other words, you have no choice but to disband for today. My, Avara-san, it seems they really do hate you. This is ridiculous. I don't believe this. So many people here in support of Satoko. And you're saying we can't even talk to them? Friends soon all came running over. Oishi explained the situation to them, and they were acting exactly the same way I did. No way. That's horrible. No matter what we say to them, all they do is jot down the amount of people in the group. That's why I brought lots of people here today. But they do have the right to refuse us. There's nothing we can do about that. We have to either listen to the police or disregard what they say entirely. Damn conflict's been over for a while. I don't want to play that game anymore. Damn it. What are we going to do then? Do we just have to leave and come back later? Same thing will happen when we do. They'll just call the police again. The head of the center has no intention of letting us in there ever again. We must have really upset him. So what are we going to do now? We'll just have to be patient. If we can't protest on their property, we'll just have to do it from across the road. Seeing that every day will put a lot of pressure on them. That's gonna take way too long. The government is like the Yakuza. It'll get more complicated if we keep making them mad. So even the Onagafuchi Guardians can't do anything about this? How pathetic. Could you do something about this, Uncle? Shion-chan, in a battle like this, you have to be patient. They're refusing us so blatantly. Just like the construction office did the dam conflict, so we'll just have to surround them and dig in for a prolonged fight. But that's not going to work. So many people here. It's supposed to end this today. Satoko didn't come to school again today. Her uncle called and claimed that her cold had resurfaced. He promised that she'd be back on Monday, but hearing that wasn't any relief to us. Today is Saturday, so there are 2 more days until then. Nothing is guaranteed for Satoko. The world I imagined, it was too late to save Satoko by the day before Watanagashi. The Satoko in real life hasn't gotten to that point yet, but nothing guarantees that she'll still be fine in just 2 days. I don't know if she'll still be sane the next time we see her. So this is going to be a stalemate? Do we really have to wait until they make their final decision? No, Keiichi-kun. We have no time to waste for Satoko-chan. I just know that something bad is going to happen. Got help from this many people. Yet we can't even go inside the building. Rika-chan said that with tears in her eyes. Damn it, damn it, damn it! I told Rika-chan that I could defeat anything if I put my mind to it. I don't want to give up here. Even a few days ago, we never imagined that we'd get this many supporters. Got approval from the town council and even from Mion's grandma. What else am I supposed to do? What can we do to make our wish come true? Is there something that we haven't done yet? Son of a bitch. Rika-chan, you don't have to look so sad. Me? We're doing everything we can. You believe that, right? Yeah. Believe we did everything we can do. Then we just have to wait for the wind to come. We just have to wait. I'm sure that a strong wind is on its way. When is that? Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it! Oh no, I don't like this, I don't like this. Satoko was sleeping like the dead. If he didn't send her to school, that annoying teacher might come to harass him again. He really wanted her to go to school today, but for no matter how much he forced her to wake up, she collapsed and went back to sleep. He touched her forehead and realized that she had a high fever. If he sent her to school like that, they might say something about it. No choice but to call the school and tell them that she's sick again. She asked him many questions, but Teppei told her that she was really sick this time. 1 hour later, he realized he had said something he shouldn't have to the teacher. Ever since he took Satoko in, there had been nothing but trouble. The teacher came to visit him the day after he took her. Received calls every so often, too. They were all from the child center. Every single one of them told him to put Satoko on the phone. Teppei was still certain that Satoko wouldn't give him up, because of her fear that he'd destroy Satoshi's room if he did. However, he wasn't sure how long she'd keep her silence. In short, Teppei had no idea whether or not Satoko would continue to do as she was told. The only thing he knew for absolute certain was that he couldn't control her forever with fear alone. He could frighten her with just a look, but that fear wouldn't last for a very long time. He wanted to leave the house before Satoko got him into trouble. In order to do that, they needed to find the bank book as soon as possible. Satoko was sleeping like an abandoned kitten inside of a wrinkled blanket. She was sweating heavily and breathing deeply. Both were signs of a very high fever. Teppei wasn't concerned in the least, of course. Instead, he felt that this was his chance. In that state, she wouldn't notice if he went into Satoshi's room. He'd promised her that he wouldn't mess around in there as long as she stayed obedient to him. In reality, he went inside Satoshi's room while Satoko was at school, but he was very careful about putting everything back into place. However, by this point, he'd had enough. He was anxious to leave as soon as he could. Even Teppei could tell that Satoko's fever wasn't from a cold, but from emotional distress. If she got even sicker, it could cause him even more trouble for him. He slowly crept up the stairs, heading for Satoshi's room. He tried to open the door slowly, but it was stuck on something. He assumed he just hit the furniture with the door, but in the next moment, crash, he heard the loud noise of falling metal. Something had been struck behind the door. It had knocked over something on the bookshelf. Teppei clicked his tongue. He had been planning to sneak into Satoshi's room while Satoko was asleep. Shortly after that, he heard Satoko running up the stairs. She wasn't running just because she heard a noise. She was running because she heard a noise from Satoshi's room, and that meant that Teppei was trying to get inside it. Stop! Stop! Don't go inside Nini's room. Fuck, I was just gonna look around for a minute. Damn luck. All I need is some cash. I know there's a bank book inside his room. I know that you hid it in there. Be a good girl and tell me where it is. I don't know anything about a bank book. It's not inside Nini's room. Don't mess around in there. Leave it alone until he comes home. Nini. Shut the fuck up. Satoko let out a dull cry as she went rolling across the floor. Nini. Satoko's screams echoed around the room. Hitting her would leave a mark, and then the child's Our consultation was harassment, maybe more than that. As a man of violence, it was already stressful enough to be warned not to hit her. Once he hit her on impulse like he just did, his restraint was all gone. Toko was crying and holding her left cheek. She might have suffered a cut on the inside of it when he punched her. She had bloody drool trickling out of a corner of her mouth. Fucking hell, that did it. Sinner's gonna be back here next week. Gonna be in real shit if it's still swollen by then. Damn it. There's more trouble than it's worth. Quit with the Nini already. You supposed to be a broken record or something? Can it, you little bitch. Teppei kicked her, and she curled up on the floor. Ever since Rina had abandoned him, nothing good had happened at all. All he got was a whiny little girl. All she can do is cook and clean. Other than that, she just acts scared all the time. Oh. Oh. Oh my gosh. Welcome in, Cobalt Sprig. Thank you so much for the raid. Let me give you a shout out. Let's see. No, you were playing Raft. I hope you had I hope that the stream went well. But yes, once again, thank you so much. I am Virtually Cobalt. I'm a variety streamer. I play a number of different games as well as doing weekly live readings, and as well as a little bit of singing sometimes. Which I'll probably do a karaoke string this Wednesday. But once again, hello, welcome, thank you all so much. Right now we are playing Higurashi, a visual novel series we've been going through since October. And it's been a little rough on a variety of factors, so we ended pretty early tonight. Oh, I'm sorry about that. So yeah, you go and do what you need to do, and yeah, make sure to take care of yourself. It's winter time tonight. Oh, yes, hugs back. Thank you so much. Get some rest or whatever you need to do. So yes, this is Higurashi visual novel. We've been doing it since October. This could be a bit rough, as probably see from the frame you'll read it in on, but also I could understand, so it's in a plot or whatever, but spoilers or whatever. So if folks want to head out, I totally understand that. Because right now we're finishing the 7th volume in this series. There's 2 more. One proper one, and then just with some extra stories in it. So once Satoko started crying like an infant, Teppei also lost his mind. I said, shut up, didn't you hear me? Who are you whining to? Okay, I think we're switching back to Keiichi, our protagonist. Damn it. Mishi-san, will you please leave us alone for today? Satoko is in danger as we speak. Hey now, if you touch me, I can arrest you for obstructing the law. Damn it. Stop it, Kei-chan, he's just trying to piss you off. Hey, old man, you won't live long with that kind of attitude. Oh, now I'm scared. If you keep on talking to me like that, I'll arrest you for threatening an officer. Calm down, Keiichi-kun. He's on our side. What? What are you saying, Reina? Can't you see? He's being nice to you right now. Saying these things because he's a policeman. But I still think he's on your side. If he really wanted to make us leave, he wouldn't be talking to us like this. He'd simply use force. But he's still blocking our way right now. Can he still be on our side? Oishi, you've got a call in the cruiser from the chief. Oh, thanks. I gotta go for now. Start vacating the area, please. You take another step forward, I'll take it as a declaration of war. Got it memorized? Damn it. Hello, Oishi here. I bet this is about Teppei and Hojo. Oishi, reading you loud and clear. Oishi-san, what's the situation there? It's fine. Everyone's being perfectly reasonable. There are quite a lot of people here, so it's taken time to break them up. Really? You're still getting calls from the Child Consultation Center. They're wondering when you can get them out of there. They'll leave soon. I've already spoken to the leader. It's taken time for her to explain it to his people. They call again, tell him to wait for a little bit. I heard that the Onagafuchi Guardians are back in action. Seems like it's not getting too messy this time. Yeah. The damn conflict has been over for a long time. Just giving them a little bit to pack up and leave. Oishi-san, how could you lie to him like that? Haven't made any progress in persuading the leader yet. Now, was that really a lie? Chief warned us that it could turn into a riot. I think we should call for help and shut this down before anything happens. Kuma-chan, don't be mean. Excuse me? He got this many together in order to help his friend. That's no small feat, you know. The whole village is here, and that means he persuaded Ryo Sonozaki. It wouldn't be easy for a young boy like that to persuade the Empress. You think Ryo is backing this crowd? The girl they're trying to help is Sotoko Haojo, the daughter of the dam supporters. It's hard to believe that the villagers would be trying to save her. There was a thick wall between them and the Haojo family, but he broke that wall down in just a few days. Actually, I've been following his progress up to this point. Some at their Watanagashi planning meeting. He's a damn courageous boy. The elder screamed and yelled at him, but he wasn't scared at all. They magnificently brought them over to his side. After that, they told him that they'd support him if he could also persuade Ryo. Since he's here today, he apparently also succeeded at doing that. He's going to be someone big one day. You should probably get close to him while you still can. I knew it. You were taking it easy today. You're normally very direct, so I was surprised when you started negotiating with him. I wanted to see my bar earn a little credit today. Oishi said something that he shouldn't say as a policeman. Kumagai had to struggle to understand what he meant. Giving Oishi a thin smile, he asked him a question. Do you want to leave without disbanding them? No, we don't need to treat him special. You don't know anything about the Onagafuchi Guardians, you and my Bara-san both. They're not as weak as you think. You'll see. You want to wait and see what they do, huh? As usual, we're doing a pretty thankless job. Want a cigarette? Kumagai accepted the offer, taking a cigarette from Oishi's hand. The next moment, two black vehicles stopped short in front of the building, their brakes screaming under the stress. Crap's about to happen. There they come. Look closely, Kuma-chan. Several men wearing well-tailored suits emerged from the vehicles. Some of them looked like muscle-headed gangsters, and some of them more resembled intelligent businessmen. There was a clear, overbearing old man in a hakama with a crest, and what looked like a whole circle of Yakuza leaders arrived after him. Is Keiichi Maibara present? Where is he? I'm Keiichi Maibara. How may I help you? Don't worry, we're on your side. Who are you exactly? Oh, hey, Uncle. Why are you here? I can't believe he actually showed up. Shion and Mion's surprised reactions made me feel nervous. Keiichi-kun, you're the leader here. There's no need to hesitate, let's go. A group of men clapped me on the shoulders. But I can't go. The police are here. Alright, stop right there, boys. I'm Oishi from the Okonomiya PD. Good afternoon. Where are you all heading? Who do you think you are? Could you stop law-abiding citizens from conducting a protest? Well, Sonozaki-sensei, we're here because the Child Consultation Center called us here. Sonozaki-sensei? Is he a teacher from some school? Wait, no, I don't have time to joke around. This man in a hakama must be the Sonozaki family's representative on the prefectural assembly. I heard that he's a really scary guy when he raises his voice, just like Mion's grandma. Shut up. Get away, you damn pig. Who gave you orders to get in their way? The chief of police ordered us here. I can't disobey him, you know. The Okonomiya police chief? He's going to hear some real complaints from me later. Tell him to be ready. Shi's partner was doing his best not to laugh. Okay, I'll relay that message to him. Anyway, there are rules in this city. Like how the caretaker of a building can order people to vacate their property, if he thinks that they can cause trouble for his business. As Oishi explained in a strange, half-troubled, half-delighted manner, one of the intelligent-looking guys started talking instead of Representative Sonozaki. Hello. I'm the attorney Sonozaki from the Sonozaki Law Consultancy Office. I went over the laws that apply to the child center. Their claim is unjust and it could be considered an abuse of their official authority. Here is a copy of the regulations. Furthermore, Keiichi is appointed leader of the Hinmizawa Unified Council. This is the power of attorney issued by the council. The Hinmizawa Unified Council is a Good Samaritan organization of citizens formed under the observation of the Shishibone local government section. That makes him a proper representative of the organization, and he went through the proper channels. Rejecting his appeal is a clear abuse of authority and violates the municipal public servant regulations. Therefore, the order made by the head of the child center is unlawful, and if police continue to interfere with this movement, then... Okay, I understand. My apologies. Well then, you can carry on, everyone. That's what you should have said from the beginning. Hi, Locke. Sneaking around to watch the stream at work. Hi. Don't get in trouble on my account, Locke. But I appreciate you coming by and saying that. So just please don't get in trouble. Don't get yourself in trouble. Let's go, Keiji-kun. Wait. You might be disrupting their business if everyone goes inside. Don't worry. Only the representatives are going in. Is even that going to interrupt their business? With 4 couches in the visitors' room, I assume they can easily hold 10 people in there. Huh, I guess you know better. Please go on ahead then. My Bar-kun, let's go. Nobody's going to stop us now. Yes sir. Pretending to be tough and cool. I don't care, let them fight. Don't get it. Lock you, mad lad. Yes, sir. Hey, Reina, Mion, Chion, Rika-chan. We're going in. Yeah, let's go. Is this all part of our Yo's plan? Probably. I didn't think she'd talk to these guys, too. No matter how you look at it, it's the Sonozaki family giving us the most support. I wonder what made the hag change her mind. Not surprised at all. Always believed that Ms-chan's grandma would help us. Really? I said some nasty things to her last night, but right now I could kiss her. Alright everyone, we're going inside. Yeah. Wait, hold on. I got something for this.
Yay!
Let's see, I can't do group yes or yays, okay? I don't want to break anyone's eardrums, so... For our cheers, the main event is about to begin. My Bara-san, please save Hacho-san. Help rescue Satoko and my Bara boy. Good luck. This is your show. We wish you luck. Angel Mort Grenadier, secure the path of retreat. Support the charge. Kay, show us what you got. I will. I'm gonna get him. My Bara-san. We'll wait for you here. We look forward to hearing the good news. Yes, bring us good news. I'll be waiting for you too. I pump my fist in the air in response to their high expectations. We entered the Child Consultation Center, backed by the power of the Sonozaki family. I finally made it. It was cool inside the building, unlike the outside world. I could still hear the crowd, but at a lower volume. It was loud enough to hear their cheers. The staff in the building must have known who we were. They tried to concentrate on their work as if they didn't see us. Hello, sir. How may I help you today? I'm Maibara Keiichi. I'm here to request that Satoko Haojo be put under protection immediately. Just go get the person in charge here. A representative of the Hinamizawa Town Council is here to see him. He is unable to see you at this time. I'll take a message for him. Hello, I'm a lawyer from the Sonozaki Law Consultancy Office. For the purpose of its future use, I'll be recording our conversation from this point forward. Would like to be treated responsibly by the Child Consultation Center. I will try and see if he's available. Please wait for a moment. Yama-kun, it's been a while. Representative Sonozaki, how have you been? I'm here today as the member of the Hinamizawa Town Council. May I see the head of the office, please? Of course. Hey, you, take them to the reception area inside the boss's room and serve them some tea. I guess the power of a representative can really get public officials moving. Heard that are both prefectural and municipal representatives in the Sonozaki family. We have the power of both of them today. And that means we have nothing to fear. We were inside his office, but the head of the office wasn't to be found. I'm sure he's somewhere in this building. All the exits are blocked. There's no way he could escape from us. He'd better not be thinking that he can hide from us all day. The head of the office, in fact, was peeping out through the blinds of the meeting room, the second floor. Oh, he was shaking in fear. Why are they inside the building? What's the police doing? Well, actually, both the prefectural and municipal representatives are here. They have a lawyer with them, too. They're asking for an answer, but only management has the authority to respond. Okay, I've got it. Today is Saturday. It's nearly 3, right? I'll just stay here until then. Have them leave after we close up. Meanwhile, I'll talk with the municipal manager about what to do next. I thought he told you to concede. He said something about a town council. I was expecting a bunch of neighborly old men. I never thought I'd see representatives and lawyers in Yakuza. Would have thought there would be 200 people out there. Well, that's Hinamizawa. Anyway, the office is closing in 10 minutes. I'm sure they'll threaten me if I meet with them. But I'm not going to concede. That's my duty as a civil servant. I've been working for the government for 40 years and I'm not ashamed to boast about that. I'll never compromise just because some gangsters threatens me. The next moment, the phone in the conference room rang loudly. The head of the office nearly jumped out of his skin. Scared even of the phone, he told the manager to tell whoever it was he wasn't there. Oh my gosh, what a little bitch. Hello? This is Hariyama. Oh, thank you, I'll let him know. Sir, it's the municipality calling. Hello? I'm in deep trouble. There are about 200 people surrounding the center right now. They even have representatives on their side. And what should I do? I did tell you this would happen. But it's your job as a municipal government to control trouble within the town councils. Do something about this. It's your sworn duty to take care of this. And that's not our job. Our job is to support the growth of the local communities of the region, and I don't care. Can't you do something about this? At this point, you have no choice but to accept the request. I think you should stop being so stubborn about policy. A government is there for its citizens. Isn't that right? Can't you just peacefully accept their appeal? You're an official too, aren't you? How dare you take the side of the town council? I'm not going to concede. I'm going to follow the regulations. Civil servant's duty is to conduct business impartially. I've never broken that rule in my entire career. I passed the administrator's exam because I always followed the rules. Well, it's your decision. We'll do our best to help, but I told you, didn't I? I know I did. I know I told you not to get them upset. Fine, then I won't ask for your help anymore. I'm hanging up the phone. Click. Sir, even if you manage to get away from them today, they'll come back on Monday. What are you going to do then? I'm sure that the mayor knows about this by now. This will definitely come up at the weekly meeting. I haven't done anything that would upset the mayor. No matter what he says to me, that's what I tell him. Eek. The phone rang once again. Also, once again, the head of the office trembled in fear. The manager had to reluctantly pick up the phone. Yes? Can you transfer it here? Yes, this is the right office. One moment, please. Sir, you have a call from City Hall. City Hall? Not the municipal offices? Who is it now? It's the mayor. Yes, that's right. They're members of the town council in Hinamizawa. Yes, I understand. Please listen to what they have to say. Now, that's not true. It's important to be impartial and biased, but you must act according to the occasion. Yes. Please do so. After you're done, please come to the mayor's office and give me a report. I expect you by 6 p.m. Thank you very much. The man spoke with a gentle demeanor, but in a tone that didn't allow objection. Then, the elderly man in a double suit set the receiver down. Thank you for that. Ryul was sitting on the couch in the reception area. Akane was there with her too. Not a problem. It's been a while since you visited City Hall. I was surprised to see you here today. Sorry for the surprise. I'm going to ask someone a favor. I want to see them in person. Thank you, really. It's no problem at all. Sorry that our staff was so impolite. I should have taught them better. Maintaining a good relationship between municipal governments and town councils is vital. So he says. However, the mayor couldn't believe that Empress Sonozaki came all the way to see him just to save one little girl. It's a huge deal when Oryo Sonozaki comes directly to his office. It's also unusual for her to do things indirectly to begin with. Rather than leading the charge herself, she was having Keiichi Maibara save Satoko. The mayor understood that she was doing this so Keiichi Maibara would get all the credit. Because of that, he was very interested in this young Keiichi Maibara. Sounds like quite the young man. I can't believe that he's gone so far just to save his friend from an abusive relative. I know. He's one of a kind. I'm not worried about the future of Hinamizawa as long as someone like him is around. I can die peacefully now. Please, Mother, don't joke around like that. It's worth living this long if I'm able to meet someone like him. Take care of that Keiichi boy if something happens again. I've grown so fond of him. Still mad at me for not having any boys? It was now 3 p.m., and I heard the announcement that the center was closing. The head of the office finally showed up in the room. He seemed like a totally different person. When I first met him, he had a cold attitude and responded to questions with blunt answers. But now he was much nicer and agreed with everything we said. Guess the power we held must have intimidated him. If I was alone, I would have never gotten him to listen to me. It's thanks to everyone's support that I'm able to talk to him now. I understand. I'm very sorry for all the confusion. I'll take action immediately. Manager, please call House right now. Yes, sir. Soko, finally. You're finally free. Although, Teppei stopped kicking her as he heard the phone ring. Ignore the call, but if it was Sun from the child center, they might become suspicious of him. He'd hurt Satoko enough to leave bruises. He couldn't let them visit, so he had no choice but to deal with them over the phone. Shh, that's enough for now. You better remember where you hid the bank book by the time I get back. All Satoko could do was curl up and cry. Hello? Who is it? Good afternoon. This is the Shishibone Child Consultation Center. Again? You guys have nothing better to do. Why don't you stop calling me and work on your other cases? You're getting paid with the taxes I pay, you know? Like Teppei pays taxes. We're very sorry to interrupt you. One of our social workers will be visiting your home shortly. May I get permission for them to enter the premises, please? No way. We're cleaning the house right now. We can't have any visitors today. Come back again some other time. The center wouldn't give up. Teppei wanted to hang up the phone, but if he did, he knew that they'd show up for sure. I was told that Satoko-san didn't come to the school today. She's home, isn't she? She's really sick. She should be resting at home, I expect. There's something quite urgent that I need to ask her. What the hell do you need her for? I'm her guardian, so I'll answer you instead. Or are you refusing to put Satoko-san on the phone? I'm not refusing. Just saying that I'll answer your questions in her place. Did you see what I'm saying? What's your name, anyway? I'm asking you one more time. May I speak with Satoko-san, please? Damn it. He thought dealing with government officials was a bit like playing whack-a-mole. If you hit them hard enough, they won't show up for a while. But today, whoever was on the phone seemed so provocative and self-assured. Teppei sensed that they'd definitely come to house if he didn't put Satoko on. They sounded like that over the phone. They came to the house, they might be bringing along more than just a couple of people. For all Teppei knew, they might even bring a police officer. If they did, he couldn't turn them away at the entrance. He knew too well just how scary police officers could be. Wait a minute. I'll go and wake her up. Give me some time. Covered the phone with his hand and spoke to Satoko downstairs. Satoko, the child consultant wants to ask you something. Can you come to the phone, please? Though he had just been beating her, Teppei was addressing Satoko in a sweet, phony voice. It would disturb people to hear him talk like that. Satoko knew that his sweet voice was the scariest tone of voice he had. She couldn't refuse after hearing him talk like that, so she obeyed him and went upstairs. Teppei grabbed Satoko's shoulders with all his might and whispered in her ear, "No matter what happens, we're a happy family, right? Don't you dare forget that, all right?" "Yes." "Remember, if you upset me, I'll destroy Satoshi's room. If you behave well, I'll promise that I will never enter his room again. Is that a deal? Huh? Huh?" Squeezed her shoulders even tighter. Satoko contorted her face in pain. "You're making up now, right? Huh?" "Yes, we're a happy family." He had the phone to Satoko as soon as she nodded. Stood behind her, continuing to grip her shoulders tight. It's like a raptor gripping its prey with its sharp talons. "Satoko Haojo-san, this is Haruyame, speaking from the Child Center. How's everything going so far? You having any problems with Teppei-san?"
It's a trap!
"Yeah." "We expect there's abuse. So we're gonna talk to the child over the phone, because, you know, they wouldn't be coerced at all, right, when they're..." The Teppei on the phone was low enough that Teppei couldn't hear what they were saying, for he squeezed Satoko's shoulders harder and urged her to say something, because her silence could be interpreted as a negative answer. "Yes, everything is working out between my uncle and I. You don't have any problems with them? Sure, go ahead." "Hello? Satoko? It's me, Keiichi. Are you okay?" Yeah. It's safe here. Satoko, we're about to come save you. If you admit that you need help, the center will put you under their protection immediately. It's not just the center either. The mayor of Shishibone City is supporting us too. Crazy, is it? It's all thanks to the Sonozaki family. Mion's grandma is doing all of this for you." Satoko always felt bitter toward the Sonozaki family, because they were often the ones talking about her or behind her back. She hated Oryo most of all. Didn't make sense to her that Oryo would do anything to help her. "I know you went through a lot of hard times after the dam conflict. I didn't notice it, but you were being treated coldly for a long time. But I took care of all those people for you. No one will ever treat you badly in Hinamizawa again. I wish I could show you all the people that gathered around the Child Consultation Center right now. Everyone from Hinamizawa is here to save you. They're even skipping the preparation for tomorrow's festival." "Huh? Oh, sure. I have a message from the Sonozaki family. Mion's grandma said to say hello to you. She's sorry about how she treated you. She wants you to come visit her house sometime. You hear that? She's on your side now. She went to see the mayor in person just for you. You know, the same goes for us too. We've been coming to the Child Center every day since you were taken away. Everyone has been supporting us and all for your sake. Now we have the whole village of Hinamizawa on our side. Hang on, Rika-chan wants to talk to you." "Satoko? It's Rika. Rika. Keiichi brought it all to an end for you. People of Hinamizawa aren't going to be mean to you anymore. So no one will ignore you when we go shopping together. They won't treat you differently from me anymore. No one will treat you coldly anymore. Satoko wasn't sure she should feel happy or sad that Rika noticed how badly the villagers were treating her. All she could do was let out a bitter laugh. I can't believe that. Indeed, I can't believe it either. Rika? Satoko was surprised. She was surprised to hear Rika's voice sound so mature over the phone. She almost sounded like a different person. When you were taken away by your uncle, I thought it was an unchangeable fate. I gave up, thinking that there was nothing but a dead end ahead of us. I'm sure you felt that way too. I found out there's no such thing as fate. There's no dead end ahead of us. Keiichi broke that wall down and smashed it to a million pieces. Satoko, don't give in to misfortune anymore. We're almost there. All you need to do is nod your head. But to get stronger, it's because of how much you suffered. You're trying to overcome that. You felt guilty towards Satoshi because you hid behind his back when you were abused by your aunt. I know that you're trying to take Atebe's abuse as a form of self-punishment. Understand you're trying to get stronger as an apology toward your brother. I can respect that courage. It shows how much you've grown up. Satoshi would be proud of you if he was here right now. He would pat your head. He would pat it so gently. Imi. You believe what I just said? That's not good, Satoko. You're nowhere near as strong as Satoshi, not at all. Rika's words were suddenly toned with malice, penetrating Satoko's heart the moment she thought she was saved. Think that taking this abuse will make you stronger? But is this really different from last year? You're just waiting here for Satoshi to come home. You're waiting for him to come back and save you again. You don't even know what kind of strength Satoshi held within him. Satoshi didn't just cry and quake in fear like you're doing. He fought. He fought his horrible aunt. He fought in order to save you. Remember the sight of Satoshi standing up to your aunt? The one you cried in terror from, with his arms spread wide to protect you. Satoshi was just as scared as Satoko was. All she'd ever seen was her brother's back. This game has that effect on people. She had no idea what kind of expression he was wearing on his face. He didn't want to stand in front of his furious aunt, but he had no choice if he wanted to protect his sister. Satoko never once saw how scared he was, and she never once saw how courageous he was in spite of that. Satoshi fought. Didn't just take the violence that he was dealt with him. Not crying, it just started to rain. Yeah. He fought it and struggled against it. I was no different from you once. Stop fighting because I gave up. I stopped struggling against it. I chose to accept fate and quietly endure my pain. I thought it was a waste of time to seek help. Just like you. Just waiting for someone to come along who would change my circumstances. But I've decided to fight. That's why I'm on the phone with you now. I'm going to change this fate on my own. I'm going to persuade you to nod your head. Satoko, he's right behind you, isn't he? Yes. He's here. Look at his face now. See how evil and scary he looks. There's how brave Satoshi was to fight back against that furious face. If you want to give something back to Satoshi, don't just take his abuse without seeking help. You have to do what Satoshi did for you. Can't you recognize that? Satoko slowly looked back at her uncle, though she was afraid to do so. He was wearing an unpleasantly broad grin while gripping her shoulder so tightly. Ultimately, it wasn't even really about dealing with her aunt or uncle. It was about dealing with her fear. Satoshi faced his fear. He could have chosen to run from it or to sit and take it, but he fought for his little sister instead. He fought that fear and didn't falter. And what was Satoko doing? She believed that the violence she was suffering was the punishment she deserved. However, Rika wasn't wrong. Satoko wasn't trying to gain strength at all. She was only shutting herself out until someone came to save her. She wasn't doing anything on her own. She was only waiting for someone else to do something about it. Satoshi faced it. He faced this fear. That was his strength. Are you scared? Are your teeth chattering? Are you feeling shivers running down your spine? That's exactly how Satoshi felt when he tried to protect you. You have to understand that. Do you know what Satoshi wanted from you? Do you know what he was trying to show you? If you don't know, Satoshi will never come back to you. What's the deal? What's taking so long? Soko was consumed by fear. Her teeth were chattering and she felt shivers running down her spine. And that was what Satoshi felt every time she cried. Show us your strength, Satoko. Show Satoshi how much you've grown over the past year. Show Satoshi that you've grown as brave as he is. Rika, but if she asked for help that very minute, Teppei wasn't going to disappear. When she asked for help, she'd need to survive until someone physically came to her house to rescue her. Satoko ached all over her body. Her wounds were pulsing along with her heartbeat, and she could taste the blood in her mouth. It wasn't as easy as Rika made it sound. One nod wasn't going to solve everything at once. They had no idea how hard it was for her to nod. What did her Nini look like when he protected her? She couldn't remember his face, but she remembered the strength in his words. She even may have heard a little bit of fear in his voice, but even so, he still fought. He faced his fears and fought for her sake. Satoko was scared, just like Rika said. Her teeth were chattering and she felt shivers running down her spine. But she had to face him. She had to challenge him, to fight him, and to break the cycle. Satoko, going to give the phone to an employee of the center. Tell them with your own words. Yes. Yes. Show me that courage. Hello again. It's Ariyama from the Child Center. Please allow me to ask you one more time. Are there any problems between you and your uncle? Could you phrase that differently if the person is right behind you? Oh my gosh. If he'd be like, if you need help, say, everything is fine. If you don't need help, and you're responding honestly, say, anyway. Soko looked at Teppei again as she listened to the question, straight in the face of terror. All she ever did was hide it behind Satoshi's back. Show me that courage. It wasn't only Rika, her Nini was watching her too. Excuse me? Could you please repeat that? Help me! The moment the words left her mouth, Teppei clocked his niece upside her head with every bit of strength he had in him. Satoko rolled down the hallway, still clutching the telephone receiver. Satoko, finally betrayed me, huh? I hate you. Get out of my house. This house belongs to my Nini and me. This house belongs to my family. I hate you. Get out of here. You little bitch. Ah. Satoko wasn't going to just take a beating any longer. Instead, she spread her arms wide and jumped onto her uncle. Of course, that wasn't going to hurt Teppei at all. Satoko was as weak as a newborn pup to him. That was, however, the best attack she had at her disposal. Satoko was fighting for the first time in her life. She had decided to stop waiting for somebody to save her. In the end, Satoko was the only one who could save herself. Enduring her uncle's violence had never meant anything at all. She had thought she learned something from her Nini, but she had been mistaken this whole time. What's with that look in your eyes, huh? Gonna push your front teeth in. Just as Teppei raised his voice, someone loudly hammered on the front door. Teppei Haojo, open up, this is the police. Teppei couldn't help but jump in surprise. It had barely been a minute since Satoko asked for help over the phone. Open this door. If you don't, we're going to break it down. How did it turn out? How's Satoko-chan? Satoko-chan asked for help. The Child Consultation Center is going to take action now. But she's still in danger. Teppei might kill her for betraying him. We had heard a violent noise right after she asked for help. In other words, Satoko had been brave enough to do that in front of her uncle. We have to get there right away. Can someone give us a ride? Several of the villagers who came by car started their engines. The crowd had started to realize what was going on. Damn it. Coming as fast as we can, Satoko. Oh, don't worry about that, my Bara-san. The police entered the Haojo residence not a moment ago. He wouldn't have had any time to hurt Satoko-chan. What? But why? No idea, it's a mystery to me. Anyway, could you break up this crowd already? I'll be leaving for now, so excuse me. Have a good year. Oishi must have contacted someone as soon as he heard Satoko asking for help. Police had surrounded Satoko's-chan's house ahead of time? I get it. They were suspecting him of Rina's murder. It all makes sense now. Wait, who's Rina? Get in the car, everyone. Let's hurry back to Hinamizawa. There were several officers combing the Haojo residence. Satoko was sitting by the porch talking with another officer. She had some painful-looking bruises all over her face. Satoko-chan, are you okay? Are you? Huh. Do I look okay to you? Coach, she needs treatment right away. Let's take her to the clinic. Can you walk, Satoko-chan? Uko nodded to the coach and stood up. Looked painful for her, but even so, I felt relieved to see her better than I expected. However, the cruel bruises inflicted over her body were all too horrible to look at. I'll never forgive that man for abusing a little girl like her. My body shivered in anger. Satoko. Ha ha ha. Did you see what I did, Rika? I can act when it counts. Yes, I saw your courage. You won. You broke the bonds of fate. Both Rika-chan and Satoko cried and hugged each other. I soon heard another car coming. I immediately knew who it had to be. It was Oishi-san's police cruiser. We should have acted more quickly. I'm sorry we weren't more help. No, don't be sorry. Not for you, Oishi-san. He would have done more horrible things to her. Thank you so very much. I guess you can be a nice person sometimes. So how is she doing? The coach is looking after her. She was injured pretty badly. Kuma-chan. What happened to Teppei? We got him. Komiyama-san took him to the station. Can he die in prison, please? But, anyway. You know, he slips on some soap or something, I don't know. Just, accidents happen. Anyway. So he won't come to this house ever again? It's not like he's going to get the death penalty or a life sentence. I don't want to think about this, but he might come back someday. Yeah, well, we won't let him. I'll make sure he can never come back to this village. Oh my, oh my. Successor of the Sonozaki family is saying such scary things already. You can't threaten him or anything, you know. I'm not going to threaten him. I'm just going to advise him that he should never come back to Inamizawa or Okonomiya. Otherwise, something terrible might happen to him. I guess advice isn't too bad then. So is Satoko-chan free now? Is that really it? Is it over? I don't know. I think there'll be more issues to come. Once Teppei loses his parental rights, they'll need to find a new guardian for Satoko. Someone has to take care of her. But there's no need to worry. I'm sure that the Sonozaki family is going to back her up. We'll make sure Satoko is happy. Irie took Satoko to the clinic. Says her injuries aren't as bad as they look, though. Really? That's good to hear. Wonder if she can leave the clinic by tomorrow. I wonder. I'm sure those injuries will take more than a day to heal. That's not what she's talking about, me. Tomorrow is the Watanagashi festival. It's been a really hectic week, but if we can all go to the festival together, I think that'll be our happy ending. Right. Serve as a proof that we got our happy world back with our own hands. I agree. I'm sure Satoko wants to see Kei-chan's auction in action. I almost forgot about that. Satoko will be coming for sure. Before I knew it, lots of people from the village had joined us. They're the same people who came to the child center to support us. They wanted to know if Satoko was safe. Considering her injuries, safe might not be the right word. However, she is free from the curse of her uncle now. Her emotional scars will slowly heal. We'll be there for her as her friends. No, it wasn't just us anymore. The whole village is going to be there for her. The ghost of the damn conflict won't haunt Satoko anymore. It was a very long week. In this 1 week, we united, we fought, we overcame, and we won. It wasn't an easy victory. However, the price we paid was more than worth it. Tomorrow was the Watanagashi Festival, the biggest festival in the village. It's a huge event where we worship the guardian of this village, Oyashiro-sama. Oyashiro-sama is a god who united two enemy peoples. The curse on the Haojo family has disappeared, and Satoko is truly going to be a part of the village. We'll all be playing at the festival together. This is a perfect happy ending. When our ordinary days were taken from us, we all felt so powerless. But now we have everything back. What else can you call that but a miracle? No, you can't actually call it that. Miracles can be created when everyone works together. What's impossible to do alone becomes possible when everyone joins forces. With everyone's power, we were able to make the impossible things happen. And that's only a natural outcome of everyone doing their best together. So it's not a miracle. In other words, it was inevitable. The old legends in this village tell us that Oyashiro-sama made it possible for humans and demons to live together. I'm not sure what that story really means, but I'm sure that Oyashiro-sama made something impossible happen. We can be proud of what we did. I'm sure Oyashiro-sama is proud too. Hey, my Bara boy. We did it. We pulled it off. It was worth showing up every day. My supporters cheered me on. They were all glad that Satoko was finally safe. The sense of accomplishment at saving Satoko finally hit us, and we hugged each other, sharing praises for our struggle. Satoko and Rika-chan were already there waiting for me. But everyone, she's alright. She's okay. Well, I mean, will be, but out of the woods would be, I guess, the... While the injuries on her face covered with band-aids looked painful, Satoko seemed to be full of life. Almost looked as though her wounds were from playing too hard or something. So you stayed at the clinic last night? Yes, I told him I was fine, but the coach wanted to keep an eye on me. If that's what the doctor said, then you should listen to him. Haha, I see. You were scared to stay at the clinic alone, weren't you? I heard there are lots of ghosts inside hospitals. Satoko can't sleep without me. How? Why can't you sleep without her? Why? That's because Rika-chan is the only one who can give her comfort. No sooner had Shion finished that sentence than a bucket went flying into her face. Satoko started chasing Shion in circles like they were playing tag. I really miss this rambunctious fun. Welcome in, Shooty. The answer is no. I like how it perfectly... It pretty much perfectly covered Rika's or Rada's face. gosh. My goodness. Oh, thank you so much for the subscription, Foxglove. Thank you so much. It's much, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Which, I believe that puts us at 21. On the 22. But yes, we saved Rika. Her uncle is in jail in the Huskow. She's going with us to the festival. So, if you're just coming in, I'll save you for the... You can go back and look over the details when you want, but... There's the long and short of it at the moment. Satoko even got to stand up to her uncle. Assert dominance. So then when Tepe got mad, he got manhandled by some police. It was great. Now here's hoping you get shanked really quickly in prison. If we could cross our fingers. I thought I'd never see this again. I felt the same. Got it back. We did this. I think you did the most. It's your idea to go to the child center. You were the one who asked everyone for their support. I agree. I think Kei-chan contributed the most. Most people in Hinamizawa know who Keiichi Maibara is by now. How? Is Keiichi going to be a popular guy now? Is he? I bet he'll be incredibly popular. Popular among old ladies, that is. I really envy him. I'd be fine with that. I could divide their ages by 3. Many people were wearing yukatas. It was still June, but it felt more like it was the middle of summer.
I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC.
All the cougars are... All the, extremely vintage cougars will be after Keiichi now. Once we finished climbing the stairs, we could see the festival and the crowd enjoying it. The Furude Shrine was packed with people, leaving the Rayons looking nothing like their usual quiet self. Lanterns of various colors were hung about, and people were swarming the various festival booths, giving the whole place an unorganized yet pleasant atmosphere. Hold on just 1 second. Alright, in it back. What a crowd. I had no idea there were even this many people in Hinamizawa. Everyone comes to this festival. I think at least half the population of the village is here. There's more than just them. The neighboring town councils and youth groups are invited too. I see. We only have a few students in our school. It explains why there are so many kids around today. Hearing the happy cheers of children is the best part of the festival. She's right. I'm in agreement there. There are lots of booths around too. are by far the best part of the festival. Booths selling takoyaki, yakisoba, shaved ice, apricot, candy, sauce senbei, chocolate bananas. There was a yo-yo game, a goldfish game, a shooting gallery. There were countless booths here. Those booth runners all come from the city. You can't call it a festival without festival booths. So we're going to have a battle in every one of them, huh? I'm not going to lose today. Yeah, same here. Hey, let's do it. Yellow. Sorry I'm late. Am I the last one? Everyone's here now, huh? Once our club gets together, there's no way we can just sit back and enjoy the festival. Of course not. We're doing it again this year. This Watanagashi festival for this 6 of us will be the battle of 6 evils. Satoko, there's no reason to hold back this year. Let's enjoy the festival with all our might. Oh, ho, ho. You don't even need to mention it. I too declare that I will be the victor. Yes, Satoko, you go, girl. Let's put everything that happened before tonight behind us. Let's play with everything we've got. It's been a good week since we all got together. Yeah. Tonight we're all enjoying this festival to its fullest. Do. Happy festival events. Bop 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 dot dot. I think something sus happened there. Something sus definitely happened there. Boing. Yes. Boing bugs. So we enjoyed the festival. Many people call out to Satoko. Some of them show some concern for her injuries, some of them express their sympathy, and some of them offer their support. Satoko must have been very happy to hear all that. Some say it's strange to see people treating her like this, but I think she's just trying to hide her true feelings. I'm sure she realized just how much the village changed for her. Nipa. Hello, you all seem to be enjoying yourselves. Hi, Rika-chan. I'm here like I promised. The festival sure has grown into a splendor. Who's this guy? You know him, Rika? Kasaka is never there when I need him. Huh? Why did this? Yeah, this is like, so the detective we played as from the perspective of us in the 3rd chapter volume, and that's been show up in like some of the extra like stuff here and there. This is the guy. He finally got his own sprite. Which is unfortunate, because he's more of a Dr. Pepper person. I make fuddy. But yes, the guy. What are you talking about? Did I do something to make you upset? Well, you were at the hot springs with your wife, then got hectic around here. How? Rika-chan is talking with some strange older guy. Wonder if he's someone she knows. I wonder. Who is he? Who is he? My wife. My wife. Actually, that reminds me of something I should probably have as a redeem. A short clip thing. I won't reveal it now. I'll just have to remember. Try to remember it. Who is he? Who is he? Introduce him to this old man, too. When Akasaka showed up, I still believed that fate could be changed with the power of a single hero alone. But that was my mistake. Miracles are not made by one person. They can only be achieved by everyone working together. So it was wrong for me to expect him to just magically change my fate. Even if he had been here for me, I might have been disappointed in him for not being able to do anything. 'Cause even a miracle needs a head. Anyway. Wait. Oh, crap. Oh, no. No, the dog leg's gone for my stupid joke. Maybe it'll show up in a second. Maybe it'll show up in the log. Hey, my bar boy. I heard what you did. I heard about it too. Heard you fought Ryu's son with a sword until she finally gave in. Good on you. I didn't do that. We just had a peaceful negotiation. Still, I'm proud of you. You led everyone and actually negotiate with the center. Hey you, I'll give you some apricot candy. How many do you want? Wow, Keiichi-kun. You're so popular today. Yeah, I can't. Oh, well. Keiichi-kun, so popular today. I'm sure Keiichi is into old ladies, too. I don't know what Rika's trying to say, and I don't even want to know. People are talking to Keiichi, too. The whole village knows about his leadership snails, especially in how he persuaded Ryo. Everyone had been aware for a long time that they were only treating Satoko harshly because of the tradition formed since the conflict. However, Keiichi is the one who destroyed that cycle, and the people of Hinamizawa, both young and old, see him as a hero. The whole village talking about Keiichi, of course. The auction he hosted ended up being a great success. Though he was shy in the beginning, he put his heart and soul into the show, and had managed to entertain all the onlookers. I'm sure Keiichi will bring many more good things to this village. The elders especially are glad to see a heroic young man like him. Oh, that's the guy who helped us yesterday. Thank you so very much for your assistance. Oh, I should have introduced him to you then. This is my uncle Saburo, who's in the prefectural assembly. This is my other uncle Ken, and he's in the city council. Sorry we were late yesterday. We got lost on our way there. Ha ha ha. No, you both were great help. I was really impressed to see the power of elected officials. Well, we're chosen to fight in the place of citizens. Of course we're strong. We're glad Satoko-chan is safe. Talk to us again if there's anything you need. Be glad to help. They rubbed Satoko's head while they spoke. Thank you very much. There are a number of powerful Sonozaki people standing around the main tent. All of them are people who helped us yesterday. Everyone except Satoko bows out of respect. Until just a few days ago, these people had nothing but terrible things to say about the Haupt family. It's Keiji, of course, who cleared that all away. I'm sure they regret their rudeness, and I'm also sure that they'll never discriminate against Satoko again. In fact, they bow to her instead, and apologize for all they've done. They promise her that they'll be glad to help her in the future if she ever needs anything. You must be proud of your son. No, it's not really a big deal. Hey, Keiichi, we're here too. Keiichi's parents are here. Good evening. Nice to meet you. I'm Keiichi's meow meow Rika. Are you trying to get the cops called on him? Are you, Rika? What did you try to do? Nice to meet you. My name is Satoko Haojo. Discord. Well, you know, he'll need... I'm sure Keiichi will need to put on, like, you know, another... He'll need to gain 250 more pounds, though, to be a true Discord mod. So you're Satoko-chan. Such a poor little girl. Look at her face. You can make use of Keiichi if anything happens again. Return, what do you think about modeling for me? Your father reminds me a bit of the coach. Sorry, that's just the kind of person he is. Still, he seems very nice and fun to be around. Keiichi's parents are also here at the festival. Since they're the parents of the hero, they're getting special treatment too. From what Keiichi says, this has been a good opportunity for his parents to get to know people from the village. His father is telling people that he'll draw up a picture if the council ever needs a poster for anything. Apparently Keiichi's father is such a wonderful artist that people have tried stealing his work before. I'm looking forward to seeing it someday. This is the best Wachanagashi festival I've ever had. Yes, I feel the same way. You've been around a lot longer than me. If it's your best one, then it must be mine too. Oh. Still, I think it's the most fun and exciting festival we've had since it became known as Wachanagashi. The Wachanagashi festival only became like this just a few years ago, didn't it? It used to be just a boring traditional ceremony the Furude family held. Or that used to be something different. More like the things that Takano is interested in. Ow. Sorry. I'll try not to be mean to you today. Let's go have fun. The both of us. It's a special night for both me and you. Hanyu was muttering to herself. We had once seen a world where Shion killed Satoko. Both that horrible world and this fantastic one. They're the same, Hinamizawa. People in this world only know that Hinamizawa is a happy place. But Hanyu and I know the truth. We know there's tragedy hiding behind only a thin sheet of paper. That's why we can appreciate this world in a way greater than anyone else can. If Keiichi had lost his mind today, would it never have happened? He would have been committing a crime tonight. If it happened to Shion, she would have done the same. And Reina would have beaten her to it by a long shot. That corpse would have been buried long by now. Mion never lost her mind in any of the worlds. Maybe she doesn't have the guts for that. I suppose that's a little mean. There were times when I went on a rampage too, but no matter what, I ended up being killed instead. How pathetic. Either way, it never worked in any world. Again, it only happened because everyone helped each other. Not trying to take credit for anything, but I don't think the miracle would have happened if I continued not believing in it. If I hadn't gotten on the phone at the end, Satoko wouldn't have asked for help. The miracle happened because everyone tried their hardest. If even one of us gave up, the miracle would have vanished into nothingness. It was Keiichi even who told me how easy it really is to change your fate. If there's a meaning to Keiichi's existence here, it might be some kind of message. Thanks to him, I know not only what it means to fight against fate, but how. I'll never get up and accept my fate again. This is the opposite of what Hanyu wants me to think. I'm sure that Hanyu can make a miracle happen too if she stops giving up and starts believing. I even told her so, and she just goes, ow, and avoids the subject. But isn't life a miracle? Oh, well. Oh, welcome on in, Noodle. We saved Satoko and joined the Wachanagashi festival. But we've got two more chapters left. So And there's one volume, just chapter left. So, oh, I'm very worried. Okay, let's see. Watch therefore, for ye know not what hour your Lord doth come. But know this, that if the good men of the house had known in what watch the thief would come, he would have watched, and would not have suffered his house to be broken up. Therefore, be ye also ready, for in such an hour as ye think not the Son of Man cometh. Higurashi is quoting from one of the Gospels. Now I'm concerned. Even God doesn't know when he will descend once more. He's constantly prepared for that day to come. Have faith in your God at all times. God doesn't even know when he'll see the light. Do not spare any effort. Study hard every day. Have the passion for discovery. You never know when you'll be rewarded, but that day will come for sure. Till then, you must let the fires of your passion burn bright. Hifumi T. Yeah, I remember you telling us about that. Haha. But why? Why do you think that Kano and I will be murdered? My. Frankly, it would be an honor for us to be the victims of the first curse of Oyashiro-sama. Hee. So I expected. They didn't really take me telling them that they'd be killed on the night of the festival seriously. And they did keep their promise to tighten up my security after I showed them the ritual storehouse. However, they hadn't given one thought to their own safety. Well, like I said, I didn't expect them to believe me. They're willing to take me seriously. I could have easily changed their fate a long time ago. I'm only going to tell you this one more time. Umatake, I'm going to claw out your throat and die. Takano, going to burn to death on top of some mountain. I'm going to claw out my throat? Like the terminal symptoms of L5. Don't worry, I took the shots. I don't have the disease. What happens to me is horrible too. Going to burn to death on Sound Mountain. Do you have a dream about that? I just want both of you to be careful, at least for tonight. Please listen to me, even if you don't really believe it. Did you have an ominous vision about some danger befalling us, perhaps? Don't worry. You're under the protection of the mountain dogs. You've had 8 security guards watching you today. Thank you very much. I know I'm being protected, but I want you guys to be careful too. Thank you for your concern. I'll be fine. I've even been working out. I think I can protect myself. Tomitake flexed his biceps and smiled. He was probably trying to make me feel better, but all he really did was make me feel sadder. This is the sad part about being me. I know the future, but I can't tell them. It's as if that was a rule of the world. People tend not to believe what I tell them. But you are going to die. If Tomitake and Takano die, I'll be killed next. The 2 of you are dead. He'll protect me. Sounds like you had a horrible dream. Don't worry. Even if we die, the mountain dogs will still protect you. Are you really sure they would? They've never protected me before. That's not true. They saved you when you got in a fight, remember? They're watching you at all times. Of course, they aren't on alert at all times, but just as you requested the other day, the security around you is still extremely strong. You even have a better security team than Dr. Irie. Now keep on protecting me even after you die? Of course. You're the most important person to us. So you're sure that we're getting killed tonight? It's too bad. If you have no intention to survive, then I only have to worry about myself. My words must have left a mark on his heart. He looked much more serious after I said that to him. Grief. Okay then. I'll be extra careful tonight. Take a security guard with me when I'm going back to Okinomiya. I think someone might attack the two of you if you're alone together. Sure not to be alone with each other tonight. Hee hee hee. My, are you jealous? You're such a precocious girl. Like I thought, I can't change their fate. Save Satoko. Everyone shared the same sense of urgency. That's why we all got together and saved her before it was too late. However, these two have no sense of urgency at all. How can I make them understand? I sighed and gave up. Tomatake, Takano, goodbye. Thank you for everything. Hey, wait. Rika-chan. Nothing else to say to them now. Said it might be worth talking to someone else. If I could get someone else to protect them, I might be able to change something. I can't give up yet. Fate is as thin as a piece of paper. It's just like the lid on a jar of jam. It's not going to open unless you believe it will. I have to believe that I can change my fate. If I don't, it's not going to change. You gonna ask Akasaka? Tomatake and Takano-san, are you sure about this? Told Irie about this so many times in the past. Irie tends to listen to me more seriously than Tomatake and Takano do. However, that doesn't mean that he can actually do something about it. I'm the Shrine Maiden of Orishiro, and I have a bad feeling about this. Is that not good enough reason? I understand. It might be a message from Oyashiro-sama. If that really happens tonight, it would be the 5th time in a row. It's not going to open unless you open it. I like my jam on a nice toasted piece of bread. Jam on toast. Yummy. Real question is strawberry or grape? I'll tell the two of them to be cautious too. All Iria would end up doing would be warning the two of them, which was exactly the same thing as what I did. In other words, it wouldn't matter in the least. What about Apricot? This is true, Apricot is very good. Irie is just a researcher, and he has no ability to deal with unexpected trouble. That's why Takano works for him after all. Please talk to them. Please. Who else would treat me seriously? Be able to prevent Tomatake and Takano's death. That's right. There's one man who's been fighting the curse of Oyashiro-san with all his might. Oh, well, there's Oishi. But, Saka... It's Furude-san. I've been looking for you. Kasaka wants to say goodbye. I guess he and I are not meant to be. Still upset about last week. Saka really regrets that he wasn't able to help you. Says he'd love to come back to Hinamizawa again when he gets his... when he next has vacation. But his wife took it personally. She's pretty, his wife, but she can be scary, too. Oishi, something important to tell you. No one else believes me. What's the matter? Spoken to him several times in the past, too. Usually takes me pretty seriously. However, after they die, he starts suspecting me. That's why I stopped talking to him. Where did you hear that? We're at the festival. Told him that I heard someone talking about murdering them in the crowd. That way, he might not be suspicious of me after the murder really happens. Take is not from around here. And with Takano, that makes two people. One is going to die and one is going to disappear. This could be the 5th year's curse of Oyashiro. I can't take this as nothing more than a rumor, you understand? But just in case, we'll keep an eye on the two of them tonight. I think they were saying they were going to attack them somewhere between Hinamizawa and Okinomiya. Tomatake's body will be found on the road leading out of the village. From what I remember, he's discovered where the concrete road turns to gravel. I see. I'll have a cruiser patrol around there. We can spare that at least. Free to get involved, and he wasn't suspicious of me either. Sure, it seems odd to people that Oishi actually believed this phony-sounding story of mine. The thing about Oishi is that he strongly believes that there's no smoke when there's no fire. I've learned from experience that he tends to believe my information. However, That personality of his has caused me so much trouble in previous worlds. Of course, there's no question why he's so eager to believe me either. This is his last chance to expose the curse of Oyashiro before his retirement. Even if it might be fake, he still wanted to believe. That was convenient for me since I couldn't show proof. Hey, Kuma-chan, you ready? Can you hear me? Have a cruiser patrol the road back to Okinomiya. No, it's just a precaution. I'd rumored that something bad might happen around there tonight. Yeah, 2 officers would be fine. Thank you. Thank you. No one else believed me. I didn't know what to do. It's my job to believe these things. We'll just be glad if nothing happens. Me happy to swing and miss. Well, that's what my late colleague used to say. Besides, it's even worse if you ignore what you're told and don't take precautions, you know? I see. That's his way of thinking about things. That's why he believed me without question. I hope you won't consider me a suspect after they find their bodies tomorrow. Shouldn't worry about that now. I can still do more. Who else should I talk to? Talk to my friends? Can't give up. I should at least try. No way! You heard someone talking about that? On the day of the festival, that's so wrong. You mean the curse, right? Talking about the curse of Oyashiro that might happen tonight. Yeah. It's happened 4 years in a row. Lots of people think that it's going to happen again tonight, too. They believe it's their business, but it's not nice for them to talk about Tomatake and Takano-san like that. You should talk to them about it just in case, I think. I did, but they don't believe me. I bet they didn't. When it's too late if something really does happen. I think you should talk to Oishi-san. They already did. Huh, I'm kinda impressed you've done all that, Rika-chama. I agree that they should take every precaution, especially tonight. Series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. Commonly known as the curse of Oyashiro. I really don't want them to keep happening every year. Somebody might imitating it, and it's bad publicity for the village too. So if nothing happens tonight, it means the curse is over, right? We should definitely make sure that nothing happens then. What can we do? Are you suggesting that we should patrol around the village or something? I think patrolling might be even more careless. I think we can do something about this? For starters, there's a chance some deviant trying to imitate the serial murders might be within the Watanagashi Preparation Committee, so let's be wary of any unfamiliar faces. It's easy for us to tell strangers apart from the locals. You can spot them right away. I think we'll be fine. But Tomatake and Takano will still be killed. Rika-chan. Alright, let's do what we can. I agree. We can't protect them all night. Let's stay with them at least until the festival is over. As long as we're there, the bad guys won't be able to do anything to them. Couldn't tell if they really believe me or not, but they listened to me at least. Sorry, I cannot unhear the Mario music in this game's music. I'm not hearing it right now. I may just not be remembering the specific music that you're thinking of. So I probably say that now, and then later on I'm gonna look it up and regret it, and then be like, ah, damn it. You know. Tell if they're... Decided to keep our eyes on Tomatake and Takano and protect them for the rest of the night. I guess I've done everything I can now. Though it's hard to believe this is enough to prevent their deaths. I just have to hope nothing's happened when I wake up tomorrow. Do you think we can prevent Tomatake and Takano's deaths, Rika? It might be impossible. Their deaths might be the bell that pretends my doom. That's if this game's music are exactly the ones used within Mario music. For some reason, it's not hitting with... I mean, whatever. Or maybe vaguely. Ah, dang. It's been forever, so it's been quite a while since I've done specifically a Mario game, so... Oh. Chicano told me earlier, even if they die, the mountain dogs are supposed to keep protecting me. Might bring in more squads from Tokyo, too. Even if they die, the situation will be different this time. But if it still doesn't work out, I'll just have to die. Anyway, I'm not going to give up until the very end. I'll struggle to my very limits. I won't give up and spend the rest of my time drinking wine. Worries that can be well just be my imagination. No worries about it, no worries. Do whatever you want to do, Rika. Still believe that nothing is going to change on you. I don't believe anything. It's only fate. Keep getting hurt because I have hope, huh? If I'm an actress trying to get up on stage, Hanyu is a real bystander. We have very different opinions when it comes to this. Rika, no matter what happens, don't give up. It sounds like you're convinced that nothing is going to change. Lately, the things you say have been pissing me off. Ow. I understand. Hanyu keeps telling me not to get my hopes up because she cares about me. Because I hope to defeat fate. I get hurt when that hope is betrayed. The more I get hurt, the closer I get to losing my mind and disappearing. For Hanyu, that means losing her only friend. Losing me is probably the most unbearable thought for Hanyu, since she has to live alone, unable to communicate with anyone else. I now believe that fate can be changed. Even when I didn't have that faith, I still believe that eventually I'd find a way to get out of this maze. Perhaps Hanyu knows something I don't. I might just be a goldfish inside of a fishbowl. There might be no way for me to escape my fate. We're stuck alone inside of a fishbowl, yet every day I knock on the glass believing that I can break it someday. Hanyu keeps telling me that I'm wasting my time. If I get hurt and die, she would have to survive all by herself inside the fishbowl. With that, I think I finally understand our difference of opinions. Hanyu has lived for a much longer time than I have. Because of that, she understands the laws of this infinitely spanning world better than I do. No matter how much I refute Hanyu, I can never refute the truth. Even so, I still have to believe in my own faith. I believe in a spear that will pierce the walls of fate. My faith will make that spear sharper than ever. Talks about talk yourself producer. It's not like her life revolves, I think. Well, it is like the weird thing of that every time is that she keeps on experiencing this, like, similar, like, events that we've gotten only, like, a few, you know, we've only done, like, you know, basically 5 or 6 times experiencing of Hinuizawa and the way, like, how different things can unfold, that always leads into her death. And where she's done that, like, we don't know the exact numbers, but she's indicated that it's over 100 years in terms of time she's actually lived. So, you know, it's kind of like that movie Groundhog Day, where by the end of it, the guy apparently has been living that day enough to where he can, like, be a masterful piano player. Deja vu time. Yeah, it seriously is like, she dies and then Hanyu is literally like, which maybe actually be Oyashiro keeps, like, can reverse time. Previously, it seems that the other time she's died, that initially she was able to do it, like, back to basically when Rika was a toddler. And then, just over time, that period has shortened. So, like, this past time, in this chapter, it was just 2 weeks before the Watanagashi. So Rika's the only one that can see Hanyu, so which is why Hanyu's like, you know, doesn't want to like lose her, because then she's stuck alone. Hanyu would be stuck alone. So right now is she finally going to get her survive past June 1983? Which is always, because Tomitake and Takano always die. And then a few days later, Rika dies. This is what's been, so, yeah. It does get tricky since there's so much, like... If you don't necessarily want to, like, go and, like, do all the visual novels or watch whatever my playthrough of them or you know, play them yourself, because you can play the first volume you can get the first volume for free of this, either Steam or GOG, whichever you want. Probably some other stuff too. Also, apparently it's also now on Switch. Higurashi is, I think, but there's also been several anime adaptations, so. Anyway. Oh, wait, Let's see. Found Tomitake in the crowd and struck a conversation with them to keep him around as long as we could. However, as soon as the festival ended, they tried to leave. If I left now, I'd never see them again. Mion tried insisting they'd stay at her house for the night, but Tomitake refused. Everyone tried various ways to stop them from being alone because the murderer might be around. However, we eventually started to believe that they wanted to be alone for adult reasons. I wound up suggesting that we shouldn't interrupt the two lovebirds. Don't worry, Rika-chan. Tomitake is a man after all. He'll do anything to protect Takano-san. Is that so? Something happens, you'll rescue me, right? That's the plan. Well, we really should go now. It's getting pretty late. Thank you for your concern. Hee. Don't make any assumptions. I'm heading to the clinic because I left something there. Takano has the keys, so we have to go together. Oh, I didn't know that you were into playing doctor. Nah, I think he's more into playing gyneco... What the hell, Beyond? Because the first was it on... Ah. 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 Because the plague doctor just was not on the nose enough. You really had to take it that far, Mion. Thank you, Mion. We appreciate your... I don't know why I wasn't expecting that. I should expect this. I should not be surprised at this point. Playing 7 volumes of this game. And why does that still take me by surprise? Ah. 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 Lee says she staged something that might go horribly wrong. Wait. It's... We're gonna have to just see how it kind of goes out at this point. So I don't... The way he would not be the most satiric. Yeah. Crash, bang, wham. Thank you, Rena. Thank you, Rena. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate that. Oh, wonder how they play doctor, I wonder. Don't hit them just because you feel embarrassed. And as for you two, stop only getting along when you're making dirty jokes. Goodbye, everyone. Really am just going to back there to get what I forgot. And don't follow us, okay? Ha ha. How? Tomitake, please be careful. I do think you're overacting, Rika. Laughed when Satoko yawned. Seemed like a good time to call it a day. It doesn't feel like I was able to change their fate. I just hope that they pay attention and that they're prepared for whatever faces them. I still might have a chance. All I can do now is pray. Goodbye, Tomitake-san. Please show us the pictures you took next time. Make sure you wear your punishment shirt. Man, I'm so jealous you get to spend a night with a pretty lady. Woohoo! See you guys again. I guess it'll be in fall. And that's if we don't get killed tonight. Teehee. Good night, everyone. Good night. That was the best I could do on the night of Minagoroshi.
Ha! Got him.
Please tell me what happened this night. This is like a box with a cat inside. Please tell me what happened this night. I don't even know if the cat is alive or dead inside the box. Please tell me what happened this night. The cat in the box is dead. Frederica burnt Castile. Oh, thank you for the flu check. Tomitake gathered up his paperwork and slipped it inside his bag. They sure were persistent. I wonder if they really want us dead. Hee hee. How rude of them, huh? It was only a dream. Please make sure that Dr. Irie examines Rika-chan. Her nightmares might be a symptom of something. If anything happens to her, it would be a disaster. Takano touched Tomitake's hand gently. As he turned bright red, Takano moved in closer and spoke. The way she acts is just too sexy, Tomitake thought. Quite good holding out your... Hey, Jiro-san. I have something very important to tell you. Will you listen to me? What is it? Do you have something to tell me too? I hope you didn't see me claw out my throat in a dream. What would you say if I did? Takano stared at him with a mischievous look, as if seducing him. Started whispering into his ear. Hee. I'm really surprised. That girl might have a godlike power after all. Hee. What does that mean? Fuck. I smiled gently and pulled back her hair. Even seeing her do that made Tomitake's heart race. He's the one killing him. Yeah, because one of the things that's been that keeps on happening is when they find Takano's body, a couple times it's been mentioned that according to the autopsy results on the time of death, as of this point in game that there currently are, she's been dead for 12 hours. Yeah. Thank you. That's good to know. Kana's finger curled around Tomitake's chin, stroking, tickling, and caressing it. Movements were very captivating and seductive. Dated a lot of guys, but none of them interested me as much as you. I've learned that someone with the personalities like yours makes the ideal partner for me. To accept everything I stand for. Believe that you understand me completely. That's why I can give you everything I have. To accept everything about me. Do you understand? Well, Ano-san, what's the matter? Voice didn't really sound that affectionate. Tomitake knew from experience that he couldn't grasp what was on her mind when she wore a cold smile like that. Finally, it's almost here. Seemed as though she couldn't wait for something to happen. There was a chilling allure to her strange smile, that made one question if something exciting was really about to happen. What's almost here? I asked, trying hard to resist the temptation. The day my dream comes true. Your dream? Yes, my dream. Didn't I tell you before? Or do you forget about everything we talk about in bed? No, I remember. Your dream. His response was vague. Either he didn't remember or he hadn't understood it very well. Finally, the curse of Oyashiro-sama is going to come true. That's what I've been dreaming about ever since I was a child. Hehehe. Shiro-san, listen. I can't be with you anymore. What? What do you mean? See, I belong in a different world. Hinamizawa is where humans and demons once coexisted. That's why we met each other here. But all that is going to come to an end soon. The eclipse of the sun brought humans and demons together. Do you understand what I'm saying? Hehehehe. Takano-san, did you drink a bit too much at the festival? You're drunk, right? Tonight is a night of farewells. Thank you for teaching me about the sunlit realm. Your warmth was like the glow of the midday sun. We really did have a wonderful relationship. I'm so sad that we have to say goodbye. She pulled herself away from Tomatake and slowly stepped back, as if signaling the time had come for them to part. I don't know what you're trying to say. What's this all about, Takano-san? I want you to make a decision. I want you to decide to stay with me and abandon the sunlit realm. If what you told me was all true, then I know you have no doubts. By that time, Tomatake understood that Takano was asking him to make an important decision. Could it be your... Hehe. That's right. Shiro-san. Tomatake got up from his seat and looked Takano straight in the eyes. There was a faint glimmer of hostility within those eyes. Is your work more important than me? I thought so. Can't believe this. I trusted you. Those words were ones of rejection. Takano's lips twisted into a cruel smile. Oyashiro-sama united the humans and the demons, but I guess he can't unite you and me. Hehehehe. Takano slowly opened the door. 6 men in overalls were standing there at the ready. Tomatake was frozen in shock. The 6 men walked up to Tomatake with no expressions on their faces. It was immediately obvious that they were going to do something to harm him. What is this all about? Hinamizawa syndrome is like a bomb with a lit fuse. Your plan is to dismantle that bomb before it explodes. However, there are some people in Tokyo who want to see it go off. No. What good will that do for anyone? Nobody ever does anything that isn't beneficial to them. Therefore, if they want that bomb to explode, it must be doing good for someone. Your question just now is a pretty meaningless one. I can't believe this. There are people who want that to happen? Hinamizawa syndrome is a very dangerous disease. You know that as well as I do. I would. It would be a disaster if it had an outbreak. Tokyo wouldn't be able to cover it up either. Just that faction bribe you. It was actually in my mission from the very start. I'm so sorry. We belonged in different worlds from the moment we first met. What are you going to do to me? Be great help if you came over to our side. Of course, that would mean that you'd have to betray your own people. Expecting me to turn on them? Zero-san, your feelings for me are real. Will you support me? You'll be compensated, of course. I wish I'll dedicate my whole life to you. I'll do whatever you want me to, whenever and wherever you want. My body will belong to you. You can dominate me to satisfy your needs whenever you like. Willing to be all yours. Hey, don't you want to dye this body of mine with your... Her words were a kind of assault, directly hammering at the emotions Min had difficulty resisting. They were like an evil spell to control his heart. Upon hearing them, Tomatake felt an unknown sensation rush up his spine as his feet froze in place, entranced. However, he forced himself to resist the temptation. He sealed the cracks in his wall of reason to stop Takano from forcefully entering his heart. I refuse. Hehehe. She had known from the start that Tomatake was going to refuse her, and so Takano let out a triumphant laugh. It's funny, she thought Tomatake would refuse right away. However, it took him a while to refuse because of how effective she was at seducing him. The time it took him to refuse her was one of victory for Takano. For Tomatake, it was a time of humiliation. Takano continued to laugh. She sounded rather like an evil witch. I thought you would say that. That's why I love you so much. Takano raised her right hand and gave a signal to the mountain dogs. Okanogi-kun, you're betraying me too? I'm sorry, Lieutenant Tomatake. Are you surprised? The mountain dogs work for me. It was us who controlled this clinic all along. You and Dr. are the only people who didn't know. Hee. Shit. Tomatake moved into action, sensing the danger that was about to befall him. His fist thrust out as quick as lightning, knocking one man down before he could even blink. However, the other mountain dogs certainly weren't going to just stand there and watch. They all attacked him as one. He tried to strike back with an elbow, but he simply couldn't overcome the difference in numbers. Tomatake tried his best, but soon enough the mountain dogs had wrestled him to the ground. Damn it! Let go! Let me go! Stop struggling already. What? I pinned him down so he couldn't move an inch. Impressive, Jiro-san. Fought pretty well considering you were up against 6 people. Takano walked over and smiled while looking down at Tomatake. Hey, Jiro-san. I know you're going to refuse, but let me ask you one more time. You change your mind and join my side. Never. Never join with you. Ugh. That's what I wanted to hear, so I could sever all my attachments. Hehehehe. Takano was holding a small case in her hands. She opened it and showed Tomatake what was inside. What's in that syringe? Oh, come now. I'm sure you know what it is. Hehe. No. We destroyed all of them. Jiro-san, let me guess what you're thinking. Even if this is what you think it is, you should still have immunity because you took the vaccine. Hehe. Isn't that what you're thinking? That's why you're not scared, right? Let me tell you something nice. That vaccine you took before you come here was fake. You may not have noticed it, but you're already an L3 patient of the Hinamizawa syndrome. Jiro-san, you have a tendency to look away when you get an injection. That's not very smart. You should always make sure of what you're getting. Hehehehe. Shit. Let me go. Tomatake struggled to get away, but he simply couldn't move. Upon seeing his sorry state, Takano laughed with glee. I'm sure you know very well about H173. You'll become infected instantly, and will virtually become an L5 patient. You saw how the experiment turned out, no? The subject was displaying extreme irritation in the neck and armpit areas. Based on our past studies, patients with L5 suffer from extraordinary irritation in their lymph nodes. It might be an antigen-antibody reaction. In other words, Jiro-san, if you're lucky, you might be able to die just as Rika-chan predicted. Hehehehe. Are you going to kill yourself or become disabled for life? Which would you prefer? Which one, Jiro-san? Stop. Stop. It's going to be too difficult to give him the injection like this. Put him to sleep, please. One of the men covered Tomatake's mouth with a towel soaked in some kind of kimono. He tried to fight it off with all his might, but his strength eventually left him and he became as quiet as a beached whale. Takano stroked his face to make sure that he couldn't resist. Then she brought the needle toward his throat. She pushed it right into his skin. As she squeezed down on the syringe's plunger, skin surrounding the tip of the needle swelled up, and eventually the contents were absorbed into his body. Goodbye, Jiro-san. When you wake up, you'll be in the middle of a wonderful nightmare. Hehehehe. The mountain dogs finally got off of him. He couldn't even twitch. Someone put him in my trunk. 2 of the men lifted up Tomatake and carried him outside. Oh, hold on. I'm sure he'd be happy if I left him his bicycle. That way he can enjoy cycling in hell, too. The mountain dogs all quietly laughed at the joke. We are now going to commence Operation Doomsday. They stopped laughing as she began to speak. Okanagi, you wait for the contact from headquarters. Keep your eyes on Dr. Irie. Also, keep tabs on Rika Furude, too. I don't know what kind of power she has, but she predicted how Tomatake was going to die. Hehe. I'm very curious about her, but too bad. Roger. I'll take care of things here. Please be careful on your way. There's not much to be careful of. By the way, where's Dr. Irie? I'm sure he's attending the festival's after-party. He's still at the shrine. I wish I could see the look of panic on that nerd's face. Hehe. The mountain dog started laughing again, too. Takano checked the time on her watch. It was nearly 10 p.m. Most people must have left the festival for home. Those people still, they were probably enjoying the after-party while getting drunk inside the shrine. It was a good time for her to leave without being seen by anyone. I'm leaving now. I'm going to go and die. Hee. Saying that, she left the clinic alone. She left through the back door. She left amid the moonlight, the singing of insects and the sound of a river. It was a typical night in Hinamizawa. Enjoying all these sensations, Takano got inside her car. Tomatake was sleeping inside the trunk. His bicycle, on the other hand, was loaded into her back seat. Hee. How ironic. Your bicycle has a better seat than you. I'll let you out of there soon. I should leave him by the road that leads to Okonomiya. That'll be a good spot. Kano found a good place to drop him off, but she gave up on it, as there was a public cruiser parked in the area. She figured that they were probably patrolling to make sure the fifth-year curse didn't happen. Good job, officers. No one would ever suspect that there's a curse packed in my trunk right now. Takano drove onto less lit streets with rougher roads. Eventually, the mountain road ended, and she was surrounded by darkness. There were rice fields nearby. She could tell by the sound of the croaking frogs. Takano parked her car by the pitch-black roadside. She had to stop here, otherwise she'd be too close to a residential area. Indeed, she was nearly in Okonomiya. She would have dumped him earlier, but the police cruiser had foiled that plan. So that is slightly different. So something may slightly happen, but okay. Takano pulled Tomatake out of the trunk and left him by the road. She also left him his bicycle. Tomatake let out a small groan. Probably wouldn't be too long until he woke up. Goodbye, Shiro-san. Your awkward sweet talk was very entertaining. I wish I could hear it again. Hee. You'll be waking up soon. By that time, you'll be in the final stage of L5. After a futile struggle, you'll meet with a miserable demise. I wonder if you really are going to claw out your throat and die. I wish I could be here to see it. Hee. Mysterious death and my disappearance will complete the 5th year's curse of Oyashiro. The story of the curse of Oyashiro will be firmly established. You should feel honored, Shiro-san. You're going to be part of history. You might be losing your life here, but in a way, you're going to live for eternity. Hee. And that was her last farewell to Tomatake. Takano got back inside her car and started driving. She could see the place she left Tomatake in her rear view mirror, but was already shrouded in darkness. Takano drove through the main street of Okonomiya and made it a few turns, heading for the dark mountains in the mist. It's truly great. Yep. Been a while since she left Hinamizawa. It was almost midnight. She might have already made it to the neighboring prefecture. It was difficult to tell because she couldn't really see anything in the darkness. Takano stopped her car in the middle of all that. After turning off both the engine and the headlights, there really was nothing but darkness surrounding her. It was as if time itself had stopped. Takano wasn't sure how long she waited, but eventually she saw the headlights of a car blinking twice. She blinked her own headlights back at it. Soon she saw several people walking toward her. 2 men wearing blue overalls knocked on the window of Takano's car. Obligingly, she opened it. They looked over her face and the paperwork they had in their hands. Hello, I'm Takano. Remembering her identification, they called someone over the radio. Hello, we've got the lady. Anyone following? No one is after you. You're clear for 400 meters. Nobody's following us. Your work is much appreciated. Please come with us to the command vehicle. I'll take your paperwork. The paperwork is inside the trunk. Here's the key. I do need some coffee. Could you get me some? The command vehicle was a trailer with a bunch of high-tech communication equipment inside. The light of the electric equipment shone beautifully in the dark. Here's your coffee, Major. Another man in blue overalls offered her a paper cup. Thank you. What's going on with my corpse? They finished setting it up in Gifu Prefecture. Gifu? Did I burn to death in the mountains of Gifu? I'm not sure about the cause of death. I'll confirm it with someone. Operation Doomsday. That was the name of their mission. The goal of the operation's first stage was Takano's escape from Hinamizawa and the extraction of 18 specific classified documents. That goal had been completed. Assassinating the liaison from Tokyo, Tomitake, was also one of the goals. That one had also been completed in the way Takano had planned. He was not killed that way just because Takano had wanted to see it. It was intentionally planned that way, so that the office in Tokyo would be suspicious of the Irie Institute. They were trying to create the story that the Institute was upset with the recent budget cuts and the cancellation of their study. Tomitake's mysterious deaths would be a suitable way to persuade people. Tomitake was not the only one who was expected to die. Takano was expected to do so as well. However, Takano didn't really need to die herself. They had acquired a substitute body for her, so she didn't have to actually die. Takano had no idea how they got the body. According to what she heard, the team in Gifu took care of everything. Once Tomitake and Takano were dead, Tokyo would definitely grow suspicious of the Irie Institute. The main purpose of this mission was to make the Institute look reckless. I'm sorry, Major. There's been a problem in Gifu. A problem? What sort of problem? They made a mistake with the corpse. The body has already been dead for 24 hours. I see. And what's that supposed to mean? It means that you were already dead yesterday. Takano's body was supposed to be selected from the corpses of people who had died the same day. The plan was to then burn the body and make identification of the corpse more difficult. They found a suitable body for the plan. However, they just found out that it had been dead for over a day. That would create a hole in their plans. They're going to collect another body to use instead. Hehe. No, that's fine. We can still use that body as me. Huh? But that would mean the messenger of Oyashiro-sama was long dead, but came to the festival regardless. Hehe, that's a good one. That's a very, very good one. Hehehehe. Kano laughed with satisfaction for a while. The other people in the vehicle couldn't understand why Takano was laughing so much. Kano continued to laugh as it was the funniest thing she'd ever heard. Go ahead, call the team in Gifu and tell them to stop looking for another body. I think this will make for an interesting twist. Are you sure? Shouldn't you be more cautious? Don't worry, everyone saw Mio Takano walking around at the Wachinagashi festival. Even if the forensic lab does find out that the body's been dead for more than a day, they'll just think that the test results were wrong. Hehehehe. Takano almost seemed to be enjoying the risk. Roger. I'll notify them. And by the way, is my body burned inside of an oil drum? Yes. Seems someone already discovered it on the mountain near the freeway. Ella seemed surprised to hear that from him. And then she started laughing strangely again. Nobody could figure out why she was laughing like that. I see. The reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama really is gifted. I have to admit she has a supernatural power that defies explanation. Tell the mountain dogs in Himizawa to tighten up security on R. Roger. Major, the Okinawa Police Department has discovered the body of Tomitake. They have, huh? Show is about to begin. Honestly, it tells me a bit how well your crazy laughs are. They just sounded... Aw, thank you. I take that as a very good compliment. I just laugh. It means I'm doing a good job. Hehehehe. Oishi-san, Dr. Irie has arrived. Ah, thank you for coming. So what do you think, Dr. Irie? Oishi entered the area enclosed by a blue tarp. And there, people from forensics were taking pictures of the dead body from various angles. Irie was squatting down next to the dead body of Jiro Tomatake. When he stood up, he was as white as a sheet. I can't believe it. Yep, I can't believe it either. As far as I see, he clawed out his throat with his bare hands. This isn't a normal way to die. Most likely, some kind of dangerous drug must have caused it. Are you saying that he was a drug addict? I don't know, was he? It's going to be my job to find that out. Oishi-san, what's this 2x4 doing here? I think he was swinging it around, and then he threw it away. I had more fun clawing out his throat, I guess. Why was he swinging the 2x4 around? He probably did it in self-defense. Did you notice there are several external injuries on his body? Yes, I can see some bruises. The easy explanation I can think of is he was attacked by someone on his way to Akademi after the festival. He was seized by the culprit, given a shot of some kind of dangerous drug, went crazy and died. Never heard of a drug that can make people claw at their throats. Not an expert on it either, but they say self-harm is one of the terminal symptoms for drug addicts, right? I'm sure the old man in forensics will take care of the investigation. Excuse me, Oishi-san. Found a bicycle believed to belong to Jiro Tomatake a mile away from here. Oh, is that so? Thank you. Did you find anything on it? Not yet. They're investigating it right now. So that means the place where the bicycle was found is most likely the place he was attacked. And he ran away from the culprit and came here. Frowned, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Irie was looking at the miserable corpse of Tomatake, and he kept saying the same thing. It's impossible. It's just impossible. Ray knew right away that Tomatake's death was caused by the terminal symptoms of Hinamizawa syndrome. He hadn't swung the 2x4 at a real person, but probably some kind of hallucination due to the L5 symptoms. Violent reactions to hallucinations is one of the clearest characteristics of the terminal stage. However, Tomatake supposedly took a vaccine before he came to the village. There was no way he could reach L5 symptoms in such a short period of time. Irie didn't want to believe it, but it was obvious that someone intentionally injected him with a pathogen. The pathogen must have been strong enough to give him L5 symptoms immediately. The only drug that can do that is H173, a chemical weapon that induces acute onset of symptoms. It makes people hallucinate, which inevitably leads to a horrible death. It's the absolute worst kind of demon. However, they had destroyed all of it due to its dangerous nature. All that was left were helpful chemicals such as vaccines and treatment drugs. So No, not quite, apparently. Tomatake was their liaison from Tokyo. Whoever killed him must have had full knowledge about him and this drug. How would that person know he was their liaison? It was then that Irie thought of Takano. Takano was also a watchdog from Tokyo. She's also something like a superintendent. It was quite possible that something bad had happened to her too. What about Takano-san? What happened to Takano-san? What? Oh, are you talking about your nurse? I think she was with him. Is she okay? Do you know her phone number? Of course. Kuma-chan, get her phone number from Dr. Irie and have someone at the station call her home. Understood. Doctor, can I have the number? Yes, here it is. Kumagai got the phone number, repeated it to make sure he got it right, and dashed out to the blue tent. Doctor, Takano and Tomatake were close friends, weren't they? Yes. Have you heard about any troubles between them? No. Not even once. They were very close friends. Tomatake and Takano weren't just in a close relationship. They were co-workers sent from Tokyo. They had access to information that even Irie didn't. There's no way there was trouble between them. Well, I hope she's alright. In the worst case scenario, she could be dead, or she could even be the perp. See, nurses do have access to dangerous drugs, don't they? Well, don't have any drugs like that at my clinic. If we did, we'd store them with extra care. There's no way Takano's son could smuggle out a drug from my clinic. But it's easier for nurses to do it than for regular people, right? Like I said, I've never heard of a drug like that, and I don't have anything like that in my clinic. Irie made clumsy excuses while he tried to piece together what was going on. However, Irie had no means of knowing the state of affairs in Tokyo, and he couldn't reach any further conclusions. So it was easy to laugh at him, as though he's a frog trapped in a well. Oishi-san, she isn't home. The standby unit says they're going to go to her house to check. Doctor, can you give me her address? Kuma-chan. Can you also check if the police headquarters have found any unidentified female bodies tonight? And we should check with the other prefectures too. Get the section manager to call the nearby prefectural headquarters and ask if they have any unidentified female bodies. Yes, sir. The Okonomiya Police Department is contacting the Gifu Prefectural Police Department. Are you sure about this, Major? Sure. I don't mind. Just leave it there. Doomsday has almost arrived anyway. Everything will be destroyed before they find out that the time of death doesn't match. Hee hee hee. This volume is going to end on such a cliffhanger, I know it. Even though we have like one more little sub-chapter to go. The day after Watanagashi. Oishi showed up at our school. It isn't uncommon for Oishi to show up here today. Interesting, he always asks to see the most key person in that world. He asks for Kiichi in the world where he gets sick. He asks for Rain in the world where she gets sick. In this world, he asks for me. Did Tomatake really die? Yeah. The way he went was pretty strange too. Like he was on drugs and hallucinating. He clawed out his own throat until he died. I couldn't prevent it. There's nothing I can do now. I knew this was going to happen. Sure, Takano was dead too. And Takano? I have bad news about her too. She was found burned to death in the mountains over in Gifu Prefecture. Based on the condition of the body, she was choked to death before her body was burned. It's a tragic story no matter how you look at it. I know what you're thinking. Think I know something about what happened to them. Heavens no. Only have one question. Who would talk about such a disturbing plan at the festival where anyone could hear? You think I'm involved in this murder? Well, I wanted to suspect you, but I don't. If you were responsible in some way, you wouldn't have given me the hints you did. At the very least, I'm sure you're not involved with the people who killed them. Glad you're not suspicious of me. Oishi threw a 10-yen coin in the offering box and shook the bell in prayer. Please, let us solve the mystery of Hinamizawa this year. Trying to get me involved in your investigation? I was just talking to Oyashiro-sama. She is well aware that people call me the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama. That must have been his attempt at a joke. I'd like to see the curse disappear forever, too. That means we both want the same thing. I made a prediction about where you might find Tomatake's body. Didn't you have a police cruiser nearby? Yeah, I listened to your prediction and had a cruiser patrol the area. The place where the concrete and gravel roads meet. It's on the very border of the village. It gets very dark there at night. It always seems that if something bad were to happen, it could happen there. So where did you find Tomatake's body? We found him dead by the rice fields near Okonomiya. That's not where his body is usually found. So something slightly different happened about it. Which I kind of suspected since it was mentioning that there was a police cruiser, so... Is that gonna have a major effect? If he was fated to hallucinate and die, he would die exactly in the same spot where the cruiser was there or not. Just because the cruiser was placed there. Tomatake's body was found in a totally different spot. In other words, the existence of the police cruiser disrupted that fate. Anyway, there's something else I found very interesting. I told the officers in the police cruiser to check every vehicle that passed by. Turns out, one of the cars that headed toward Okonomiya after the festival is over was Takano's. Takano lives in Okonomiya. It'd be strange for her to head back home after the festival. However, she was the only one inside the car. Tomatake wasn't with her. Oh crap, is that slight change gonna, cause her to figure it out? Okay. comes to Himizawa on his bike. Then she could have loaded his bike into the trunk and given him a ride, but he was not with her. However, his body was found among the rice fields near Okonomiya, past where the police cruiser was patrolling in Himizawa. What are you saying? There's no way he could have biked through the dark woods to avoid the police cruiser. He somehow took the road without being noticed by us. Furude-san, can you tell me what you know about the relationship between Tomatake and Takano? They're dating. That's all I know. I find it hard to believe that Takano would drive back home in the dark without her boyfriend. What if she had Tomatake in her trunk, and she was planning to dump his body in the woods? But because the cruiser was in that area, she had no choice but to pass by and dump him on the side of the road. Both Tomatake and Takano were sent here from Tokyo. No idea what their real identities are. Can't say that Takano had no reason to kill Tomatake. However, I've never considered that possibly before in my life. Takano killing Tomatake. But why? Can't think of any reason. Nothing comes to mind. It's hard to imagine Takano was cornered to the point where she had to kill him. In fact, it was more plausible to think she was enraged when the lovesick Tomatake acted cold towards her, and she strangled his neck. I really thought they suited each other. I don't mean to insult Tomatake-kun, but I thought Takano was way too smart for him. Heard any rumors that she was trying to use him for anything? None. But I can ask around. I'll let you know if I find out something. Thank you very much. Just glad the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama is on my side. But even the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama couldn't solve this mystery for over 100 years. But you said Takano was killed too. Could she be the culprit? Well, it's because you leaked me the information. I mean, the prophecy. Without that, I'm sure I would have just believed that both Takano and Tomatake were the victims of the 5th year's curse of Oyashiro. Feel like it's different this time. Maybe as though this is someone trying to make the curse of Oyashiro happen. So you really think Takano is the culprit? Basically, this is what Oishi is trying to say. They're not both victims. The culprit is also pretending to be a victim. This is really hard for me to believe. I can't think of any reason why Takano would do something like this. Oishi only feels the way he does because he doesn't know her as well as I do. One other thing. How can he explain that Takano's body was found? Didn't the police in Gifu Prefecture identify the body? For charred corpse, the easiest way to identify them is by their dental records. Although, according to the old man in forensics, they're still not 100% sure. Besides, there's a contradiction with the estimated time of death. It just doesn't make sense. What do you mean? Well, the test results show that she was dead on the night before the festival. Apparently they inspected the contents of her stomach and such. At the time of testing, they already had information about Takano. They knew she was at the festival that night, realized that the test results didn't match up. So they just dumped the results and decided to take the dental records alone. These things do happen every once in a while. However, Takano really is the culprit. This body might belong to someone else. Possible to do something like that? When a body is burnt, dental records are the only way to identify it. This might sound too much like a mystery novel, but what if, for example, someone faked Mio Takano's dental records? If they were skillfully forged, we could have the wrong ID. Anyway, the Gifu Police Department has made up their mind that the body belongs to Takano. Within police departments, we sometimes have issues with false test results. That's how most false charges are made. Feels to me like this is one of those times. So you think Takano is alive? Since last night, both Mio and Takano and her car have gone missing. That body found in Gifu was in Takano. This is going to be very interesting indeed. Ire had already heard about the deaths of Tomatake and Takano. It seemed like both the clinic and the office in Tokyo had flown into a panic over it. It's funny how they made such a big fuss about their own people, but they don't care about what happens to other people's lives if it would get in the way of their research. Takano's subordinate, Okanogi, was in the room. Okanogi is the leader of the Mountain Dogs. I came here to make sure he's still willing to protect me. Based on past experience, they tend to lose interest in protecting me after Takano dies. Kanoki, Takano is dead, but am I still safe? Don't worry, Rika-san. I'll still keep up the tight security around you. You don't have to call the police. Guess this is part of that tight security? They must be listening to my conversation with Oishi. Oishi told me something. True that Takano isn't really dead. It can't be true. Ifu Police Department made an official announcement that Oishi is retiring this year, isn't he? Sometimes he makes up stories because he's desperate to solve the curse of Oishiro. Shouldn't pay attention to anything he says. Well, he's not wrong. This here is Oishi's last chance. Because he's so desperate, he's developed a bad habit of listening to every rumor he hears. What's your opinion about this, Okanogi? Right now, they're still investigating, so I can't say anything. Knowing the relationship between those two, I think it's clear that this was done by someone within the organization. Glanced over at Irie as I listened to Okanogi speak. Seemed that whoever he was talking to over the phone was accusing him of killing them. Irie was frantically trying to prove his innocence. Soon enough, he hung up the phone. Irie looked upset that he was under suspicion after working so hard for the organization. Rika-chan, I'm sorry for making you wait. Seems like you're in big trouble. Just as you heard. Sounds like there's some big conspiracy behind their deaths. People in Tokyo think I'm the one who's pulling the strings. Good grief. I have a lot of questions as how they figure that. Rarely ever saw Irie get so emotional. He must be feeling as though all his efforts is being repaid with injustice. However, it's a fact that Irie was trying to fight against the budget cuts and downsizing of his research team. Tokyo is thinking that it could be his motive for killing them. In any case, everyone in the organization is suspicious. I understand how scared you must feel. The people who attacked Takano and Tomatake could be after you, too. The people in Tokyo are also concerned about that. You got the order to tighten up your security. Don't worry. We're relieved to hear that. This was the first time the Mountain Dogs had ever tightened up my security. They usually become so busy keeping tabs on Irie after Tomatake and Takano's death that they end up ignoring me. Even though they're dead, I'm still in a pretty favorable situation. So, do you have any idea who killed them? People in Tokyo are investigating that now. Based on the situation, it's clear that this was done by someone within the organization. I guess I'm their prime suspect. You're the only one who could kill Tomatake like that. That's not true. People in Tokyo are discussing the possible use of H173. But that drug was destroyed when the research was cancelled. It's impossible. However, they have no choice but to suspect you in this case. So they're really going to trust a security force from outside rather than the police. Well, there's a different police. Also, I guess the thinking, it is kind of like weak on me, I guess, was somewhat, because apparently there is some infection within this organization that they're talking about that's been investigating the disease, Hinamizawa syndrome, which even then, even for those that, which we're just kind of now sort of learning about really in this volume, I guess the thinking for some would be, why would a police department make up about incorrectly identifying a body? It's... Of course, obviously, there's probably a number of people that are part of this doomsday conspiracy or whatever that may be preventing them from, you know, like Okanagi here is in on it, that they're talking to. So since he was there, right, to help kill, since he directly helped kill Tomatake, so after Mr. Tomatake even took a vaccine before he came here. He still got infected. It must just be an extremely unlikely coincidence. Anyway, it's just impossible. Irie is usually a very calm person. Once the people in Tokyo start to suspect him, he often loses his mind. Do you think Takano might be the culprit? She's someone within the organization. Takano-san? No way. But as he spoke, Irie also started to realize that everything could be explained if Takano was the culprit. Why is there so much trust in the mountain dogs if they can't run anything for years, isn't that? And that's a good thing or whatever. Good point for, like, that Rika maybe... that she didn't think of if the mountain dogs might be part of the problem. So, it's hard to say because there are so things that many, like, do change, but also that it's yeah. But as he spoke, Irie also started to realize that everything could be explained if Takano was the culprit. But I don't know how to persuade him that it's the truth. More than anything, people want to hear a motive. Not who did something, but why. Knowing that probably isn't as important as it sounds. After all, you never know the motive unless the suspect talks. Guessing what the motive is just a waste of time. In other words, it's stupid to assume that Takano isn't the culprit, just because I don't know what her motive is. Rika-san, you can't say anything like that without proof. She is very nice to you. How can you suspect her after that? On hearing me being ungrateful toward his boss, Okanagi flashed me an unpleasant smile. It's true that Takano was very nice to me. Might be disrespectful of me to suspect her. However, I still can't trust her completely yet. Perhaps I've developed the same bad habit as Oishi. Am I believing every crazy theory I hear just because I'm desperate to escape my fate? In any case, something bad is going on around here. We all need to be careful. Don't worry, you've received an order to tighten up your security too. Irie smiled bitterly. For him, their protection wouldn't be too different from stalking. Rika-san, make sure that you don't give up too much information to the police. I think you understand. But you could create a problem if you talk to them about our secrets. It was implying that he'd have to kill anyone I talked to. This isn't the first time they've warned me about this. It's just, what if Takano really is the culprit? If she is, then Okanoki is almost certainly involved too. Then it makes sense that he wouldn't want me to suspect Takano. But that would be horrifying. If Takano was my enemy, then the mountain dogs were too. This whole clinic is a lion's den. Irie is just a researcher, so he probably wouldn't know what's really going on. The more I thought about it, the more confused I got. Why would Takano do something like this? Thought I just convinced myself that the motive didn't even matter, but I can't stop thinking about it. Is Takano really behind it all? Am I going as crazy as Oishi just because of how badly I want to solve this mystery? Perhaps the mountain dogs are more like wolves looking after a flock of sheep. I've lived for over 100 years. I never once found out who killed me, and I stayed close to the Erie Institute so they'd protect me. What if that was my big mistake? Well, I'm sure that Irie has no bad intentions. Many lives I got to see just how genuine his feelings are. I can trust him. However, he's not really reliable. Okanoge glanced over at me. He smiled and told me not to worry, but I noticed an evil glint in his eyes. It's possible that I have Hinamizawa syndrome, and that was just a hallucination. I don't understand anything. I don't even know who my enemies are anymore. There's no point in thinking about this any longer. I have to only trust who I know I can trust for sure. There are only a few of those people though. Irie, Oishi, and my friends. If Okanogi is on Takano's side, he'll be watching me very closely. If I start accusing Takano of anything, who knows what they do to me. When this world first began, I thought I had no time left. But that wasn't true. The number of things that happened in just 2 weeks was immense. I probably only have a few more days left until the day of my death. What can I do? How can I change this? Am I supposed to just take Hanyu's advice and resign this time? Yeah, he's been missing since the night of Watangashi. Could it be the curse of Oishiro-sama? It's freaky that this has happened 5 years in a row now. Hinamizawa was a small village. Rumors spread fast here. Besides, she's Mion Sonozaki. She would have found out about this yesterday even if the police were trying to hide it. My friends were all talking about the mysterious death of Toмотaki and the disappearance of Takano. People in this village are very superstitious. No matter what happens, they conclude that everything is the curse. The past incidents don't matter to me either way. All I'm interested in is the current one. The culprit of this case will probably kill me too. 2 days have passed since Watanagashi. Today is Tuesday, June 21st, 1983. At the earliest, I'll get killed on the night of the 22nd. That is, tomorrow night. The day of my death is always different. I always end up getting killed, but the day when it happens varies. I guess the culprit has their own reasons for that. There's only one thing I'm sure about. Based on my experiences, I'll live for sure until tomorrow night. After then, I'll have to live with the fear of getting murdered at any moment. Still, there's no real reason to be afraid. When I wake up, I'll be in a brand new world again. I can never remember how I'm killed. That's why I'm not that afraid of the killing itself. I'm just frustrated that my life is repeating the same things over and over like a broken record. That's rough. Hi, Pyro. Sorry. Hi, Pyro. Why did I say Pyro? However, present I'm frustrated. My classmates just expect that their peaceful days will continue forever. But I couldn't feel that way. I feel frustrated and full of sorrow, because I really don't want to die. It's tomorrow night. Are you ready, Rika? How foolish of you to even ask. What makes it look like I am? Hanyu was trying to warn me that I might get killed tomorrow night, as though she already knew what was going to happen for sure. Worked very hard, Rika. Life's Watanagashi was the best festival I've ever had. Didn't you feel that way too? It was fun. It really was fun. Satoko had band-aids all over her face, but everyone was there together, and we kicked up a storm. I want this world to continue forever. I can't accept that. This world is going to end tomorrow at the earliest, and within 1 or 2 weeks at the latest. Sure, your next life will be just as fun. So this world is over and done with? And this is such a happy world, but... it's just going to end like that? All my friends are alive and happy. Kiichi doesn't feel alone, and Reina's family is happy too. Mion and Shion are getting along, as well as Shion and Satoko. The issue of Satoko's uncle is resolved, and she's no longer treated coldly by the other villagers. This is the best world I've ever experienced, but this world is going to end. Rika, think of yourself as a normal person too often, when we're both special beings. Every child wants their birthday party continue forever, but the party always ends, That's why children always wish for their enjoyable moments to continue for all time. But that doesn't mean they'll grieve over a party that's ended. So they sleep. Another day will come for them. Something wonderful will happen again. No one disappears like Cinderella once the party is over. What a way for you to describe my view on life. You're like a child who's crying because she doesn't want to leave the party. There's no need to feel that sad, is there? There'll be another party again soon. Still hate to go through the another death, but it's only like sleeping for a while, isn't it? Hanyu, don't you want to see? What lies beyond June of 1983? I'd be lying if I said I didn't, but I'm more concerned about you being consumed by that thought and getting hurt because of it. So you just don't understand. Without you, I'd have to live for such a long time without anyone to talk to. And I'll only be able to stare at the festival without being part of it. No one will be able to see me. No one will be able to hear me or talk to me either. Do you have any idea how miserable and lonely that will be? But I finally found you, Rika. I can't survive without you anymore. But I can't just die like you can either. I have to live alone until the end of time. I'll have to be alone until someone like you shows up again. I don't want that. I can't stand the thought of it. Hanyu. Rika, please take back that heartbreaking promise you made. I don't want you to give up if this world doesn't work out for you. Hanyu, I'm sorry. I'll have to think about it for a while. I want to do what I can until the end. When that happens, I can decide what to do. If I think there's still some hope, I can go on living. But if I feel desperate enough, I can just give up. It might not ultimately be a bad thing to repeat June of 1983 over and over. Perhaps I might be blessed with another fortunate life someday. Hanyu nodded with a little satisfaction after hearing that, sensing that my feelings were sure to lean the way she wanted them. What's up, Reina? You planning to take Rika-chan home with you?
Emotional damage.
Hey, Keiichi-kun, don't you think that Rika-chan seems to be feeling down? I don't know. She might still be tired from doing the dedication dance at the festival. Rika-chan was sitting all by herself, wearing a sad expression. I said she might still be tired from the festival, but that wasn't really how it looked. Satoko-chan is free now, so I thought she'd have a spring in her step. But she's been acting weird since yesterday. I wonder if something's going on. Satoko's issues are all settled now. There shouldn't be anything that's troubling her anymore. We thought Satoko and Rika-chan might not be able to live together if they found a new guardian for Satoko. But that problem is almost solved. Either the Sonozaki family or the Kimiyoshi family will become her guardian. Mayor Kimiyoshi is already Rika's guardian. If the Sonozaki family gets custody, Satoko will officially become Shion's little sister. Anyway, I had no idea why Rika-chan was acting so upset. I think we should ask her what's going on. I don't want her to think that we're insensitive. But I guess you can ask her, I guess. So you're saying that it's okay for me to be insensitive? Rina laughed and stuck her tongue out at me. I walked up to Rika-chan and struck up a conversation. Perhaps something is still troubling Satoko and we just don't know about it. If that's the case, we need to help her. You don't look so good. Is there anything weird going on? Oh, Keiichi. Rika-chan had been daydreaming and it took her a while to realize I was talking to her. Do I look like I'm upset or something? Kind of. Is anything the matter? Took her a while to answer. Such a long silence had to mean yes. Keiichi, there's a poem I want you to listen to. Don't ask me who wrote it. Just want to know what you think. All right, let me hear it then. Rika-chan closed her eyes and recited a short poem. It went something like this. Everyone has the right to be happy. It's so hard to receive. Everyone has the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to fulfill. I have the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to compromise. It's a pretty interesting poem. Did you write it? I'm not supposed to ask that, huh? No, you're not. What did you think after hearing it? Everyone has the right to be happy. So hard to receive. Understand that. Everyone does have the right to be happy. That doesn't mean everyone can receive that happiness. Everyone has the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to fulfill. This one is a little hard to understand, but exercising that right probably refers to the process of finding happiness. Everyone has the right to work hard for their happiness. It's not that easy for that work to bear fruit. I have the right to be happy, and it's so hard to compromise. Guess she's trying to talk about compromising your happiness. There's no limit to human desires. You never stop wanting more. That's why people need to make compromises on their happiness. At least that's how I understand it. She was trying to say that we should be satisfied with what we have. It sounds like a positive statement, but there's also a negative tone to the way it's presented. I think this poem is reflecting the feelings of the writer. I think so too. So what else do you think? She wouldn't admit it, but I'm sure Rika-chan is the one who made that poem and it's reflecting on how she's feeling. I'm not that smart, but even I can understand that. I thought it was a sad poem. Sad? Understand the first two lines. Everyone has a right to be happy, but not everyone can become happy that easily. I think those lines are describing the difficult parts of our lives. But the last line is different. Making compromise is the same thing as giving up. The writer of this poem has given up on their happiness, compromised with reality, and trying to convince themselves they're happy. Trying to convince themselves they're happy, you say. With plenty of regrets, too. Everyone can be happy enough with enough effort, but she thinks that she can't. The poem reflects her hopelessness. It's very sad. Then Keiichi, what do you think she should do? She shouldn't give up. She shouldn't give up? The writer of this poem already knows how she can be happy. It's something that she deserves. She's been thinking about how to become happy for a long time. If she really wants to be happy, she shouldn't give up. Remember, we overcame a desperate situation in only a few days. If we all work together, we can make a miracle happen. You saw it with your own eyes, didn't you? What's troubling you? Talk to me. Just one moment. I need more water. There's something I want to talk to all of you about. But if I do that, you won't be able to live in this village anymore. Happiness for me would be to see what's beyond June of 1983, together with all of you. It wouldn't mean anything if I lived beyond this June without you. We won't be able to live in Inamizawa anymore. Why is that? They'll kill you if they find out that I talked to you. That's why I can't say anything. What do you mean they'll kill us? Are you being threatened by someone? The word kill is not something that most people use casually. I was shocked to hear it coming from her mouth. That's why I couldn't help but raise my voice. I don't know who's the enemy and who's not. The only thing I know for sure is that someone is going to kill me. Wait, Rika-chan. Talk to me. What the hell's going on? Is Teppei threatening her? No, that isn't possible. The police arrested him, and besides that, the Sonosaki family told him to never come back to the village. There's no way you could contact Rika-chan in order to threaten her. And even if that somehow was the case, Riko could just talk to Mion and everything would be taken care of. But based on her expression, it seems like this is way deeper than that. Sorry, if I talk, you'll be dragged into this. If I lose you, I have no more reason to survive. I just can't talk to you about this. I'm not going to compromise my happiness. I don't understand what you're trying to say. You sound just like Satoko did a few days ago. Like Satoko? Yeah. You're thinking it's better to be patient. You forgot the courage needed to fight. You sound like that. Weren't you the one who told Satoko to be brave over the phone? My words had clearly hurt Rika-chan's feelings. She bit her lip and went quiet for a moment. If I talk to you, you might get killed too. Well, I don't want that. But if we don't do anything, you're going to get killed, right? If we don't want a future without... We don't want a future without you either, Rika-chan. What? You may not want us to get us involved, but likewise, we don't want to lose you either. We welcome the struggle. Besides, you know how powerful we can be together. I'm sure we can solve anything if we all work as one. Not even our combined strength can solve this problem. You don't want to talk to us because you don't want to drag us into it, right? So what you're saying is that you want to die without telling us anything. Guess that's what I'm saying. Don't you think that being patient is the same as being brave? Remember the courage to fight. Or don't think that being patient is the same as being brave. Remember the courage to fight. You can talk to me anytime once you organize your feelings. We'll help you. You can count on us. Thank you. Rika-chan was wearing a sorrowful smile. I could tell that she appreciated my sympathy. I don't know why, but Rika-chan is troubled by something. It's a matter of life or death for her. She can't even talk to us about it. At the very least, she won't talk to me. How was it, Keiichi-kun? Is Rika-chan troubled by something? It doesn't happen very often. Satoko, this is going to sound strange, but is there any chance that someone is threatening Rika-chan's life? What? What in the world are you saying, Keiichi-san? Rika-chan is the village mascot. People worship her. No one would ever try to kill her. What's this? What are you guys talking about? When I talked to my friends, the stranger had seen that someone would try to kill Rika-chan. Everyone's even more confused than I felt. Rika-chan didn't talk to me about what's troubling her, but I'm sure there's something very serious going on with her. If she really trusts us, I'm sure she'll talk to us soon. Let's believe everything she tells us if she... Let's believe everything she tells us if she opens her heart, okay? We all looked at each other and nodded. Received a new tip, another discolored notebook. The Son of God promised that he would be resurrected within 3 days. Sinful men guarded his grave to make sure he would not wake up, but that was foolish of them. He meant that his spirit and his lessons would be resurrected, not his physical shell. Do not be afraid of physical death. If you achieve great things, you will live again. Shall he surpass death and become immortal? A demon took the Son of God to a cliff and told him to jump off. Claimed that if he really was a son of God, a miracle would help him survive. He tried to challenge the Lord. The Lord challenges humans, but humans may not challenge the Lord. The challenge is to suspect. Suspicion will speak words of evil into your ears and it will make you falter. Do not doubt your own achievements. Do not doubt your own life. Do not doubt your contributions. Do not let others criticize your achievements. That is the same as doubting your own life. Hifumi T. I'm getting this and the previous notebook. I think they must be important to whatever like organization or faction that Takano is a part of. Press X to Alright. So it means there's one last chapter in this volume. So So this either means that something happens that actually allows this, that we don't get another Groundhog Day thing, and that somehow the events will bridge over into the next volume, or Rika has to hit the reset button one more time. So which would mean like this chapter would be about figuring out what the crap would be about, figuring out what the crap is actually going on, or at least who's been behind a lot of the issues, who's ultimately behind the main problems, and then, you know, meaning the next one with basically trying to fix all the, prove it, and then prevent this stuff from happening. So, we're gonna see now what's the concluding sub-chapter of this chapter. Seriously, why did they not do with volumes instead of chapters? It's just so, Anyway, when I woke up, the first things I saw were Satoko and the calendar. First one to wake up is supposed to tear yesterday's date off the calendar. Sometimes we both tear the calendar by mistake, so the date ends up 2 days ahead. Satoko likes to tear the calendar. That makes her wake up early every morning. That would usually make me smile, but I felt devastated as soon as I saw the 22nd on the calendar. It's going to happen today, June 22nd, the day I die. Self-doubt at part of human life. If we aren't doubting ourselves and what's possible, how would we find the strength and energy to achieve something in the first place? Said no depressed person ever. Right. Good morning. Good morning, Rika. Morning, you two. You two? Are you still asleep? Me. Sorry, now I'm thinking of the band U2 since they said U2. Look at you, just got yourself stuck in the moment, and you can't get out of it. That actually would work for this game, considering the Groundhog thing we got going on. Groundhog Day thing we got going on. Everyone else is, why is he mentioning Groundhog Day? What does a weird American sort of holiday thingy have to do with this game? Just, it's a movie, okay? Thank you, Pyro. At least I know one. It's those that maybe don't know, it's about a guy that he keeps on living the day Groundhog Day. Or the day he keeps on reliving over and over again is in fact falls on Groundhog Day. So the plot of Russian Doll. Ooh, there's another. Okay. I'll be interested. I'll have to look that up after that. Is that another movie or a television series, or because I'll have to look it up after this. It would be interested to see another story that utilizes the time. Netflixers. Oh, okay. There are many movies about time loops. Yeah, there are few ever. The ones with the alien bugs. Wait. About in this game or in the bar about a film or whatever, since that literally was actually like toward the end of Reina's delusion stuff that she was she believed it was the alien bugs or whatever. Recent where it goes like a time loop where she day before her birthday to be killed at the birthday. Oh crap, I just finally figured it out. Okay. So, if all this stuff of people losing their minds in this game previously, so like they got that Hinamizawa syndrome is when they go like the crazy and start delusions and stuff like that, which we've been seeing. That the times that Rika has appeared, and when she's got a syringe, it's actually the medicine that she's been using, that Satoko takes, because she has it as well as with the other. So that's why she has the syringe, and that's why she was like trying to. Okay. That would explain why she just shows up and. That would explain why she just shows up with the syringe at occasionally times or whatever. Even like the thing with Shion. She was attempting to. It was an attempt to save him. Okay. That makes sense. All right. Meep. There's someone living in the house other than you and I. Just said good morning to that person as well. Hey, do not try and spook me like that. Hee. Satoko won't be able to sleep without holding your hand tonight, Rika. Hee. Sometimes I feel like Satoko can see on you. It's as if the three of us are living together. That would be a lot of fun. It was time to go to school, but my body felt heavy. Today, I was going to die. The good boys were drinking whiskey and rye. Singing, this'll be the day that I die. Bam, bam. Anyway. That song's like 6 minutes. Let's let's not get on that. I'll be doing a karaoke stream on Wednesday, so we could save. Okay. Yeah, the song American Pie. Well, it's just the title of it. Title of it would just be American Pie, which is also the title of the album that it appeared on, which is Don McLean, who also has a number of other really good songs, especially. That's right, we do have that. I do have that request. Okay. Alright, okay, hold on a second, hold on. For the karaoke store, not now. Well, you don't have to just remind me of your request, and I'll do it Wednesday. Like, just let me know, like, when you're, like, just boop me when you show up, and then also know when I'll make sure to save that one for you when you go on. In the meantime, I'll save your points, because I really don't. The karaoke request is those are Chris, if you want me to basically, you know, take a moment to actually sing the song or whatever right now. But if you're just requesting it and you like during an actual karaoke stream, you know, those are free. I flat out take requests for those. So all right. Today I was going to die. Knowing that, I didn't even feel like going to school. The more I repeated the same life, the more precisely I can detect my day of death. Got over 3,000 points. Oh gosh. I make a comment, but I'm pretty sure that would probably summon a couple people that enjoy, like, pummeling me and with redeems. I think I'm safe. Of course, I say that, and then I'm probably just going to summon them somehow. But thank you for the fluid check. Did you say redeems? What about redeems? Nothing. I said nothing at all. Time to mail them 3,000 becomes 0. Oh gosh. I always die on the day I feel this way. Rika, we have to get going soon. I'm taking the day off today. Rika, I heard from Keiichi-san. Are you troubled by something? The hell, that brings memories. Oh yeah. It's... When we do it, I'll have to be... Let's get. It will be something that I'll have to be kind of like... All the audio, I'll have to do like I do when I do... I think I used the word do a little bit too much there. Anyway, when I stream music during just like chill stuff, that I mute the music. Because it's copyright, I'll have to do that when we do that, so... Pretty much, it'll be live streamed. And then... It will probably be gone. Well... I could maybe get it up on YouTube, I suppose. I know. It's anyway. I may try to record it, but not on Twitch, because I'll have to... There would be absolutely no audio on it on Twitch, and other than just my voice. All back in the day, including the curse was... That implies that there were some that were not cursed. There was cursed, extra cursed, and then super mega ultra cursed. Rika, I heard from Keiichi-san. Are you troubled by something? Kind of, but not really. What else is there left to do? Just like this game. Yep. Yep. Today's the day. It's too late now. It's too late, baby. Oh, it's too late. Though we really did try to make it. Something that has died.
Daddy did it! Ah, ah!
Oh.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg. Why won't you die?
Wait, maybe Senator Armstrong can stop him. Stop Japan with the mountain dogs, Senator Armstrong. You can do it. Use your nano machines. I've been in this world only a few days. My emotions went up and down like a roller coaster.
You don't want to be like this. This is disgusting. This is awful in every way. If I could kill it, I would. But I legally can't. But I've considered it.
How dare you say about that to Satoko? Why would you do that? Why would you do that, Markiplier? How dare you say about that Satoko and her cuteness? How dare you bastard.
Oh God, natural light.
Markiplier.
I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC.
My emotions went up and down like a roller coaster. Sometimes I felt motivated to...
Escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
I feel like now you're just insulting
At no
yourselves,
point
chat.
in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
I mean, that really just sums up every stream of mine, honestly. So, just cap off every stream of mine like that, and then, you know, it'd work perfectly. My emotions went up and down like a roller coaster. Sometimes I felt motivated to fight. Other times I felt desperate and gave up. Yep, still just describing me streaming.
Emotional damage.
Why is everything just being spot on right now? Seriously, it's all working. Just stop it. It's working together way too well right now. Everything. Gosh. Though Keiichi and everyone else showed me.
It's a trap!
Yeah, it doesn't work as well as... kind of works just not as strongly as the other ones did. That was just perfect timing. Anyway. Should be. Even though Keiichi and everyone else showed me such strength, I lacked the iron will to fight against my fate. The most confidence I ever felt was when the dice all came up 6. Fortunate coincidence that was just handed to me. I was hoping to gain the courage to fight against my fate. But here I am today, conceding to my destiny. Keiichi told me that we can make a miracle happen if we work together. But there was something he didn't teach me. He didn't teach me how to believe in that. If I don't believe that I can make a miracle happen, I won't be able to make even a crack in the wall of fate. Seems so simple, yet it's so difficult. Couldn't even decide whether I should be on the stage or stay off it and remain as a spectator. I told Tanyu that I haven't decided what to do after this world is over. But that's the spectator's point of view. The people on the stage, this world is the only one. For them, the end of the world means the end of their lives. That's why they do anything to change their fate. That's why they can make a miracle happen. I never worked hard enough because I always knew that I could reset my life. I thought I was just one pathetic girl who couldn't change her own fate. That's why I ended up here again today. It's as if I slacked off on my summer homework and woke up on the last day of vacation with nothing completed. What should I do? Should I not work on my assignment knowing that I'm not going to make it on time anyway? Or should I do whatever I can, even though I may still get in big trouble? Perhaps a miracle will happen. Perhaps the homework will be done overnight. Miracles don't happen to homework. I'll have to do the homework on my own. Without effort, nothing will ever get done. Without effort, not even one question will be solved. Rika, I think you should spend your day doing what you want to do. You can drink by the window all day, just the way you like doing. You're suggesting that I shouldn't do anything since I know I'll get in trouble anyway. For Hanyu, it's not about the homework, it's more about the vacation itself. The vacation will be over no matter how much I want it to continue. In her eyes, it's pathetic for me to make a big deal out of not completing my homework. And contemplating whether I should still work on it or not. Top of that, I'm saying that I might as well die if my vacation is going to be over. If I was in her situation, I'd be laughing hysterically. Keiichi told me to seek everyone's help in order to finish my homework. But I'm not taking that offer, not only because I don't want to cause them trouble, but also because I don't want the teacher to know that I got help from them. If I was going to have regrets, I should have worked on it from the beginning. If I had no intention of working on it, I should have just relaxed without stressing so much. If I didn't care what other people thought, I should have asked for their help in the first place. Those are the 3 options I talked about with Hanyu yesterday. I didn't choose any of them. I've been living for over 100 years, but I still can't decide. My 100 years were wasted. Satoko, not going to school today because I have a cold. Is that so? Do you want me to take your temperature? Need to rest today. Could you tell Chie that I'm not coming because I'm sick? Rika, are you really sick? Keiichi-san told me that you're worried that someone is trying to kill you. Very concerned, you realized. Thank you. Should go now, you'll be late. Satoko looked at the clock, then looked back at me again. I'm very happy right now. Happy that I'm back with everyone, and I'm living with you again. So, if I lose you, I'll be living in a very sad world. Just think about that. The world without me. Yes, the world without you would be a very sad world. I never thought about that. I thought that the world ended when I died. I never thought about the world after my death. That was never my concern. So please, take care of yourself. It isn't just me. If anything happens to you, everyone will be sad. Satoko. Rika, I'll leave you alone for today, but please talk to me if you have something on your mind. It's kind of upsetting of how you won't talk to me. Satoko seemed like she wanted to say more, but she looked at the floor instead. I know what she's trying to say. I realize how selfishly I've been living. It was wrong for me to look at this world as a stage play, but it's too late. It's too late now. Satoko left the house in a hurry. Hanyu and I were left alone inside the house. I can tell you want to be alone. I'll disappear until you call for me. Thank you. You're still yourself even after 100 years. You're not a 100-year-old transcendent. You deserve to think about your life as a young girl. I don't want to force you to think like a grown-up. It's not your fault, Hanyu. It's just being arrogant. Call me if you want to talk. You're not crying anymore? Not going to beg me to not give up on my life? You're a stubborn person. I know it's better to not be too persistent with you. Hee. After all these years, you know me very well. I know you're already aware, but let me say this. Today is the day. Do your best. No matter what you do or don't do, this world is going to end today. But if you wish for it, you'll see a brand new day, just like when morning comes. You might find yourself back in June of this year again, but it'd still be a brand new day. When I was younger, every day seemed so boring. Morning, I thought the same things would happen again after I woke up. This just means that it'll end up being true. Let me just tell you to live this day productively. Not going to say anything else to you. I knew today was the day, but it's still difficult to hear that from you. It's going to come to an end again, huh? Yes, it's going to end again, just like always. Hanyu disappeared and it went completely quiet inside the house. How should I spend my day? How should I end this day? Should I work on my homework knowing that I'm not going to make it on time? I only have half a day left. I have to do my best. I should think about what I can do. This world is supposed to be a happy place. People are enjoying their lives. I should have enjoyed my life more too. I don't mean that I should have lived my life in blind optimism. It means that I should have enjoyed my life by fully experiencing both happiness and sadness. If I did that, I wouldn't be worried about what to do after my death. I should have simply lived with all my might. When the time comes, it'll be over. Today, I'll live. It's a very important phrase. It sounds meaningless when I say it because I can repeat this meaningless life as many times as I wish. While Satoko was at school, I washed the dishes. Hanyu would usually stay with me when Satoko wasn't around, but she's not here right now. It's been a while since I was all by myself. I never thought anyone could feel so lonely while washing the dishes. I'm going to die today anyway. The world is ending today. Why should I wash these dishes? That's because I'm thinking about Satoko. I have to move on with her life after tomorrow. Counter a new Satoko in the next world. But I realized something after hearing what Satoko told me earlier. After I'm dead. I wonder how Satoko will move on with her life. The worlds I've left in the past all went on without me. I wonder if Satoko will be able to cook without me. If she can go shopping on her own. If she can wash her clothes by herself. I've been avoiding thinking about this, but Satoko and my other friends must have been overcome by sadness. It's too late for me to think about this, but I started feeling like I want to cry. Feeling like this because I don't want to leave this world. This is the world that I've always wanted. It's my hope that I continue to live in this world beyond June 1983. After a long journey, I finally ended up in this world. But I was able to truly live in this ideal world for only one night. The night of Wat Nagashi. This world will be shattered again after I die tonight. We finally save Satoko, and all our friends assume that our happy life has returned. However, I'm going to die tonight. They'll mourn for me. We worked so hard to make a miracle happen, but they're going to lose their happy world in just one day. Am I going to start a new life in the next world as if nothing happened? I'd lived 3 days in my new world, but 3 sad days were going to pass in this world. That's no good. I can't think straight anymore. Couldn't stop the tears from flowing from my eyes. I hugged Satoko's pillow and cried. I could smell her scent. After I die, Satoko will probably hug my pillow and cry just like this. Is everyone else going to cry for me too? Sure they will. And they'll be sad. Not about my death. They'll be sad not because I'm dead, because I never told them about what was troubling me so much. I wonder if they're going to feel regret. They wonder what they could have done to open up my heart. What they could have done to help me in my time of trouble. They wonder what they could have done to save me. I felt miserable and frustrated. I held Satoko's pillow and continued to cry. In the next moment, I heard the phone ringing. I tried to ignore it, but it wouldn't stop ringing. I picked up the phone, hoping that my friends would call to check on me, for I heard a weird guy's voice coming from the receiver. Hello? This is Okanogi Gardeners. Is this the Furude residence? Okanogi? It's Okanogi from the Mountain Dogs. It's the first time I receive a phone call from him. Calling because I have something urgent to ask you. Called the school, but they told me you're sick today. Are you feeling alright? Not alright. This is the day I die. Knew he had no idea, but I still couldn't help but feel upset. It's only a cold. Just want to rest today. Really? Oh, that's a very fortunate coincidence. What? No idea what made him say that he was glad I was sick. Why is it fortunate for you if I'm home? Well, I got a tip from Tokyo that someone is planning to murder you. What do you mean? Tokyo was investigating the murder of Toмотake and Takano. Investigation concluded that there's a high possibility Dr. Irie is pulling the strings. Irie is behind everything? This is the first time I've heard something like this. Since it's something that happens at random, it's the very first time. That means it's not just a coincidence. I'm hearing this now because of something that I did differently in this world. I've done many things differently in this world, though. I can't tell which decision led me to this result. However, maybe this is something that could change my life drastically. Okanogi continued to explain it to me. There had been budget cuts to their research, and they were scheduled to be shut down within a few years. Irie was strongly against that, because he was embezzling their research money by requesting bigger and bigger budgets. As they were going to cancel their research, he tried to sell their research data, and made a lot of money off of it. Is that really true? I know it's hard to believe, but it is. I always thought he was kind of suspicious myself. I think I can say with certainty that Irie is not that type of person. I've been around him for years, and as far as I know, he's not a bad guy. He doesn't even have the guts to be one. He pretends to be cold-hearted for the sake of his research, but he can't shake his regrets. He is simply a nice person. It's hard to believe he was embezzling money from Tokyo. Starting to be suspicious of Takano. She's actually a nice person too. She seemed mean at times, but she'd also act innocent as a child. However, I'm starting to suspect her, because Oishi told me that the body they found in Gifu might not be Takano's body. Okanogi works for Takano. That means I can't trust Okanogi. In other words, I can't trust Irie. In other words, I can trust Irie, because Okanogi is clearing just trying to set him up. On the other hand, if Takano isn't guilty, I could be making a huge mistake. Yet it always seemed to me as though Tomatake and Irie were good friends. If Tokyo had suspected that Irie were embezzling money from them, Tomatake would have treated him far more coldly. Anyway, at the very least, Tomatake of Tokyo didn't have such a bad impression of Irie. The Irie of the Irie Institute and Tomatake of Tokyo were good friends. Tomatake of Tokyo and Takano of Tokyo were good friends. Takano of Tokyo and Okanogi of Tokyo were superior and subordinate. But Okanogi of Tokyo says that Tokyo is suspicious of Irie. This doesn't make sense. Everyone seems to be good at first glance, but the links don't connect from start to finish. Irie thinks he has a positive relationship with Tokyo, but Tokyo is suspicious of Irie. That's just odd. The chain should be connected, but one of the links is twisted out of order. It's breaking the loop. Tokyo is conducting further investigations at the moment. I also have information that Irie is trying to use you as a bargaining chip. For that reason, we've been told to tighten up your security starting today. That's why I'm glad that you're at home right now. There are 20 security guards patrolling the Furude Shrine in 3 shifts. You may not notice, but they're there for you. It's a lot of security. How long are you going to guard me like that? Till Tokyo feels you're no longer in danger. Till this whole case is resolved. That should have been good news for me since today was the day I was supposed to die. This is exactly the kind of security I want. That's why I let Takano into the ritual storehouse. However, I have a bad feeling about this. Tokyo should be my ally. That arrangement is just like Irie's relationship with Tokyo. Everything seems in order from my end, but when you trace it the other way, it feels like something's off at some point. I have this uncomfortable feeling because I have few uncertainties about Tokyo. Tokyo and Irie have strong ties, but they're suspicious of him? Is Irie actually a bad guy? Is Takano still alive, and is she the one who killed Tomatake? Those questions, and more, made me uncertain about accepting help from Tokyo. I thought Tokyo as a single organization would move with a single intention, but in reality, they have multiple different intentions. In other words, there must be multiple... what's the word? I see it in the below section of newspapers all the time. Right, factions. There are 2 factions in Tokyo, one that wants to remain friendly with Irie and one that looks down on him. That would explain the irregularities I'm sensing. Maybe I've been talking to Oishi too much. If he hadn't told me that he was suspicious of Takano, would I have believed Okanogi without a doubt? Well, maybe not. Without Oishi's theory, Okanogi still sounded very suspicious. Irie was loyal to his research on Hinamizawa syndrome. Tokyo understood this, so his relationship with Tomatake wasn't particularly strained. Plus, Irie isn't the type of person who would commit embezzlement. He's a law-abiding citizen with a good moral character. Of course, he has some ambition as a researcher, but that only goes far as common sense expects any researcher to. It's nothing like the criminal aspirations that would lead to major embezzlement. A great number of the mountain dogs were going to be guarding me. This is what I've been wanting in my previous lives. But, for some reason I couldn't be happy about it. Couldn't help but feel depressed. If this house is like an empty birdcage, then they'd be the fox with feathers stuck to its face. I don't know if I can really trust the people who are protecting me. Try to recall more about Okanogi. The mountain dogs have protecting me for years. Okanogi proved his skills in many of my other lives. To them, I'm something of a special existence. If something happens to me, it would be a disaster. The Irie Institute is to keep Hinamizawa syndrome under control, and the mountain dogs are there to protect me from evildoers. So why would they try to betray me now? I thought about it for a while, but I had no idea. I just know one thing for sure. I can't feel comfortable with the protection of the mountain dogs alone. I want someone other than Tokyo protecting me. But I bet such a person wouldn't believe me. Wait, what about Oishi? I've been keeping in touch with Oishi since the other day. still thinks that the mysterious deaths in Himizawa are all plotted by the village authorities. If he believes that, then he might believe that my life is in danger. For him, I'm a special person with lots of useful information. The mountain dogs hate the police, though. I asked them to assassinate Satoko's uncle. They refused because he was being watched by the police. I'd feel relieved if the police were guarding me along with the mountain dogs. That way, the dogs wouldn't be able to harm me, even if they were working for an evil faction of Tokyo. Besides that, if my suspicions toward them turned out to be baseless, more protection couldn't help. Or couldn't hurt. Sure, that double security would keep me safe. Understand. I'll stay home for today. Yes, please do. And please don't go out in the city and try to pick a fight with delinquents. Me. Sorry about that. Haha. Anyway, please take care of yourself. I have a cold. So may I at least go to the clinic? You never know what might happen, so please, don't go near there for a while. I don't want them to inject you with anything suspicious. Irie would never do anything like that. That's what we want to believe. But you need to be careful of him until things are cleared up. So I have no choice, huh? No? Haha. Totally picked up the local dialect, Okanogi. Used to have a Tokyo accent before. I like to think I can fix it if asked, though. But it's my job to blend in with the local culture. I finished speaking with him. As soon as I hung up the phone, I opened my phone book and looked for the number to the Okonomiya Police Department. It was nearly noon. Felt like the pages of the phone book were sticking to my skin. I must have been in a hurry. I really don't want to die. I'm gonna stay in this world. I don't want to leave this perfect world. Trying to do something because I don't want to die. Trying to live with all my might. Trying to enjoy my life. For the first time, I was spending my last day positively, without drinking wine until I was drunk. Hello? It's Oishi. Sorry for the wait. I was getting ready to leave for Gifu Prefecture. I was going to browbeat them until they owned up to botching the case. Gifu, you're talking about Takano's body. Yeah. My colleagues are convinced that the body is Takano, but I'm still not satisfied. That's why I'm going there myself. If that body is a Takano, this is going to be a whole different story. We can put out a search for her as a material witness, see? Fortunately, I have lots of connections in the Gifu Police Department. I'll go have a nice long talk with them. Looked like Oishi was proactively moving forward with the investigation. That body really is Takano. It'd be sad for her, but it would give me reason to trust the dogs. If that's not Takano, then it would tell me that she's part of this whole incident. No matter what the result is, give me some kind of hint. But only if I'm still alive. Really, it's unfortunate. Oishi is leaving for Gifu. Can't be around to protect me. Oishi. Some stranger called me today. I don't know who it was, but he said he's one of the villagers. He didn't tell you who he was. I see. Please go on. What did he tell you? Told me that someone is going to kill me. Said they'd kill me tonight at the earliest. Is that true? I see. That's not outside the realm of possibility. I see. I have to leave soon, but I'll send some officers over there. I'll tell them to keep you safe. You're home right now, right? Do you have a cold or something? Stay home and lock your doors and windows. I'll send someone over immediately. What's wrong, Oishi-san? You'll be late for your appointment. I just got a call from Rika Furude. Someone called to warn her that she was going to be murdered. Someone is trying to kill Rika Furude? But why? I thought she was like the village mascot. It might be a warning for contacting me about the incidents in the village. I don't know if they're really trying to kill her, but she's just a young girl. I'm sure she's very frightened right now. Plus, if we lose her trust now, that might hurt our relationship in the future. 2 or 3 officers are enough, but please send them over at once. Also, get a hold of our local officer and have them reassure her some. Yes, sir. Rika Furude might have some kind of hint regarding the mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. Oishi couldn't let her die. Should head back to Hinamizawa as soon as we get the Gifu Police Department to spill the beans. This is going to be a pretty tight schedule for our business trip. This will be a piece of cake. Cake. This is Skylark. A local police officer is on the shrine property. He's heading toward ours house. Roger. Continuing observation. Encountering R. She let the officer inside. R called the Okonomiya Police Department. She requested protection on her own. Did she tell them about us? She told them that she got an anonymous call. I'm sure that's made up. The Okinawa Police Department is sending a few more officers to a location. What? Since he trusts the mountain dogs? This is trouble. It's going to prove more difficult to continue the mission. Is it possible that she somehow found out? Well, we're probably safe. Just tell the team to beware of the officers. We don't want them to become suspicious of us. Roger. HQ to all units. There are police officers around the Furude Shrine. Please be mindful of them. We may have to postpone tonight's mission. I'll call her, but I'm sure the Major will order a go anyway. Everything's already set up for R to be discovered dead tomorrow morning, so we can move to the next stage. We don't want the police to suspect us. If they start suspecting you, just leave quietly. Oishi had called the officers pretty quickly. The officer who was in the area arrived within 10 minutes after I spoke with him. He asked me what kind of phone call I received today. Decided to make up a whole story. Be over if they check my call history, but I'm sure Oishi won't bother doing anything like that. He thinks I'm worth protecting because I have information about the incidents in Himizawa. The policeman is one of the village, so I know him very well. More officers are coming here from the Okonomiya department. The officer told me to relax, because he'd stay with me until then. Oishi must have thought I was frightened half to death after getting a threatening phone call. After about 30 minutes, 4 officers in plain clothes arrived at the shrine. The local officer returned to his police box. You heard the whole story. We'll guard the shrine, so please call us if anything happens. Detective Oishi will be here this evening. We're relieved to learn that Oishi would be coming here. Thank you very much. At least one person will be downstairs. Sorry, but it's okay if we use your restroom. Also, will you give us one of your spare keys just in case? Sure. You can use the restroom too. My house is on the 2nd floor of a storage building. The 1st floor contains emergency supplies for the village. I'm happy to know at least one police officer will be there for me. The officers confirmed their positions on the map of the shrine. One will be in the storage building, and 2 more will walk around the shrine property. Also, 1 more officer will be standing in front of the stairs that lead to the shrine. This world's Oishi is certainly reliable. In my other lives, Oishi tended to look at me as his enemy. However, in this world, he thinks I'm on his side. Sure, it's because we all became friendly with him around the time we saved Satoko. It was unfortunate at the time, but perhaps the return of Satoko's uncle was a necessary event. If Okanogi was right about Irie, he wouldn't be able to come near me with 20 mountain dogs and 4 police officers protecting me. If Okanogi's the bad guy, they'd be discouraged from acting by the presence of the police. Not too different from giving garlic to a vampire. This is the best protection I've had in 100 years. Even so, am I still going to be killed tonight? I need to do whatever I can. I should struggle, as hard as possible. I won't give up. I won't even think about my next life. This is what enjoying life is all about. This is what living seriously is all about. Hanyu, are you there? I'm here. What do you think about all this? I have to admit, I've never seen anything like this before. Is it still wrong for me to expect something different this time? I'm not going to hope for anything. Just have to accept whatever the result is. Hanyu is still acting like a bystander. I knew she was going to say something like that, but part of me was hoping she would say something more positive. On hearing her say what she did, I felt a little disappointed, and wonder why Hanyu refused to be anything but an onlooker. I always thought it was normal for her to be that way because she's a special existence. I also convinced myself I had to be an onlooker too, since I was a similar being. However, I can't just let go of everything and become a bystander. I can't become like her. I can't stop hoping for a better life for Rika Furude. That hope was betrayed so many times and my heart was crushed countless more. That's why I stopped expecting anything to turn out the way I wanted. So is Hanyu the same way? Are you also afraid of being hurt? I've only lived for 100 years, but I know how frightening it is to have high expectations. Hanyu should also be aware of that since she's lived far longer than me. I always thought that Hanyu was a special existence, except for the fact that she's invisible. Everything about us is the same. She has the same thoughts and feelings as everyone else, yet I still saw her as a special existence. That's why I just assumed that her mind worked in a different way. But living for longer than you, I know that there are more sad things than happy things in this world, and that your hopes will always be betrayed. So I don't want to be hurt anymore. So you're not expecting from this world either. Still have hope that this world might be different. Do you think I'll just be killed again? Oh, it's not what I'm thinking. Hanyu looked uncomfortable. She had no doubts that I'd be killed again that night. And that's what it means to not have hope. But she just can't own up to it, because she doesn't want to hurt my feelings. You're the same as Satoko. You're waiting for some stroke of luck or some miracle to come and help you. You're afraid of fighting. You think that being patient is the same as being strong. That's how I was until just a while ago. Hanyu looked down and bit her lip. She couldn't deny what I said. I know that you've heard it over and over again. Miracles will not happen unless everyone works together. That means you have to believe too. A miracle will never happen unless everyone believes in it. What I just said sounded as though I was blaming her for the miracle not happening. Maybe I was too harsh to her. I stayed quiet, and Hanyu continued to look at the floor, shaking. Then she looked up at me and spoke. I noticed sadness, but also a little bit of anger in her eyes. I can't even touch people, or talk to them. You think I'm just like everyone else, even though all I can do is watch? Do you understand how it feels not to be involved in anything? There was a slight severity in the tail end of Hanyu's speech. Except for me, she can't communicate with anyone in this world. She hates to be reminded of that. Sorry. Stop this. I don't want to have a fight with you. I don't want to spend the rest of the time I'm alive in an argument. I don't want to argue with you either. Let me just say one thing. You're my friend. I don't want my friend to tell me not to expect too much out of my life. I'll apologize for that. You should try respecting my opinions too. She can be very stubborn sometimes. Hanyu seems weak on the outside. She actually has a very strong moral code. One that she wouldn't bend for anything. She apologized to me, but she wasn't being honest. She still wasn't expecting anything good to come from this world. She still thinks that I'm going to die pitifully. That's not why she refuses to believe in miracles. I've been living with her long enough to read her mind. I feel bad for her in a sense. She's been living too long and lost all of her hope. Hanyu told me to call her if anything else happened and soon disappeared. I'm sure she's still around. She's probably still watching me, as if she's watching a TV show. The time of my death is slowly approaching. Will I be able to survive this time? It's been a long time since I faced this fear without drinking wine. Alright. I think we're gonna do a prediction. Okay. Will the volume... Okay. Good. Will Rika die at the end of the chapter? Just be a simple yes or no. So, we're gonna do, but that's gonna be up. I was left with nothing else to do after washing the dishes and cleaning the room. The mountain dogs and police were protecting me. Just in case, I figured I should leave something behind for Satoko. Should I write down some recipes for her in the notebook? Is she be happy if I leave a will for her? I laughed at my own foolishness. No one would be happy to read a will. If I die, they'll be devastated and wonder why I didn't talk to them. That's exactly how I felt when Satoko didn't ask for any help when her uncle was abusing her. I wonder, will I be killed before Satoko even comes home? My memories of these days are never very clear. The day I die was always vague in my recollections. It's fine if I'm murdered. It's fine if I'm murdered before Satoko gets home. But if I'm murdered after then, if they kill her along with me, I don't want that to happen. It's bad enough already that I end up killed. Satoko's murdered along with me each time, that would be too much to bear. Just how much have I ignored other people's sadness with that rash idea that the world ends when I die? Thinking about that made me feel truly ashamed of myself. I turned on the TV to try and reduce the silence, but it didn't help at all. Worse, not only did the TV not help with my fears, it felt like it symbolized Hanyu and my allies, making me feel even more unpleasant. It was past lunchtime, nearly 3 p.m. School should be out soon. I'm not there today, so they probably won't do a club activity. Satoko should be home shortly. Seems like I'm going to survive until she gets home, after all. If she comes home and asks me what's troubling me, I might end up telling her the truth. If I talk to someone, that person will be demoned away by the mountain dogs. That's why I've never spoken to anyone about it. I didn't want my friends to get into danger, but if Satoko was also murdered likewise in every world because she was involved with me, then we're doomed to share the same fate. It's better to know the truth than to be killed without knowing what's going on. But under very strict security right now. Might be able to survive in this world. If that's the case, I shouldn't talk to Satoko about it. It won't be so easy to talk to my friends after all. Moments later, I heard a surprise yell of Satoko's coming from downstairs. She'd returned. Sounded like she was scared to see a stranger in our home. I'd have to tell her that the police were here. It'll be tantamount to telling her that someone is out to kill me. I don't know how to explain to her how much I should tell her, for my thoughts were soon interrupted by the noise of a crowd. Satoko hadn't come home alone. I'm home. Hey, Rika. What's up with that officer downstairs? Why is that guy guarding your house? What the heck did you do? Me-chan, that's not the right question. What happened to you, Rika-chan? There were some strangers on the shrine grounds, too. Are they also police officers? This isn't normal, you know. We don't know what's troubling you, but we're all here to cheer you up. It looks like something bad is going on. Couldn't stop laughing upon seeing everyone rush into my house all asking the same questions. It made me feel as though being depressed all day had just been a waste of time. Rika, what on earth is so funny? You need to explain to us what is going on. There's nothing to explain. I'm getting murdered today. What? Everyone already knew that I'd been telling people about how I was going to be killed. But they were surprised to hear it from my own mouth. Hey, Rika-chan. I heard that from you yesterday. Told me you think someone is trying to kill you. But I thought that was one of your jokes then. Although you're not fooling me anymore. You have to talk to your friends. KJ spoke with a harsh tone as though I'd made him upset. As my friend, he must think it's unforgivable that I didn't talk to him about it. He wasn't the only one feeling that way, though. Every single one of them was looking at me with worried expressions on their faces. Rika, everybody here saved me. I want to do something for my friends as well. Glad to hear that. Remember what you told me. You told me to have the courage to fight. But just look at you, you're not even fighting yourself. Satoko pointed out something I'd already realized. I had no way to argue back. told me you'll put us in danger by talking to us. But all of us are already involved, no matter if you talk to us or not. That's right. We're your friends. If you're in danger, all of us are in danger too. When Satoko was in danger, we all fought for her, remember? It's the same thing. If your life is in danger, then I think it's time for the Sonozaki family to step in. We're way more reliable than the police. Isn't that right, sis? That's right. And you have to talk to us. What kind of trouble are you in? Who the hell has threatened to kill you? Based on how you're acting, I assume you don't even know who it is. If you did know, it wouldn't be as big of a problem. Me, you're so smart. You know everything, even though I haven't talked to you yet. It's not a time for jokes, Rika. You must talk to us. What's happened? What's all this about? You don't call the police unless you're really in danger, no? No? How dare you talk to the police before talking to us? Is the cause something you're uncomfortable to talking to us about? Rika would never have any issue that would be uncomfortable to talk about. Calm down, Satoko. Rika-chan is the leader of the Furude family. She's worshipped as the reincarnation of Oyashiro in this village. She might have been in trouble for a long time, even though we didn't know about it. Maybe she just didn't want to talk to us about such trouble, because we're all trying to have a fun life here in this village. That's probably what it was, right? So it has something to do with Rika-chan in the village? Must involve those crazy old people who worship Oyashiro. So it must have something to do with the curse of Oyashiro. I know. I bet it's related to what happened to Tomitake and Takano. Why would Tomitake's murder cause Rika-chan's life to be in danger? That's too big a leap. It's crazy just to think that someone is trying to kill her anyway. Rika-chan is bound by more obligations than we know, and she probably couldn't talk about them. I'm right, aren't I? It's not a very fun topic, which is why you couldn't tell your friends, right? I cannot believe this. Is it really true, Rika? Is it really true that you're involved in Tomitake-san's murder case? Remained silent, but with my mouth open. I hadn't answered any of their questions, but they continued to ask and had eventually hit the nail on the head. It's more surprising than anything. But then again, these are, after all, my beloved clubmates. I laughed once more. My issues and my secrets are so devastating to me, but they stopped sounding like such a big deal when everyone talked about them together. They knew exactly what was going on without me saying a word. In that moment, I realized just how powerless I am. I had to tip my hat to them. Everything seemed so foolish now, so I decided to just tell them everything. Want me to talk, I will. I'm sure you won't believe me. We will. As long as you tell us the truth, we'll never doubt it. Friend's expression turned gray as they vowed not to make light of anything I told them. So, I'm going to tell them everything. I want to see if they really will believe me or not. In that case, I'll tell you. You're being targeted by the same person who killed Tomitake and Takano. Then, are they the true culprit behind the series of mysterious deaths? I don't know about that, but it is possible. I don't understand. I want Tomitake and Takano's murder also want to kill Rika. Oishi thinks Takano is the culprit. Okanogi thinks that Irie is the culprit. Either way, it sounds like someone from Tokyo is trying to kill me. I can't tell if it's Takano or Irie, but I do know that to them, I'm like a trump card. In order to explain everything, I need to talk to them about the relationship between Hinamizawa, Tokyo, and the Irie clinic. I don't think they'll believe me. It's such a ridiculous story. Who would ever believe it if not my friends? I'll be in danger if I talk to you about this. Are you sure you still want to hear it? Of course. If you're in danger, we're in danger. Everyone nodded at Keiichi's words. Well then, it's gonna end right now, isn't it? It's gonna freaking end, and we're gonna pick up next volume. But she's explaining it. Well then, going to see how everyone reacts. Going to ascertain what friendship is all about. Then on my own, I opened my mouth and began to explain. Oh, okay. Alright, no. It's a disease unique to Hinamizawa. I'm not sure what it's officially called, but I've always known it as Hinamizawa syndrome. Everyone glanced back and forth at each other when I mentioned the term. They'd never heard of it before. The name Hinamizawa syndrome has actually been around since before the war. It's the general term for the severe homesickness and mental instability that people from Hinamizawa experienced when outside of the village. People in Hinamizawa have refused to leave the village since the era of Onagafuchi. The villagers believed they'd be cursed by Oishiro if they left, and people who did it often came back because of that curse. In general, it used to be thought of as only severe homesickness, but during the war, soldiers from Hinamizawa became mentally deranged in faraway places. That does sometimes happen in war. What was unique about the soldiers from Hinamizawa was the way that they killed their own comrades and committed suicide at the end. One doctor became curious about these cases and studied those soldiers. That's when they found out that it was actually a disease only found in Hinamizawa. According to this doctor, their strange behavior was not the result of their culture. It was a mental disease triggered by external circumstances. A mental disease with an external cause is different from a psychological illness. It's the cause of some kind of physical disorder, and it causes people to become mentally unstable when something triggers it. There are 3 categories of externally caused mental diseases: traumatically induced, substance abuse induced, and chemical imbalance induced. Traumatically induced disorders are cases resulting from damage to the brain from trauma or infection that influences the mind. This is the reason personalities can change as a result of head injuries. Substance abuse, as the name suggests, refers to cases where drugs, especially alcohol or stimulants, have influenced the mind. The last category is chemical imbalances. These are cases where some ailment in the patient's body causes abnormal secretions of bodily chemicals, which then influence the brain's functions. This may sound odd, but it's been said that people tend to become depressed when they have a cold. We've all experienced the ways in which physical sickness can cause a buildup of negative emotions. However, with chemical imbalances, the cause is more direct. People's emotions aren't born from our hearts. Everyone should know logically that the result of chemicals secreted by the organs in our body as necessary. So when the organs operating the secretion of those emotional controllers malfunction, it causes them to secrete abnormal amounts. The thyroid gland, for example, secretes hormones that regulate emotions. When that gland is defective, the balance of those hormones become unstable. And this can cause people to have not only a physical sickness, but also a mental sickness such as depression. People don't get mentally ill just because of mental problems. Human beings are made out of meat. We get mentally ill when that meat is defective. The doctor studying Hinamizawa syndrome also came up with a theory. He suggested that there is a pathogen endemic to Hinamizawa that, if its host strays too far from home, affects the chemicals in their brain and causes them to hallucinate. The villagers' belief in Oishiro-sama is certainly related to this endemic disease. People in Onagafuchi village knew about this syndrome. They knew that they couldn't survive outside the village. They also didn't want anyone else to enter the village, because they would get infected too. They took this disease as a curse, not a sickness. The most significant symptoms of this disease are antisocial behavior and extreme persecution complex. The eventual suicide caused by defects in the lymph nodes are also another unique characteristic. The unusual behavior of terminal patients is what inspired the legend of the demons coming out of the swamp and attacking the villagers. Basically, sick villagers developed severe persecution complexes and wound up killing other villagers. After a long time, survivors of the disease started to comprehend its rules. They discovered that the disease is incurable once you contract it. That's why they started barring outsiders from entering the village. Also, once you become ill, you'll begin developing a persecution complex. This can happen to anyone in the village. The doctrine of Oishiro says that the blood of humans and demons were mixed together, and that Oishiro has control over the violent blood of the demons. People said that you'd be cursed if you didn't follow Oishiro-sama's rules. That could also be understood to mean that as long as you followed Oishiro-sama's rules, you could cope with this endemic disease. And this is what was meant by the scripture in Oishiro-sama's legend that said they appeared, unified the humans and demons, and made them live together in this village. Then there was the most important part. the rules to prevent symptoms from appearing. Those rules are the taboos, and people were strictly taught that Oishiro would curse them if they broke those rules. The horrible, bloody traditions of the village are probably performed in order to force people to respect these taboos. There are several ways to keep the disease under control, but there are two main conditions for doing so. The first one is to prevent suspicion. When the villagers are suspicious of someone, it can trigger their persecution complex, which can lead to them developing terminal symptoms. That's why they made sure to have such a tightly knit community, so that people wouldn't suspect each other. Since the terror of Oyashiro's curse is emphasized, many don't know this, but she's also a god of marriage and neighborly love. However, this condition is not as important as the other one. Indeed, Oishama isn't even recognized as a god of friendship in Hinamizawa anymore. It is only worshipped as such in Okinomiya's Hirasaka district. Now for the other condition. This one is much clearer and was practiced much more strictly. If villagers leave Hinamizawa, they will fall ill quickly, proportional to the distance from the village. Villagers nowadays will not get sick as rapidly, even if they leave town or go out of country for a long time. However, long ago, they would fall ill as soon as they left the village. It's very unfortunate that Keiichi got infected so soon after he moved to the village. It was also very unfortunate that he got sick just because he left the village for a few days to go to his relative's funeral in that one world. And that's why Hanyu felt so bad for him that time and kept on apologizing over and over. Although no matter how much he apologized, he never heard her voice. This turned into a long discussion, but these rules etched around Oishiro's curse represent the ancient wisdom of how to cope with the Hinamizawa syndrome. Is there any way to use this mental disease for military purposes? The aforementioned doctor insisted there was, but the military didn't listen to him at all at the time. They were interested in developing a weapon that could make a dramatic change to the war efforts. They didn't have any money to spare for the research of this strange disease. In this way, research on Hinamizawa syndrome was abandoned. Then the war ended. Japan started its reconstruction under American leadership. However, some powerful people in the political world didn't want to accept the American way of thinking. Some of them were fired by the GHQ, but they still stayed on as advisors to the government, since Japan has this culture of respecting the elderly. Eventually, a political organization was formed, the object of which was to restore Japan to the way it was before the war. In the beginning, this organization was a very small group. It was just a gathering of 2 or 3 individuals who shared the same ideals, blowing hot air at a restaurant. Those 2 or 3 hit it off with each other and grew to the size of a class reunion. That group became a rather sizable organization. They want to make an isolationist close-knit, which would make perfect for... So thus, Hinamizawa syndrome would be perfect. Because of the rules. You can't leave, and you don't want other people coming in. And you all get really tight-knit. Eventually becoming a political one. It'd be more accurate to call them a secret society. And this secret society eventually came to be called by the name of the place where it was based, Tokyo. Many mysteries about Tokyo. One thing I know for sure is that it was composed of old men from Japan's political stage, ones with strong power to indirectly influence the government, and vast assets that meant they could work from the shadows. Also connected to various corporations, and their goal was to return Japan to the way it was before the war. Of course, that was a pretty ridiculous goal. It was nothing more than an idea in their minds immediately after the war. Back when they were still bowing their heads to the occupation forces of those white barbarians. Once Japan's post-war reconstruction began, Tokyo suddenly became a shell of its former self. But it didn't totally become a shell. It culled the fat. Japan regained its peace, and years passed. However, some people still continue to believe that Japan had been better before the war, and they were determined to return the country to those times. So this Tokyo plotted how to restore pre-war Japan from many angles. They approached the problem economically, internationally, and militarily as well. Japan has no nuclear armaments due to the 3 non-nuclear principles. In other words, this country has to brown-nose America as long as they hold nuclear weapons. The #1 priority of Tokyo is to be independent from America. They want this country to be on equal footing, and to obtain a weapon of mass destruction that isn't nuclear in nature. Just one moment, sir. That was the reason why they started thinking about utilizing Hinamizawa syndrome. However, they couldn't study this disease openly. In order to utilize it for military purposes, they had to hide the existence of the disease itself. So, they enlisted one young researcher, Yosuke Irie. I need to make it clear that Irie isn't some far-right supporter of the secret society. He's just a young, capable doctor and an earnest researcher. He published an innovative thesis, but other academics thought he was too radical. However, that convinced Tokyo that he was the only researcher suitable to study Hinamizawa syndrome. As someone young and ambitious, Irie was thrilled to take on the project of studying this rare disease, with a large budget, a large staff, and his own facility. But researching the disease would mean that he'd end up infected too. No one would want to take on such dangerous research. He really was too young. With his other options being wearing down his youth working hard. This other option being wearing down his youth working hard at the night shift for a local practice, he wanted to answer the expectation of the sponsor who carefully selected him. In the end, Irie was able to uncover that, as hypothesized, the Hinamizawa syndrome was a unique infectious disease, and he developed both a treatment and a vaccine. Irie was extremely talented. The Irie Institute was formed to study the disease. Irie was nominally the head of the organization, but Tokyo still sent out a supervisor, because when all was said and done, he was just a researcher. That supervisor was Mio Takano. Takano's job at the Institute was to act as a go-between for Tokyo and Irie, manage the research progress and preserve its secrecy. The latter was the most important part of her job. She had to do her best to prevent people from finding out that Irie was researching the disease, or even that the disease exists at all. The Mountain Dogs were formed for that purpose. They were under Takano's command, and their job is to prevent the Institute's secrets from being discovered. The Mountain Dogs are one Special Forces unit, specializing in unconventional warfare, and owned by Tokyo, with its vast influence on the SDF. SDF being self-defense forces, so the Japanese army, but because of the rules about Japan's military forces, which are still in effect from the end of World War II, as part of the treaties. Tokyo had set their eyes on the likelihood that a small elite squad of covert operatives would be a trump card in the anti-nuke era, so they vigorously investigated those options. And this was a worldwide trend. Since the Cold War, everyone avoided sending troops directly to their enemy's doorstep. Japan was also trying to be part of that world. As a result, by 1983, even the police have been forming secret special forces units. Prefectural Police Squad 2, the ones who intervened when Reina laid siege to her school, changed their name to Zero Company and grew into an anti-terrorism squad that handled hijackings around the Kansai airport area. The National Police Agency's Squad 6 was formed as a counter-terrorism squad for Narita Airport 2, and they later changed their name to 7th Company as well. They theorized that in a world where nations possess nukes they can't use, small elite special forces disrupting metropolitan areas would be the new way of waging war. So in 1977, they developed the SAT's predecessor, the Special Task Force, SAP, to serve as the National Police Agency's trump card in securing the peace. Likewise, the Japanese Coast Guard established their special task force, the SST, in anticipation of unconventional warfare on the coast. There are several known special forces units in Japan. When they hear a phrase like special forces, most people tend to think of a movie or a comic book. However, these units actually exist and are protecting Japan in secret. During the famous incident of suspicious boats off the coast of Noto Peninsula, the news reported that boats sank before the helicopter squad trained in gun battles, so the squad was recalled. But that was because the Coast Guard's SST acted. However, the news never mentioned the SST or any other special forces unit. All of these units were established after Tokyo made a suggestion about it to the government. Researching military tactics in the name of peace and order worked perfectly for Tokyo. Since the mid-century anti-war movements made people resent those forces, these special units have been kept secret as of 1983. Furthermore, these units are not all formed under the jurisdiction of the police. There are still many other military units that are kept secret from the average citizen. The Mountain Dogs are actually one of those special units. They specialize in kidnapping, espionage, and preserving secrecy. You might as well call them an assassination unit. They were around during the dam conflict. They were behind the kidnapping of that kid, weren't they? Of the real one, of the minister's grandson. Tokyo worked to put an end to the dam project because of the impact it would have on Irie's research. The Mountain Dogs were the ones who kidnapped the Prime Minister of Construction's grandson. Yup. Most people believe that Sonozaki family was at the center of the movement, but in reality, the Mountain Dogs were responsible for many of the things the Sonozakis were accused of. In that sense, the existence of the Sonozaki family was an advantage to the dogs. Their main job after the dam conflict ended has been to continue keeping the disease hidden from the public. The spread of information networks in the modern age, the media jumped on to any unusual incident and quickly aired it to the whole nation. Tokyo doesn't want the disease to be known nationwide, since they're trying to utilize it for their own purposes. The main task of the Mountain Dogs is to kidnap people suffering from Hinamizawa syndrome. They pose as gardeners, but in actuality, they patrol the village to make sure nothing strange happens. They're the ones who demon away people who go missing. They're probably also involved in some of the mysterious deaths, too. They kidnapped Satoshi. For sure. The last important person is Yuro Tomatake. I don't know his real name. He was an auditor who was sent from Tokyo 4 times a year. He came to check on the progress of the research and outline requests from Tokyo. He discussed the research budget with Irie too. He also got the observation report on Irie from Takano. That was his purpose. Irie started out by studying the autopsy results of dead villagers. He discovered many answers from that. 1979, the Mountain Dogs kidnapped the culprit behind the murder of the construction chief, who was a terminal patient of Hinamizawa syndrome. The nature of the disease was dramatically clarified. Their research made rapid progress after that, and they discovered a vaccine, medication, and other methods of treatment for the disease. At the same time, they continued to investigate how to utilize it for military purposes. One of the interesting findings of the research was that the pathogen can only be found when the patient is still alive. On top of that, they couldn't detect the presence of the pathogen at all unless they used a certain inhumane method. In other words, it's virtually impossible to detect the pathogen by normal means. It left almost no trace, and the unusual symptoms it produced seemed like voluntary behavior, so they concluded that the disease could be used to their advantage. However, Tokyo has been going through some changes. It's been almost 50 years since the war ended. The leaders in the shadows behind Japan's government who ruled from the center of Tokyo began growing infirm and opening up seats, steadily passing their leadership to the new generation. the whole organization has started to shift. Of course, the purpose of Tokyo has stayed the same. Still a secret society of ultra-nationalists who want Japan to be at the top of the world. However, their ambition to start a war with America and take over the world has diminished. Tokyo has directed its priorities towards the economy, international affairs, and education. That doesn't mean that those ambitions are gone entirely, however. Several seniors still alive retain those ambitions. Tokyo continues to finance military research. But for the present day Tokyo, Irie's research is actually something of an embarrassment. The new Tokyo is no longer interested in this project, and they announce that they're going to cut their budget as soon as those seniors pass away. However, Irie objected to that plan. He strongly appealed for the continuation of his research. And this is what Okinogi was talking about. Irie is in disagreement with Tokyo. Irie's research has been making great progress. They've discovered various treatment and testing methods, and he's started to develop a treatment plan for the whole village. If they cut his funding, Irie's research would end without any results. Tokyo had a discussion with Irie through Tomatake, and they decided to shut down his research partially, but not fully. For they told him to immediately stop researching military applications of the disease, and destroy all the research data related to that. He had little interest in weaponizing the disease anyway, so Irie accepted those terms right away. Tokyo probably believed that it was better to let him find a cure for the disease than to terminate the project entirely. At this point, Irie considers himself one of the villagers. Perhaps exterminating the disease infecting the villagers without their knowledge is his way of atoning for using the village to advance his research and reputation. Both Tokyo and Irie agreed to fully terminate his research as soon as he discovered a way to completely eradicate Hinamizawa syndrome. Irie made a plan for the next 3 years, and he promised them that he would find a resolution by 1986 at the latest. The meeting they had this June was to discuss the plan and budget for the next 3 years. Which brings us back to the beginning. One theory goes that Irie is in opposition with Tokyo, and as his trump card, he's planning to kill Rika Furude. The other theory is that Takano killed Tomatake, and as her trump card, she's going to kill Rika Furude. I suppose I need to explain why Rika Furude can be a trump card. The answer to that lies in the ancient traditions of Hinamizawa. Supposedly, members of the Furude family have the blood of Oyashiro in their veins. Explained earlier that Irishama was made up as a method for having people cope with the disease. However, that's actually not true. For the demons, the pathogens, to survive, a certain being must be present. That being is the successor of the Furude family line. The truth behind the advent of Oyashiro, and the coexistence of humans and demons, is that Oyashiro was actually the queen of the village. According to Irie's research, Rika is adored by the whole village, not only because she's a charming little girl, but because she's the queen carrier. Infected patients are unconsciously driven to protect their queen. Irie says that this is done with pheromones. Rika Furude's mother was also adored by everyone since she was little. However, as soon as she gave birth, people's attention quickly shifted to Rika. Irie calls it the succession of the throne. The queen is a precious existence to people in this village. There are theories that carriers of the disease are actually unable to survive when away from the queen. Not from the village itself. Irie's research indicates that the queen can only survive in Hinamizawa. Infected patients can only stay alive when they're around her. So that's why everyone dies. Everyone dies after Rika dies. It's not a gas or whatever, it's just because of the... okay. The infected patients can only stay alive when they're around her. But this is just a theory. A game theory. Surprisingly, however, the doctor who first discovered the syndrome was also aware of the existence of the queen. That doctor was also knowledgeable about Himizawa's culture, and he was interested in how much value the village placed in the Furude family. He theorized that the queen lying in the Furude bloodline might have the power to manipulate the whole village. The truth is still unknown, but perhaps the Furude family really has held such power since ancient times, Miraculous power that would make them perfect for serving in the priesthood. Although the only thing Rika can do is be doted upon by the villagers. If all this is true, then the question is, what would happen if the queen disappeared from the village? During the war, a doctor prophesied that if the queen were to die, then all the infected would show terminal symptoms, and the whole village would be wiped out. He advocated for strict preservation of the queen's host. Rika is important to Tokyo, not only because Irie found many answers after running tests on her body. If Rika Furude dies, the 2,000 people in Himizawa will turn into demons. It would happen too fast for people to even realize that they're getting sick. They'll each be overcome with a violent persecution complex and start killing each other out of fear. This is why the mountain dogs are protecting the queen, Rika Furude. Her death spells the end of the whole village. And that's why Rika Furude is the trump card for those who know that she's the center of the whole epidemic. And this is the story of Hinamizawa. Our tale begins in June 1983. Tokyo's liaison, Tomitake, was found dead of the disease, even though he was vaccinated against it. The same night, Takano was also kidnapped and murdered. Though, I don't know for sure if she's really dead or not. Rika Furude is also going to be murdered soon enough. Well, I've suspected Irie and Takano, and this was my first time doubting Tokyo. I always thought they were on my side. They had to be. My death would lead to nothing but disaster. At the same time, there might be people within Tokyo who could use my death as a trump card. I never considered there were opposing factions within Tokyo. I guess I was naive enough to not realize that Tokyo had internal problems due to the generation gap. Anyway, I wouldn't be feeling this way if I didn't suspect that Takano might still be alive. I feel like I'm starting to see the greater picture. It's possible, too, that Takano is the victim, and Irie is the bad guy. The mountain dogs might be on my side, or they might be assassins who are trying to kill me. I was too scared to choose a wine that might be at risk of having something poisonous mixed in. In which case, I could rest assured with a fresh unopened bottle, even if it was a little bad. Telling everything to my friends, I finally realized I could only trust them and the police. I'm really dumb. I thought I was thinking so hard, but I never actually understood anything. After all this time, I made things clear just by talking about them with my friends. I never have thought it would make such a big difference. And now it ends. If we get the bomb, then it... Meep. And that's the end of my story. As I thought, everyone was staring at me with their mouths open in shock. Even Oishi wouldn't believe a story like this. That's only normal. Sure, I sound like a crazy person. Satoko. Go to the clinic every week to help with Irie's research, right? We're actually not just helping him. We go there so you can get treatment. I remember. He told me that Satoko was ill. Me? Oh, as you said, it's not only me, but the whole village that is infected with this disease. Why would I have to take the shot every day and not everyone else? Thought it was just a new type of vitamin that the coach is developing. Oh wait, I should have said it. If I'm doing the proper voice for her, I should do it. Thought it was a vitamin. I thought it was just a new type of vitamin that the coach was developing. At one point, you were a terminal patient, Satoko. That's why you need 2 shots every day to keep your symptoms under control. Irie is very passionate about saving you, but he still can't find a better treatment than that. Don't think he's still not working hard to find a cure, though. Don't you joke around. I thought we were getting financial support by aiding his research. I don't want to get those shots every day for the rest of my life. Satoko looked upset at that she had been completely ignorant of all this. She also didn't want to accept the reality of having to manage her condition. Quick laughter sadly echoed in everyone's ears. H opened his mouth to speak. So, if she misses a shot, she react like she did the other day? There was a day when she forgot to take her shot. She convinced herself that the principal was her uncle. Fear escalated, and she thought her uncle came inside the school to take her back home. When she feels that way, there's no turning back for her. Yes, she will. That's why I tell her to be sure to take her shot every day. I don't believe you. What do you mean I'm a terminal patient? Why me exactly? Refuse to believe it. When did I ever become so sick? His face contorted as tears began to flow from her eyes. I shouldn't have said this. Satoko's starting to remember something she's not supposed to. Sorry, Satoko. Wait. Did Satoshi really kill the ant? No, wait. Because Satoko was at the festival during when the murder was happening, right? So... Art... What? That was just an accident. Wasn't your fault. This is a lie. She's lying to us. Who did Satoko accidentally kill? This probably had no idea what Satoko was talking about. They don't need to know. They don't want to know about it because they are friends. Reina gently touched Satoko's shoulder. She gently touched mine, too. Believe your story, Rika-chan. Thank you. Carrying such a heavy burden for a long time. I'm proud of you. Been struggling all alone to this day.
There's a dragon in my wagon, and I don't mean to be bragging about the best tail wagon dragon in a wagon you could meet.
Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Wild Things. Thank you very much. Thank you. I never thought Reina would say something like that to me. My eyes were filling up with tears. It's difficult to have a secret that you can't tell people. Mine was hardly a big deal compared to yours, but I can still sympathize with you. I agree. You've done your best too, sis. I often shift the blame onto you to relieve myself, so I can tell. You're all going to believe my story? Of course. We said we'd believe you. It's a bit of a relief since a lot of my questions about this village are answered now. So, is everyone in this village infected by that disease? The Hinamizawa syndrome? Yes, everyone is infected. But unlike hundreds of years ago, this disease is much weaker now. That's why people can survive even if they move far away, go somewhere far for a trip. Some people still get sick, right? I'll never leave this village again. Even if you do get sick, you can still control the illness yourself. It's very simple, yet very difficult. If you think you might be suspicious of someone, don't be. Continue to trust in them. When you become too suspicious of someone, that suspicion will degenerate into a persecution complex and it'll be too late. So long as everyone stays friendly and united, you'll never have to worry about this disease. This disease starts with anxiety. Modern people don't believe in curses the way people long ago did. That might be why we're more tolerant to the disease. I see. We should be fine. Yep. We're friends and we're family. We would never suspect each other. I'm going to believe everything that you said today. We couldn't talk because you were afraid that the mountain dogs would hurt us, right? I nodded quietly. I don't want to think that the mountain dogs have bugged this room, but if Okanagi overhears this conversation, then we'll definitely kill not only me, but all my friends tonight. That's true no matter who my enemy is. Well, it sounds as if we should all get ready for battle. Let's sum up the story. Someone might come to kill you, knowing that your death will cause chaos and destruction in the village. Is that correct? They'll definitely come for me. Are you sure? Will they get rid of their trump card that easily? She's quite right. A trump card is like a pile of gold. Isn't it better keep your hands on it? Sako's eyes were still swollen, but she had stopped crying. But think about it, Satoko. If you have more than one trump card, you'd want to play one of them right away. It's true. It's more effective to have more than one hostage. One hostage is not as valuable as many of them. Anyway, we don't know anything for sure, and that means we can't be too optimistic. Everyone nodded in unison. What do you think about the mountain dogs? Think they're our enemies? That's not even a question. They're like wolves trying to watch after the sheep. Just think of all suspicious people as bad guys. We need to seek help from someone who has nothing to do with Tokyo. I agree. I think you made a good choice by seeking help from the police. Oishi is on our side, right? Yes. She doesn't know everything yet, so he thinks the culprit behind the curse Foyashiro is targeting me. I think you should talk to Oishi too. We need help from some adults. But that's pretty risky, if they don't believe her and step away from the investigation. We should still talk to him. Said that he's going to retire this year, and it's his last chance to avenge his friend. Sure, he'll believe any story no matter how wild. Yeah, helped us when we were trying to save Satoko-chan too. Think he'll remain on our side. Okay, let's talk to Oishi. Where is he now? He's out in Gifu Prefecture. Went to check on Takano's body. Oh, she was found in Gifu, right? Burned to death inside an oil drum? Why does he have to go there directly to check on her? Is it possibly that it might not be Takano's body? The Gifu Police Department isn't being very cooperative. You said that the mountain dogs specialize in preserving secrets and manipulating information, right? That corpse is pretty suspicious. I don't think she's the kind of person who would die just from being burnt a little. Still possible that Irie is the bad guy and that he killed Takano. That's what Okanogi tried to make me believe. I kinda doubt that the coach is the mastermind. He's just not that kind of person. I do agree. He's very nice as long as you don't let him talk about maids. As manager of the Hinamizawa Fires, I also think the coach is innocent. He's more like someone who could be easily used. Maybe he's too good of a guy. How? Seems like everyone suspects Takano-san. Well, we're just saying, if you compare the coach and Takano-san, you know? Takano would be pretty upset to hear that. Everyone laughed as though we were in the middle of a club activity. If they're after my life, they'll kill everyone here. It's very possible that I'll get involved in this mess and they know that. But they could still laugh. It's really significant, I think. I started laughing along too. Saw that Takano-san's body was found in Gifu. Someone wanted to make it look like she killed Tomitake. They would hide her body somewhere nobody would ever find. Burning her body in the middle of the woods is like begging people to come across it. Yeah, that makes sense. It's like they're trying to force an unidentified body to be Takano-san. It's because it was found outside the prefecture. The police here can't investigate further. That's the specialty of the mountain dogs, right? I think it's pretty obvious at this point. The mountain dogs are working for Takano, right? And the leader of the dogs is saying the manager is pulling the strings. I bet Takano and them are working together. Tomitake died the way he did so that coach would be suspected. But Tokyo is the only organization who would suspect the coach. They also found the body of the true mastermind, Takano. Tokyo will suspect that the manager killed both of them. I see. This is a well-planned setup. What's not perfect? Sounds like the mountain dogs are setting the coach up. Well, I think we should talk to coach directly, and that's the best way to go about it. That's a good idea. I can tell if he's telling the truth or not, just by looking into his eyes. Oh yeah, you're good at that, Reina-san. So basically, Reina being a lie detector. Yeah, that checks out. The mountain dogs are also running security on Irie now. He might not be able to get on the phone. What? That sounds even more suspicious. I hope the coach isn't in danger right now. Me too. If I was a member of the Mountain Dogs and I was going to sit him up, I'd kill him before he said something I didn't want him to say. A dead person can't say anything, huh? Oishi will turn as soon as he takes care of business in Gifu. I don't know what time that will be, but he'll be here for sure. As one, everyone glanced at the clock. It was already past 6:30 p.m. and starting to get dark. No wonder I'm so hungry. We'd usually call it here if it was a normal day, but everyone decided to stay until Oishi came back and discuss what to do. Can I use your phone, Rika-chan? I need to call my dad and let him know I'm going to be late tonight. I need to call my mom, too. I had to call Granny and tell her to order something for dinner tonight. Hehe, you'll be in big trouble later. We have to get something to eat for those officers, too. We can order some sushi. Everyone had a sensitive reaction to the word sushi. Their stomach was empty after all. The same should be true of those officers, too. Are we going to order something too, Rika? I don't feel we have that kind of money. Satoko, why don't you cook a stir-fry for everyone? What? I can't. I've never cooked for this many people. Cook a stir-fry? I'd love to try it as long as there's no fingers inside. Ha, Satoko-chan, I want to eat your food too. I want to. At that point, the phone rang. Hello, this is Furude speaking. Oh, glad to hear you're still alive. It's Oishi. I finished everything up in Gifu and I'm heading toward Okonomiya right now. I'm calling from the gas station. What about Takano's body? We did it, we were right. Gifu made one incredible easy mistake on their paperwork. What a stubborn bunch. I really had to let him have it, let me tell you. Takano and our vehicle are still missing. She may have some information regarding Tomotake's murder, so I've just issued a search warrant for her. I'm getting close to revealing the secret of the curse of Oyashiro. I'm gonna solve this case. She sounded so motivated. Finally found the hint he'd so desperately wanted. Could he actually solve the case, though? Looking forward to hearing your story. I'm headed to your house with Kuma-chan, so please tell us whatever you know. You can talk to me about anything you can think of. Yes, ready to tell you about everything. My, I look forward to hearing it. I should be there in about an hour. Sounds crowded over there. Are your friends there with you? Yes. Everyone came here to offer their help. I see. You've got some wonderful friends. It's probably better for you to stay with them. Good way to keep the criminals at bay. Right. We're heading out. I'll see you soon. Was that Oishi-san? Yes. He's heading this way with that other detectives. How? This is the first time this room will have so many people inside it. How many people will it be? There's 6 of us here, so 8 people? I do hope our floor won't break. Ow. I'm the 9th person. Hanyu, were you listening to us? This is turning out to be very interesting. Do you think it'll be different this time? Yes, I'm sure. This time is different. Don't say that you're sure. It would devastate if nothing ended up changing. So, Hanyu, you still think I'm dying today? I don't want you to die. I know what you're thinking. You don't want to believe because you don't want to be hurt. That way you'll never be let down. Not going to listen to your opinions anymore. You just stay there and watch like the bystander you are. Yes, just a bystander. I'm still rooting for you. Rooting for me? Thanks. Are you sure you want to root for me? Sure you won't be hurt if I lose? Oh, ow, ow. Don't be mean, Rika. We had a rather harmonious mood going, for a feeling of unease was beginning to settle over us. Getting hungry. Want to grab something on the way? Ah, that's right. It's almost 8 p.m. We had a late lunch today, so I didn't realize. We can go get something after we finish hearing our story. You sent 4 officers there. Probably pretty worn out by now. Hopefully Furude-san ordered them something to eat. Oishi and Kumagai had passed through Okonomiya, and we're getting closer and closer to Hinamizawa. And they hurried on their way, driving through the dark streets. Wonder what Rike Furude wants to talk to you about. Probably something outrageous. That village, used to be called Onagafuchi Village. They took the Onagafuchi, the demon's abyss, from the local swamp. And like it, an abyss, it's hard to know its depth, huh? What do you plan on doing about her protection? Depending on what she tells us, we might have to move her to a safer location. The whole of Hinamizawa is like a lion's den. You never know what can happen in that village. For now, we just need to hear what she has to say. The head of the Furude family is in danger. The successor of the Sonozaki family is trying to protect her. And would even be capable of killing Rika Furude under those circumstances. The only people I can think of are the Kimiyoshi family. I've never heard of them getting up to anything fishy. I guess there must be a fanatical religious sect lurking in the village. Or what secret lies at the bottom of that swamp. The road they were on was cutting through the rice fields, leading them to pass by the scene of Jiro Tomotake's murder. Hikano left Tomotage there. Sure that. But I wonder what he actually died of. Forensics didn't find any drugs in his system, did they? They didn't find anything, but that doesn't prove it either way. Hundreds of strange chemicals in this world. There's no proof that a drug wasn't used. It must be one that we're not aware of. I'm sure of that. Must be some kind of drug out there that can make someone claw out their own throat and die. I'm going to grill the culprit about it once I make the arrest. Of course, it would be easier if that's what Rike Furude is going to tell me. Kumatan, you must have learned exactly how false charges are made, seeing what happened in Gifu today. That was horrible. If that guy was at our station, I'd never forgive him. He flat out refused to admit he made a mistake. The Gifu Police Department as a whole is still convinced that the body belongs to Mio Takano. It will operate on the assumption that she lives. The top of the department will make the final decision. It's obvious they made a simple mistake. They're just desperately covering up because they'll be in trouble if they admit it. They really need to rethink their attitude. The car suddenly shook. The concrete road had ended, leaving only gravel. The point where the gravel road begins. You're officially in Hinamizawa. They continued to drive through the woods for a while. Kuma-chan, stop the car. What? Oishi told them to stop immediately. Kumagai quickly slammed on the brakes. Their seatbelts tightened up, keeping them in their seats. What's wrong? That car over there. I wonder what it's doing. Tapped on the rearview mirror. There was a van parked just off the road. Rather beat up, it looked like it was used for a private company. There was no reason for someone to park their car here, especially at this time of night. Kumagai also thought it looked suspicious. The car seemed empty, but there was a light flashing in the woods nearby. Oh no. Oh no. Probably a flashlight. Strange that van is out there at this hour. Surprised you even saw it. It's like I keep telling you. A detective always has to pay attention to his surroundings. I wonder what he's doing there. Is he dumping something illegally? Is he dumping someone's body? Maybe it's a pair of lovebirds on a secret date. Well, that can't be it, judging by the van. Hello, look at me as security. Do you read me? Good evening and good night. This is Okinawa Security, reading you loud and clear. I need a license number scan. Might take a while. Oh, wait. She said, according to this map, there's a facility of the Nippon Telegraph and Telephone Corporation here. The world is a facility of the NTT. It's listed as a facility, but it wasn't staffed. Just a place where machines were installed. Kumagai wasn't sure how telephone lines actually work. By the way, it seemed like some kind of connecting device was located there. But that's just an ordinary van. It doesn't look like it belonged to the NTT. If it's them, shouldn't their names be on the van? Maybe some other company is contracted to do it. We should just go and ask. She wasn't sure if that was the case. After all, why would any phone company go do maintenance so late at night? Let's go and check what's going on. Freddy-san is waiting for us, so we need to be fast. Gonna lurk a bit. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate you coming by, and thank you for the lurk, Tingle. Yes, sir. His well-known detective instinct was trying to tell him something. This feeling wasn't one that Oishi could easily explain. He has a strong sense that something was suspicious without any real reasoning behind it. Oishi trusted that he could judge other characters with that sense. Crap's gonna start going downhill fast, isn't it? Nightingale 2 to Nightingale 1. A vehicle has stopped nearby. 2 people got out. They're probably police officers. They're approaching and will make contact in less than a minute. Just pitch black, yet they could see the two newcomers clearly. They were probably using a night vision scope. Roger. Attention all units. Nightingales 2 through 5, wait for the green light. Nightingales 7 and 8, make sure the surrounding 100 meters are clear. Roger. Nightingale 4 and 5, do you copy? Nightingale 4, roger. Nightingale 5, roger. Nightingale 7, roger. Nightingale 8, roger. This is Nightingale from HQ. Nightingale from HQ. There's been some trouble during the modification of the phone facility. There are 2 police detectives. We request clearance to open fire. Roger. Wait for the order. By the time Oishi and Kumagai reached the phone facility, they were being watched from all directions. There were 2 pairs of binoculars. Death after death after death, and if we were lucky... Yeah. There are 2 pairs of binoculars and 2 sniper rifles pointing at them. The Mountain Dog operatives worked in 2-man units, a sniper and a spotter to secure the means of retreat. And they had all taken positions, so they could shoot Oishi no matter where he tried to run. They were all in camouflage suits, hiding deep in the woods. Oishi, of course, had no chance of spotting them. The snipers had their rifles trained on the detectives' heads. Oishi and Kumagai had no idea that they were on the verge of losing their very lives. The snipers' rifles had their safeties on, but a flick of their thumbs would release them. In other words, they were ready to shoot if given the order. The detectives found the fenced-in machinery right behind the parked van. There was a sign that was saying that it was the property of Nippon Telegraph and Telephone Corporation, and another sign warning people to keep away. Hello, good evening. Sorry, but could you step back? We're in the middle of a maintenance operation. 4 men working there wearing blue overalls. And they had a toolbox open and were working on some wires. Sorry to interrupt. From the police. We're wondering what you guys doing since it's pretty strange to see a van parked out here. Good evening, officers. We're almost finished here. Where are you guys? You're not from the NTT, are you? Oh, we're not, no. From the Okanogi Electrics. Huh? Oh, sorry, I'm out of business cards. Okanogi Electrics, where's your office located? Well, it's in Okonomiya. Could you give me the phone number and address of your office? Why do you want to know? You forgot. The telephone number? Oishi looked at them with a piercing glare. Their response was very suspicious. Usually, the vehicle of an electric company is full of various types of electrical equipment and repair tools. However, the van parked there had nothing inside and it looked just like an ordinary car. Also, a company vehicle usually has the name of the company painted on it. But this was just a plain van with no markings on it. None of that was the reason that Oishi found them suspicious, though. It was their attitude that bothered him. They didn't sound nor look like typical contractors. They were obviously not electricians. It was far too late in the day, and there were far too many of them. They were also clearly suspicious of Oishi. However, that was all he could tell just by looking around. He found them suspicious, but had no idea what they were up to. One of the men told Oishi the phone number. Kumagai wrote down the number so he could ask the station to call and confirm it was real. We're not doing anything suspicious. You guys are very suspicious. Who are you? If you're really a contractor, you should have proof of that. But you don't have anything. Besides, everything about you seems off. Officer, please don't cause us any trouble. Just leave us alone. We need to finish up our job here. Judging from their progress, it didn't look like they'd be cleaning up any time soon. In fact, it almost seemed like they were just getting started. Pretty obvious that you're lying, son. You should have studied the role a little better if you want to pretend to be an electrician. Oishi raised his voice threateningly. The members of the Mountain Dog gradually started to look more and more annoyed. Oishi looked over their expressions and gave them a big wide grin. However, Oishi had no idea. He thought he could handle these suspicious people with no issues. Of course, in reality, they were horrific demons that he had no chance against. Meanwhile, Kumagai was heading back to the car. He was intending to contact the police department. He was going to call the station using the radio. Then in turn, the police department would contact the NTT. That way, it would become clear who they were really dealing with. HQ to Nightingale 1. You have permission to fire. Nightingale 7, clear. Nightingale 8, clear. The sniper was still aiming at Kumagai's head as he headed back toward the car. The safety, that last line protecting Kumagai's life, was disengaged. The sniper put his finger on the trigger. He was wearing a glove with the fingertips cut out. The finger poking through the hole was very rough and merciless. For as soon as he slightly moved that finger, he would take someone's life. Nightingale 1 to Sniper Team, all green. Kumagai heard a quiet noise, similar to the sound of a jump rope that he used to use as a whip when he was little. And that was the last thought Kumagai had in this world. Kumagai collapsed onto the gravel. That was it. He didn't even twitch. Oishi was laying on his back on the concrete after getting shot in the chest. His lungs were filled with blood, which began to pour out of his mouth. Oishi had only realized that he'd been shot when the world began to blur before his eyes. As his world keeled over, he saw a man in a work uniform leveling a gun at him, but it didn't matter anymore as he started drowning on his own blood. This is Okinamiya Security. Scan the license plate number. Detective Oishi? Detective Oishi, please come in. Huh? Did we lose the signal or something? Detective Oishi, come in. He's not answering. Oishi wanted a plate number scanned. Whose car is it? It's just a villager's car. No one special. Who is it? Must be someone suspicious if Oishi-san is asking about him. It really seems like nobody out of the ordinary. No accidents, no tickets. Probably got pissed off after that car passed him or something. He's a pretty stubborn guy sometimes. This is Nightingale. Both targets eliminated. Resuming the mission. Roger. Be sure to dispose of their vehicle. Major, Nightingale just terminated 2 officers. They're resuming their mission. Sweet dreams, Oishi-san. Too bad he was getting so close to catching me. Hehehehe. Can I get a cup of coffee? Absolutely. This is getting complicated. There are still several officers at Ara's house, and her friends are there as well. Ara must know that she's getting murdered tonight. Someone is leaking information. I think we should postpone the plan. We have to have her corpse by tomorrow. That's what's most convenient for the people in charge. We have to execute this mission tonight. Crucial part of this final mission was the death of Rika and what came after that. And they couldn't just kill her whenever they wanted. Doing it at the right time was vital. Maybe she's panicking at the dog's excessive security? No. It's not that information is being leaked. She's predicting it. She knew that Tomitake was going to die. And she even knew how my body was going to be found. She's the queen. She's the genuine heir to the blood of Oyashiro-sama, her priestess, and the queen positioned at the top of Hinamizawa's supernatural phenomena. It's impossible to hide things from God. Assassinating Rika Furude won't be so easy. Hehe. Alright, Rika-chan. Let's see which of us deserves to inherit the legend of Oyashiro-sama. Your death will be the final curse of Oyashiro, and it will mark the finale of this legendary village. When that happens, my plan will become the real curse. It was now past 8 p.m. Mion ordered some noodles for us, her treat. We also ordered some food for the 4 officers, and we all ate together. The police in this game is beyond incompetent. You just lose contact whenever... just screams at the... Yeah, the police department and, in this game has proved to be just generically incompetent, and all the, throughout the games, throughout this, series, that's, definitely one thing that we know for true. It's really makes me think of the police from The Simpsons at times. We were supposed to call it a night as soon as we talked to Oishi, but he's still not here. However, we all took it easy, assuming they'd get here sooner or later. It's getting late. Once you get to Himizawa, there aren't many places to get something to eat. I'm sure they're having a quick dinner before coming here. However, the 4 officers seemed anxious. They'll had families, but Oishi didn't tell them how late they'd have to be out here. They're hoping Oishi will bring other officers to relieve them so they can go home. And they called the station, but all they said was that Oishi was on his way, and we should wait because he'll be here soon. That Oishi sure is late. I'm sure he's stuck in traffic. Still rush hour. Those officers have been here since this afternoon, right? They must be tired by now. I know. It sucks that they don't even know when they can go home. We should patrol outside so they can get... Should we patrol outside so they can get some rest? We can have Satoko set up some traps to prevent strangers from coming in here. Oh, good thinking, Shion-san. However, just because this is our house... Just think, this is our house. We already have several traps set up around this place. Really? We should be careful when we're around here. With our stomachs full, the mood in the house had returned to a light-hearted one. True, we shouldn't be so relaxed, but knowing that Oishi would be here shortly made us feel relieved. Gotta hope there's a police department as incompetent as the real world. Oh. You would hope that, but... Our house in the middle... If you want a rabbit hole that really makes you question some stuff, you should look into what's called the Smiley murders. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. But he's so late. He said he'd be here in an hour. Mion mentioned he might have gotten stuck in traffic, but I'm sure Oishi was considering that. That's why he told me it'd take him about an hour. And it had been 1 hour since the time Oishi was supposed to get here. I want to believe that he's getting something to eat on the way, but I'm starting to get concerned. Oishi still hasn't shown up. It's almost 11 o'clock. The officers are completely exhausted. They'd even started to smoke cigarettes outside. My friends are becoming tired too. Soko's yawning. It's way past her bedtime. Everyone else is getting tired and sleepy. We've been spending our time watching TV and reading manga. I can feel my fear succumbing to sleepiness. Today is almost over. I'm going to survive the day I'm supposed to die. Does that mean that I escaped my deadly fate? No. I'll have to fight endlessly from tomorrow on. I was going to discuss that with Oishi. Since it's not here, I don't know what to do from this point on. Suddenly, the phone rang, breaking the silence. Is that Oishi-san? Hello? This is the Furude residence. Sorry to call you. This is Komiyama calling from the Okonomiya Police Department. By chance, is Detective Oishi there with you? No. We've been waiting for him for a long time. I see. Send out more officers. Will you tell the ones there to leave once their relief comes? Okay, I'll do that. So, where is Oishi? We got a call from this evening saying he was heading there directly, so we thought he'd be with you already. The officers were supposed to return after Oishi arrived, but they haven't come back. So we were wondering what was going on. That's what I'd like to know, but arguing with the man on the phone won't accomplish anything. I hung up and gave the message to the officers downstairs. It looked like everyone already heard our exchange on the phone. I wonder what's going on. He's way too late. Maybe he ran into some important case that he had to take care of? He would have called us if so. Told us that he was on his way. I think he'd call us if something was going on. Was he attacked by Tokyo? No way. But if they're really as scary as Rikachama told us, that might be possible. He probably had something to take care of. I bet he forgot to call us. Remember, he's a tough guy. No one can take him down that easily. A bullet doesn't care how tough you are. Ahem. Do hope he gets here soon. Ah. Satoko yawned. Everyone laughs, but some of them are trying not to yawn themselves. We can't stay up forever. We decided that we'd call it a night once the replacement officers arrived. I'm sure I've survived past the time I was supposed to die. That's probably because the police were protecting me. Perhaps Wolf Takano and the Mountain Dogs are also on my side, and they took care of the murderer. I don't know who's changing my fate. My fate hasn't been changed. I'm going to get killed soon anyway. I don't know if it's because of the police or because of the Mountain Dogs. The only thing I know for sure is that I'm still alive. Depends on the bullet and type of protection. This is true. But obviously he was not wearing a... Obviously he was not wearing a... Obviously he was not wearing a bulletproof vest. And, of course, then there was Koma guy who got shot in the head, so, obviously, so... Yeah, wasn't really with a sniper round, apparently, so, yeah, really not much protection you could do. I heard the noise of someone walking on the gravel in the shrine grounds. One of my friends suggested that it might be Oishi, but I doubt it. I don't want to expect him to be disappointed when it's not. I'm starting to think like Hanyu. Good evening. Komiyama, from the Okinawa Police Department. Wasn't Oishi, two of his fellow detectives had arrived instead. But proof held, yeah. Going to stay downstairs and have the 4 officers return home. They also told my friends to leave. We'll stay here to protect her, so please go home. Your families must be worried about you. Thank you so much, everyone. Detectives are here, so I'm okay now. Are you sure? I'll stay here tonight if you like. Fine. Besides, I don't have any extra pajamas and blankets for you guys. See you tomorrow, then. Try and stay with you as much as we can from now on. How about we do club activities here after school? That would be wonderful. Floor might break with all these people here. It might really break. Well, Rika-chama, we're going home now, but be careful. Do not go out alone in the dark under any circumstances. Be careful. All right. See you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. I'm really going to see them tomorrow? I have no clue. Tried so many things over the past 100 years. Done many things that I have memories of most of them. I feel so scared that's why I feel so scared on the day I die. It's the only day that I have no memory of. I don't even know if I'm approaching or escaping my death right now. All I know is that this fear is going to continue until I find some kind of solution. I started getting ready to go to bed. Satoko suggested that I should sleep in my regular clothes rather than in my pajamas. She was thinking that I should remain dressed, just in case someone tries to attack me in my sleep. Sounded ridiculous, but she was just trying to be considerate. So I had to do what she told me to. Seemed so sleepy until a few minutes ago, but she started passionately explaining to me all the traps she set on the shrine grounds. She assured me that the strangers will end up trapped if they try to sneak inside this building. To someone else, it might sound like she was just trying to brag, but Satoko was trying to make me feel better. After everyone else left, she noticed how scared I looked. Satoko's kindness and everyone else's kindness, I feel it was the right decision for me to talk to my friends, even if that won't end up changing my fate. Pika. Hanyu showed up again. She looked upset, so she was probably still thinking that I could get killed in any minute. But I'm actually starting to feel a little better. I might get killed tomorrow, but I feel like I can rest safely at least tonight. More concerned about the fact that Oishi didn't show up. Still, even if he didn't, their detectives are here. We'll stay on guard downstairs without sleeping. As long as they're here, I think I'll be safe tonight. What's wrong? Are you hungry? I didn't eat anything sweet today. Do you want me to drink some juice? Hanyu would usually cheer right up when I suggested drinking some juice. But not this time. Her face looked pale, as if she wasn't even alive. She notes you seeing they're coming. Something out of the ordinary had clearly happened. What's wrong? It's almost time. It sounded far more like a declaration than a prediction. Even Hanyu doesn't have any memories of my death. There's no way she can tell when I'll be killed. However, she sounded so certain just now. Perhaps we can feel it in the very cells of our bodies. Our bodies understand fate far better than we do. Till now I felt reassured that we could get through it somehow if we're all together. But as I clung to that life preserver with the hole leaking air, I was starting to drown in a sea of despair and struggling to keep my head above water. No, I can't let myself feel that way. I have to believe. It's okay, Hanyu. I'm going to fight. Even if I get killed tomorrow, I'm going to die. I'm not going to die tonight. Hanyu just gave me a look of faint sadness. That silence told me that my pitiful hope was going to push me down into a futile reality. I stared at Satoko as she continued to brag about her traps. I'm getting killed shortly. Satoko won't be safe either. I quickly interrupt her talk about traps. The time was 1 in the morning, and it's hardly a big city. 1 a.m. in Himazawa is the middle of the night. The darkness here gets very deep. There was light leaking out from the first floor where 2 detectives sat on guard, but everything else was pitch black. Even the moonlight seemed indistinct. It's time. 2 detectives are downstairs. It's been more than an hour since the light went out above them, awaiting orders to begin the attack. It's a beautiful night. You have permission to engage. Should we terminate the detectives? Yes. Everyone in for the shrine will be demoned away tonight. It's better that way. HQ to Phoenix. Commence the mission. Terminate the 2 detectives. You do not have permission. You do not have permission to fire. I repeat, you do not have permission to fire your weapons. HQ to Nightingale. Phoenix has commenced the mission. Shut down the phone lines. Roger. We're shutting them down. They've been working to disable the phone lines just in case their target tried to contact the police during the attack. That mission was what Oishi happened to bump into. Let's begin. Phoenix 1 to all units. Be prepared when you enter. Terminate the 2 detectives on the first floor and the 1 companion on the second. Do not leave any evidence. Do not fire weapons or use any gas. Use your tasers. Remember, they have guns. Do not let them fire. Come on, don't embarrass me, Okanoki. Hehe. Just doing my job. Phoenix 7 and 8, advance forward. Backup team, secure the perimeter. Roger. We're heading in now. 2 men in uniform slowly approach the building. The Mountain Dog's uniform is gray, so it didn't blend in with their surroundings at all. However, it doesn't look as suspicious as real camouflage suits. Of course, they look suspicious enough creeping up to a house like that anyway. And they could both see light leaking from the door and hear the voices of the detectives. Rika would typically use the sliding door to get inside. The door was locked, but the Mountain Dogs had a spare key a long time ago. They put the key in the keyhole, but it wouldn't go in smoothly. They were certain it would make some kind of noise when they turned it. The detectives would notice them the minute they did that. They'd have to rush inside and defeat them in one swift burst. Phoenixes 7 and 8 glanced at each other. This is Phoenix 7. We'd arrived at the target location, waiting for your command. Takano here. Make it nice and clean. Go ahead. Roger. We're breaking in. Clack, clack. Turn the key in a hurry and open the lock. By the time the detectives turned around, the door was already open, and the 2 Mountain Dogs had stepped inside. They aimed their weapons at the detectives while the latter was still turning around. In a fight like that, the first 2 seconds are the most crucial moments. Detectives collapsed, making minimal noise. There were needles stuck in their bodies, and those needles were connected via wires to the attackers' guns. In other words, the weapons those 2 used weren't ordinary guns. They were stun guns in the shape of firearms. Instead of bullets, they shoot out electrical needles that electrocute their victims into unconsciousness. Normally, they would be non-lethal weapons that allow the shooter to capture their victim without harming them much, but their tasers had been modified. The 2 dogs started walking up the stairs as soon as they confirmed that the detectives were no longer breathing. But in the next moment, they heard a loud noise above them. This is Phoenix 10. R and her companion have noticed us. They just jumped out from the second floor window. They're running into the forest. Attention Phoenix 4 and 5, they're heading your way. Capture them. Roger, let's go. Phoenix 4 spotted the two girls and started after them, but he suddenly stepped on something hard. Pow! With a cheap-sounding explosion, the area was filled with smoke. That was the trap Satoko had set using firecrackers. That had proven to be a very fortunate idea. The mountain dogs dropped to the ground, assuming that they were under fire. That gave Rika and Satoko a chance to escape. Who are they? Are they the organization from Tokyo that you were talking about? I think so. Just run. We're dead if they catch us. What's going on? What's that noise? This is Phoenix 5. Someone was shooting at us. Ours escaped. We'll continue the pursuit. Shit. There were just some firecrackers. Damn it. That must be Satoko-chan's handiwork. She is pretty good. What? Hurry up. Don't let them escape inside someone's house. This is Phoenix 18. I spotted the target. I need some backup. They know this area very well. If we don't get them now, we'll definitely lose them. This wasn't a game of hide-and-seek. It was a game of tag. Several men in uniform were chasing after Rika and Satoko. They weren't idiots, so they didn't waste energy on the futile act of shouting wait. This was a quiet, deadly game of tag in the middle of the night. Where are we going? Let's split up and try to shake them off. We'll meet at Mii's house. Her basement will be safe and we can contact the police from there. Satoko had no idea that Mion had a basement in her house, but she didn't have time to ask anything about it under her current circumstances. All she did was nod. Bang! The next moment, I felt my left foot catch on something and I fell down to the ground. I must have tripped on a rock or piece of concrete. Rika! Get out of here, Satoko. You'll be killed. Satoko wouldn't move on without me. She came back to lend me a hand. I stood up without her help, but this cost us too much time. One of the men had almost caught up with us. I didn't know what to do, but Satoko, upon seeing him, quickly reacted. Ah! Satoko ran toward him and kicked him with all our might. Our foot had landed right in his face. I wish I had a camera, but there were two more of them right behind the first man. I can see them clearly now, and they were the gardeners from that landscape company. They were wearing the same uniforms Okanogi is always wearing. They must be the mountain dogs. Now I'm certain that Takano is the culprit, and now I know that I can do something about it in the next world. But if I die now, will I lose my memory again? I can't die now. I need to survive so I can keep my memories. Satoko took something out of her pocket and threw it at them. It was something like sand, and it blinded them. For even that could only buy us a few seconds. Satoko tried to run, but she froze as soon as they aimed their weapons at us. Their stun guns are only shaped like firearms. Satoko, not knowing that, thought they were real guns. Knowing that she'll be shot if she turned and ran, Satoko tried to attack them instead. Of course, there were 3 of them. Most would think it impossible to drive them off, but Satoko didn't think about that. She had a 100% chance of dying if she tried to run, and she might as well fight back, because she might have a 1% chance of defeating them. Satoko is determined to save me, even at her own expense, but I can't stay in this world if it means losing Satoko. Dying anyway, I'd rather die for Satoko's sake than lose her. But another me was shouting in my mind. If I don't survive this, I'll lose this memory. If I die without keeping this memory, this life and everything I've learned will all be wasted. Should I escape and leave Satoko behind? That's right. I should use this experience to my advantage in my next life. I should just let go of her in this world. No way. That really would make me a witch. But I know in my heart, there's no way I can win against these guys.
Okay. Oh, okay. I'm okay. Yeah. I think a bug. I'm okay. I think a bug flew in my mouth for a minute there. Okay, hold on a second. Sorry.
Oh my god!
Thank you for the flu check. think it flew out. But, bleh.
Can I put my balls in your jaw? Balls in your jaw.
No, it was not tasty. The bug was not tasty. I don't know. Also, okay. I hate to do this, but I really need to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. I just need to, and we will continue. I'll do a 30-second ad break, so we for sure won't be bothered. And I'll just put on the browse just for a minute. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you for waiting. There's no way I can win these guys. I'm sure their backup will get here if we take our time to fight them. Should I fight them for her? Or should I leave so I can confront my true enemy? A. Leave Satoko and lose and keep my memories. B. Save Satoko and lose my memories. Satoko! Bravery gives me courage. If I left her, I'd lose my motivation to defeat fate. I don't care if I lose my memories. It only took 100 years for me to get this information. I don't care if I have to spend another 100 years in this June. I can't leave Satoko. Satoko, I'm fighting too. Rika, told you to go. I had noticed something. They're only aiming at Satoko. There must be a reason why they can't shoot me. So I stood in front of Satoko to protect her. Just as I expected, they put their guns down and prepared to take us out without weapons. Guys are the mountain dogs, so Takano's behind this. Yeah, so stupid. I know who are, but I chose not to run. I'm not going to run. If you're going to kill me now, someone once told me, the world will try to ruin me. I ate carpet cookies. Sorry. Someone once told me that fate can be destroyed as easily as a piece of paper. Must think this is my final speech. They must think this is my final speech. They let me talk until I was finished. People are pathetic. That's why you'll never kill me. The next moment, one of them dropped to the ground. Keiichi had run toward him and kicked him from behind. Keiichi had kicked him right in the small of his back, and the dog was squirming on the ground. The other two tried to retaliate, but they were too late. Mion grabbed one of the guy's arms from behind and flipped him down to the ground. She threw him on the ground. She's not a part of your system. Must be some kind of martial art. I've seen something like that in an action movie before. Reina tried to push the remaining dog down with all her strength, but that wasn't enough to take him out. Tried to aim his gun at Reina. She had already done what she was supposed to do. All she needed was get his attention. Shion had snuck up behind him and she fired her stun gun into his neck. The stun gun made a snapping noise and the dog fell down to the ground with the rest of his friends. Wow. Kasa told me this was illegally modified. It works pretty well. Shh. Shion, hit this guy too. You guys okay? That was close. You ran so fast it took us a lot of time to catch up. I'm really glad we stuck around. Waiting out here just in case something happened. Do you mean you stayed out here without going back home? Yep. I saw someone who looked suspicious staring at the shrine when we were leaving. Only surprised you saw him in this darkness. Neither lies nor camouflage work on you, huh? So figuring he would leave if they spoke to him, they secretly staked out that suspicious man. They start following us as soon as they heard the sound of the firecrackers. I never expected I'd be saved like this. We can't stay here any longer. What should we do now? Trying to get to Mion-san's house. We have a basement there, apparently. Underground storehouse? That's a perfect spot. We also got some weapons inside there. Shh! Don't say that out loud. Anyway, I think that's a good idea. Several secret passages in there, so we can get the drop on them. Come on, let's go. They're still after us. A white van was approaching us at high speed. It obviously belonged to the mountain dogs. The van stopped not far from us and more people in uniform jumped out. There are at least 6 of them. If we all run, the slowest runner might get caught. So we should take them down while we can. I don't know if they have a license, but Mion and Shion know how to drive a car. We can take their van and get away from here. There are 6 of them. That's perfect. Let's beat them unconscious and steal their van. Oh, that's a good idea. Let's go get them. The mountain dogs were ready to chase us. They had no idea that we would try to attack them instead. Reina's always the first one to make a move in this kind of situation. She gets so determined once a decision is made. She immediately singled out one dog and punched him in the nose. Another one tried to grab her from behind, but Keiichi kicked him in his side as hard as he could. Hey Reina, watch your back. I'll leave that to you, Keiichi-kun. Please look after me. Kinda curious about what you were like back in Ibaraki. Sure don't hesitate to punch people. And you don't hesitate to zap people with an illegal stun gun. Given that Shion had that stun gun, the mountain dogs were reluctant to go after her. They were scared of the very dangerous weapon she had in her hand. Thanks to that, Shion had stopped one of them for certain. It was fortunate for they didn't have any guns of their own. They had no way of countering Shion's stun gun. Satoko attacked him from behind. She encircled his neck with a jump rope and pulled. Shion followed up, quickly hit him with their stun gun. What was I doing all that? Thing I can do is run around and try to get their attention. They're pursuing me after all. Want to catch me more than anything else. And that leaves them open to attacks from my friends. Keiichi had already hit the one trying to grab me. I think we have a chance here. We may not be able to take them all down. We can try and find a chance to escape their vehicle. With what Rika said, I thought these guys would be really strong, but they're not that bad. That's just how strong we club members are. Not being afraid is probably the secret to strength. SZA's club activities are practically training to rid you of your hesitation. If we all fight together, we can win this 6-on-6 battle. And if any one of us wasn't here, they'd beat us easily. We'd end up dead. If my friends hadn't stayed behind, I would have been killed by now. We can do it. We can make it. The dogs Shion took down with her stun gun were starting to wake up. The ones that we knocked out earlier were also up and chasing us again. We have to get out of here. This is the time for me to just be running around. Fine, let's see what I can do. Rika, Hanyu, I know you still can't believe in hope just like always. Stay there and see what my stubbornness can do. I'm going to change this fate. I'm going to do it right here. Let me show you what I'm capable of. Alright everyone, I'm going to finish this right now. Take down whoever's in front of you. And we're going to grab their car and get out of here. Yes, I'm going to do this. You go, Rika-chan. Alright, let's go. On the KT signal, we attack 6 of the mountain dogs in unison. Time gradually slowed down. I truly felt like I was trying to overcome that impossible wall of time and change my fate. However, time continued to slow even further until it stopped. What's going on? Felt like the film reel of Emil had got hung up partway through, like time itself had come to a standstill. Hanyu? What's this all about? The time has come. What? Why? Sad expression, Hanyu pointed at Keiichi. I finally noticed something. All my friends had noticed already, except for Keiichi. Keiichi, is that floating in front of your chest? What do you mean? Huh? What is this? Time had stopped, just when Keiichi was about to hit his opponent. He then realized that something was floating in front of his heart. It was a metallic silver cone. And that was the first thing I could think of. No, Kei-chan. What the hell is this? Is this a bullet? It's exactly what it was. The bullet had stopped about 15 centimeters away from Keiichi's chest just before it would enter his body. That's right. Once time starts moving again, it'll slam into his chest. In other words, it's too late. Keiichi will immediately die when the time starts up again. Who shot it? Looks like I didn't have any guns. Look! Over there by the van. Satoko couldn't point at the van. Time had completely stopped after all. Could see another person standing near the van. There had actually been 7 people inside, not 6. That 7th person was the one who fired the bullet. We hadn't seen her at all. That person is someone we all know very well. Yes, it's Takano. It's Takano-san. She shot the gun? She shot Keiichi-kun? Frozen World Takano was smiling, still aiming her gun at Keiichi. Takano had been watching us from the van this whole time. She came out and fired her gun, knowing that we hadn't seen her at all. I see, I get it now. So Takano was the bad guy all along. What are we going to do? Kei-chan, can't you try and twist your body to avoid the bullet? Stupid. Time has totally stopped. I can't move at all. Try moving right as soon as the time starts moving again. Might make a difference. Everyone was desperate to save Keiichi. For no matter how hard we thought, we couldn't come up with any ideas to save him from the bullet. So desperate that Keiichi started to laugh. I really don't know what's going on, but there's nothing that can be done. I'm dead the minute time starts moving again. And if I don't die, I won't be of any help to you guys anymore. So listen, just give up on me. You only need to think about taking these guys down and getting inside of that van. Never. You can't die. I don't want to lose you. Han, you are telling me this is my fate? Saying there's no way to overcome this? It's okay, Rika. Won't remember this. You won't. No. Kei-chan is not going to die. Stop it, P-chan. It's Kanjiro out taking them down. I'm sure Keiichi wouldn't want us spending time to turning back to Messy Falls. Exactly how I feel, Reina. Guys, take care of Rika-chan. Get out of here and contact Coach. I'll probably kill Oishi-san. That's why they probably killed Oishi-san. That's why he never showed up. Listen, promise you'll all survive. Promise me. Keiichi. Chan, I'm sorry. The one who told you that we could change destiny. But I'm going to have to retire now. Just like Takano's regular laughter, but it was the scariest noise I'd ever heard. Are you ready to let go of your life now? Takano-san, we haven't lost just yet. Done watching your life flash before your eyes. Silence suddenly ended, and the clamor of reality returned. Explosive sound then hit Keiichi straight in the chest. I watched Keiichi collapse right in front of me. He fell down on his back while his blood splattered everywhere. And after that, he stopped moving. There's no way any of us weren't shocked by that. Tried to take down the foes in front of us. More came from behind. We tried to struggle as best we could, but there was no way we could win against all those adults. I did my best to fight them off, but they pulled my hair and picked me up like I was nothing. I heard everyone's desperate screams of resistance. The comforting, courageous unity we showed right before Keiichi was shot shattered like glass. The debris of that glass lay sadly on the ground. Takano's annoying laughter was still echoing inside my ears. Takano to HQ, I've taken care of it. I need what I told you before. Also need someone to clean up the bodies. Give me 5 bags and some water to clean up the area. Understand? She needs 5 bags? My body froze up, but time did not. Takano laughed and pointed her gun at Mion's head. Are you kidding me? I've always wanted to see the tattoos on your back. Going to take a peek at it later. Sure, have a look if you want. It's nothing special. Oh? You don't think I'll find it interesting? Stop, don't shoot her. Kano shook her head in response to Reina's scream. I have to kill her. She's the leader of your club, so she has to go first. Stop. Pow. It's a dull noise followed by Mion's body twitching. I'll try to break free from the men restraining us as Takano calmly shot Mion. But they were too strong and all we could do was squirm like insects. Takano was enjoying watching us struggle. She then stepped towards Satoko. Shion started screaming curses at her. My, want to be shot before her? Could have stayed alive a few more seconds if you were nice and quiet. Stop it, Shion-san. Don't agitate her like that. I know why she's doing that. Shion wants to protect Satoko for as long as she can. She's trying to do what Satoshi told her to. Takano didn't care one whit for Shion's feelings. Stepping over Keiichi's body, she approached Shion. I get it now. Killed Satoshi, didn't you? Is that the truth? Sorry, I don't like giving out secrets, so I'm not telling. Hehehe. Shion's body twitched. That had followed the dull sound of another gunshot. Just 2 dull sounds had stolen away the lively Sonozaki sisters. It didn't add up. I started shaking from fear when it hit me just how easily Takano can take away lives. Is it that amusing for you to take away innocent lives? You monster. Oh, so you want to die next? You are going to be the last one if you stayed quiet. Keiichi, Mion, and Shion died. The oldest one of us left was Reina. Reina didn't want to see Satoko and me die before she did. So you were the culprit behind this series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. Do you think you're Oyashiro-sama's proxy or something? Hehe. I'm not a proxy. I'm handing out divine punishment. It's too bad that you're not going to see it. Soon enough, Oyashiro-sama's wrath is going to destroy the whole village. But I'm the one who's going to make that happen. It's my curse. Yes, I'm going to become Oyashiro. I'm going to become something more than human. You'll never understand how I feel. You'll never understand how wonderful it is to become a god. I don't think that's possible. How much you try to become Oyashiro, it won't work. It's just a game for you. You'll never become Oyashiro. I will. The process has already begun. Reina laughed at her. Takano seemed very upset to hear that laugh. What's so funny? It's impossible. Because Shiro-sama is already here. And those were Reina's last words. Well, it's your turn now, Satoko-chan. I don't really care if you live or die, but you're a living research sample. Tokyo has a bounty on capturing you alive. But it's not very much. My share would run out with just a trip to Europe. If I capture you alive, nothing good will happen to you anyway. They'll probably open up your skull and probe through your brain while you're still alive. Besides, I was your friend. I think it might be kinder to shoot you dead right here. Which would you prefer? I can't decide that. She shouted back at her. Her eyes were full of tears. Let's do a quiz then. Which one is green? Broccoli or cauliflower? No. Broccoli. Pow. As soon as I heard that same dull sound, Satoko stopped moving. Takano smiled and said good girl to what used to be Satoko. This really is such a lovely and beautiful night, don't you agree? So you're going to kill me too? Yes, I will kill you. The corpse of the queen carries the key to this mission. I'm going to become an ugly political tool far away in Tokyo. And then the legend of Onagafuchi will finally come to an end. I know how you're planning to kill me. Oh, you do? Let's hear it. I'm going to say it, but I know. It's Watanagashi. She wants to do the real Watanagashi using my body. Sure, she's planning to cut up in my stomach and pull out my guts. Do that, she'll make me inhale some chemical to put me to sleep. I vaguely remember that part. I guess you already know. Good night, Rika-chan. And the dogs approached me with a handkerchief soaked in a chemical substance. Wait a minute, Takano. Everyone's dead, but you're begging for your life? That's not it. If you're going to kill me, do it without putting me to sleep. Takano hadn't expected me to hear that. Still, even though she was surprised, she nodded with a slight smile. Ani was also surprised to hear that. It would obviously be a terrible way to die. What are you thinking? Do you prefer an easy and painless death? You know it's going to be horrible, right? Going to cut open your stomach while you're still alive. I don't want to forget about it. Yes, I'm doing this so I'll remember. I'm not going to forget about it. The picture of you cutting open my stomach will be forever burned into my soul. I'm never going to forget that. Next time I see you, I'll remember that you did this to me. What are you cooking up in your little head? I guess you're smarter than the other kids. At least you'd get to have a chance to scream for your life. I'm not going to let you do that, though. And they forced something other than the handkerchief inside of my mouth. It was a gag. That, I couldn't close my mouth, leaving my saliva to start overflowing. Soon another van arrived. More mountain dogs came out of it. They had probably come to get rid of the bodies. I grabbed the corpses of my friends and stuffed them into body bags. After that, they sprayed a bunch of water on the ground to clean up the blood. They asked Takano how many shots he fired. Started looking around for the bullets. They were erasing all evidence. By the time the night was over, there'd be no proof left. They pulled my hands behind my back and bound them with handcuffs. My ankles were tied up too. They also tied my ankles and wrists together. My body was bent like a shrimp, and I was no longer able to walk. My body was covered so I couldn't even talk. Or my mouth was so I couldn't even talk, couldn't move, talk, or express myself in any other way. They had taken everything away that made me human. Therefore, I wasn't human anymore. I was just a toy named Rika Furude, a toy to give Takano joy. The car started moving. Seemed like we were going back the way we came, but I didn't care anymore. The time of my death approached, when my forgotten memories came back to me. That's right. I was killed like this so many times. Every time I repeated my life, Takano got pleasure out of killing me. Somebody rubbed my head. They trying to comfort me? I shook my head to try and refuse. They laughed at me as I did so. Rika. Hanyu showed up. She couldn't hold back her devastated tears. Again. Didn't work. It didn't work again. Again. Saw Hanyu's faithful fears, I was convinced. I was wrong. Hanyu is not just a bystander. She's just too scared to face reality because she can't stand the pain anymore. Hanyu wants a happy future too, but her hopes were betrayed countless times and she was hurt far too much. For some reason, seeing her sorrowful expression calmed me down. Perhaps Hanyu was crying in my place. It's okay, Hanyu. We did what we could. We worked very hard, getting so close to changing our fate for real. Still didn't work out, but for some reason, I feel satisfied. I never fought this hard in my life. I never learned so many things. Because I can repeat my life endlessly, I've been taking each one for granted. But everyone else is taking their lives seriously. I wasn't learning anything because I wasn't doing that. But I finally understand. I learned something from this life and I put all my effort into it. So, I'm sad that I didn't make it, but I feel satisfied just the same. It's a strange kind of satisfaction. I wonder how many of these memories I can keep. I get the sense that I'm going to lose my memory of this evening. If that's the case, I will lose my memory of seeing Takano's face. I finally found out that Takano is the mastermind. I'm going to repeat the same world again, not knowing the truth. She killed my friends as if she were merely killing some bugs. I don't want to forget that. No matter how hard my death will be, I need to remember Takano's face. Hanyu, I'm not going to give up. I don't care if I can't recall this memory. I'll continue to live my life. I don't care if I can only live in this June, and that eventually will only be able to go back to the night of Watanagashi. If that's my life, so be it. I'm not going to forget either. If you don't remember, I'll tell you the truth. Hanyu, I knew it. You acted like an unfeeling bystander, but that's because you were afraid of the pain. I want to have a happy future with everyone. Hanyu started to cry like a baby. She's so stupid. She decided to abandon hope because she didn't want to deal with the sadness that she always felt on this night. But she ended up hurt and devastated anyway. Hanyu, are you happy this world is ending just like you predicted? I decided to not ask her such an unpleasant question. The car stopped and two men pulled me out of the vehicle. We had returned to the Furude Shrine. There were several men waiting in front of the offertory box. Nearby, there were countless sharp knives laid out on the ground. They're going to cut open my stomach with those tools and pull out my intestines. They took off all my clothes. I left the gag inside my mouth and the handcuffs around my wrists. I wasn't embarrassed to be naked in front of them. Rather, I was just furious that Takano was getting joy out of doing this to me. Don't forget this humiliation. The pain I'm about to experience should be carved into my soul forever. I'm not going to forget this. Everyone worked hard together, and we finally revealed who was behind it all. If I forget this, my friend's efforts and deaths will have been in vain. I need to stay alive as long as I can so that I'll remember the pain. Hanyu, don't look away. You have to watch. Remember this forever. Is this really the only way I can help you? Is this all I can do because I can't touch or talk to anyone? That's good enough. If you continue to stare at me, I can endure this pain. Hanyu nodded and sat right next to me, while continuing to cry. We then looked up at the night sky together. The moon was shining brightly as if it's taking pity upon me. We also looked at the faces of my murderers. And that beautiful moon was gradually stained red. It's getting cold. So painful. Seen with the fear of not being able to do anything about this. But Hanyu was right next to me. That gives me comfort. It's not just Hanyu either. Everyone is here with me. Everyone is there watching me so I can stand this torture. And that's why it wasn't painful. I didn't struggle. I didn't care about Takano's crazy laughter. This was such a wonderful world. We didn't overcome this fate, but I have no regrets. Of course, I'm still sad, disappointed. But my future was right in front of my eyes. My hand could almost reach it. Even so, we did what we could. I'd have to be proud of myself. Keiichi voiced his disagreement. He still felt that he could have done more. We were almost there. We almost defeated this fate. We didn't win, but not because our enemies were strong. We didn't win because we didn't try hard enough. But all of you worked so hard together. I was watching, saw the whole thing. But it wasn't enough. If we'd had a will strong enough to overcome this fate, we should have created a miracle. That's right. Miracle will happen if everyone believes in it. Satoko, Rika, and everyone else worked so hard. Sorry, Rika. Brave enough to ask us for help, but I couldn't save you. Sakura held my shoulder and cried. That's true. Everyone worked so hard, but it still didn't work out. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Going to die again, but I've never felt so good about it. I've learned so many things in this world. Rika-chan, I know why the miracle didn't happen in this world. Spoke gently, but he wasn't smiling at all. Hey, did everyone really believe that we could create a miracle? If you're hoping for a future, but not everyone believes in it, then a miracle won't happen. What are you saying, Reina? We were united. No one had doubts that we could overcome this fate. Right, Mion? Yeah, he's right, Reina. Everyone thought we could overcome it. I believe that we could. That's quite true. Even Rika believed in it. She finally believed that with our help, she could change her destiny. Believed in it too, but I think there was someone who didn't believe. Who is that? What? Who can it be? Game? Don't frickin' do this. Don't frickin' do this. Don't frickin'... I'm gonna say it's us. I blame Hanyu. She's right there. You're gonna bring it. You're gonna... Hey, you. Reina turned to Hanyu and asked, oh, thank goodness. Okay. Did you believe? Did you believe that we could overcome this fate? Wow. Even if you can't talk to us or touch us, you can still believe. If you believe in us, the miracle would have happened. Would something really have changed if I believed? I'm a powerless existence. I can't do anything. Do is watch and accept. Saying I could have made a miracle happen just by believing? Yeah, you could have. Did you learn nothing from Journey? Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. Keiichi stated it clearly. He wasn't trying to blame her. He was just stating the truth. That's right. We're 6 of us. There were 7 of them. If you believe us, we would have numbered 7 souls. The miracle could have happened. You don't make miracles happen by touching something or saying something. You make them happen by believing. Hanyu here realized this ending wasn't caused by fate. It was because she didn't believe. In other words, this happened because she was so weak as to accept this fate. She started crying again. We don't even know your name. You still need to be brave enough to fight this fear and pain. You need to have the courage to defeat fate. If you believed, you've been moving on to a bright future. If your refusal to believe in it is the sole reason we couldn't reach it, then the responsibility is yours. It was hard to believe Reina could say something so harsh. Her words were piercing Hanyu's heart, but those words were necessary for me and for her. Only faith can create a miracle. That sounds like something you might hear in a fairy tale. It's not easy to put into action. People suspect others. They don't trust others. It's easier to not have hope. So difficult to believe. That's why faith can make miracles happen. Don't you realize I can't even touch people? Don't you realize I can't even speak to them? You still think I can make a miracle happen just by believing in something? Listen, you're talking to me right now. I've never talked to you before, but I always knew you were there. I've always thinking about how I could communicate with you. I always knew you were watching when we were all having fun, hanging out together. But I want to be involved. You guys can't see me or hear my voice. Think that I'm a monster or something. I don't want people to think of me as a monster. We never think of you that way. If you're with us, you're our friend. Yeah, we wouldn't call our friend a monster. It's your heart that determines whether you're a monster or not. Right, Shion? Indeed. I guess I'm more like a monster in that sense. You won't call me a monster, even though I have horns on my head. I won't call you that just because of the way you look. You're actually cute, you know. Watch out for Reina. She might try and take you home. I realized then that I was standing with everyone looking down at my own body. I see. I'm finally dead. I looked at my bloody body by my feet. It upset me that Takano was still enjoying the torture, but the body that remained was nothing but a shell. Are you okay, Rika-chan? Me think it's a bit strange to ask that question to a dead person? Everyone smiled wryly. It's my first time feeling so much love in death. Everyone is already dead. That's why I feel so happy to be dead to join them. Suddenly, the world got darker and my body started to sink downward. I could feel myself disappearing. I still had the sensation of my friend's hands on mine. Let's go, everyone. Let's go. You're also one of us. Come on, stop crying. Let's go. My vision had gone dark, but somehow I could still see. Ren offered her hand to Hanyu, and Hanyu slowly took it. Hanyu, I don't know what sad experience you had before we met, but I'm sure my friends will accept you. Is it still going to be fun if I'm involved? Sure they'll accept me? Yes. So come along with us. Reina touched Hanyu's hand. Felt like everyone else laid their hands on top too. If only they had hands to do so. Let's go, Hanyu. Let's accept this sorrow. Embrace joy as well. Believe in the bright future that's waiting for us. The miracle will happen. We will obtain it. Okay? Yes. You said it with a definite nod. Oh, hello, Broken Soul. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much. Colt took all the shiny, now I need shiny glasses. For more. Oh, thank you. What's outside the well? Is something worth fighting for? What's outside of the well? Is it something worth getting hurt for? What's outside of the well? Going to fight and get hurt in order to find that out. I'm sure what's waiting is a beautiful world, even if I get to the bottom of the well again. The key to the new world is my willingness to get out of here. Even if I cannot get out or not, I will eventually get to the new world. Higurashi, When They Cry, Chapter 7.
To the one place that hasn't been corrupted by
Thank you for the fluid check.
Space!
So I went up to him.
Yes?
And I stabbed him 37 times in the chest.
Carl, that kills people!
Oh.
We completed Chapter 7, although there may be maybe a tip or something. I don't know. Anyway. So. Dead ending. Yeah. Let's see, with this dead ending, unlike all the previous ones, I think the next one should actually work. But seriously, there really is only like one more chapter volume left. The ninth one is honestly like extra story stuff going on. So, which we will do, of course. But, so there was the reason I had to do the prediction of, will she die, yes or no? So, yeah. So yeah. Oh, well, I'm thinking about it. So there actually is a mod. It's called the 07th expansion, which actually adds even more updated sprites. Also would make the picture bigger for us. And yeah, all my friends are dead, and I'll make sure that's rooted away. Seriously, the timing of that. Is that cursed or brilliant timing? I can't tell, honestly. Oh my goodness. Anyway. Emergency Manual 1. The If the existence of a terminal patient L5 is confirmed, the Institute Director must resolve the situation where the L5 begins engaging in antisocial behavior. However, they must ensure that the secret remains hidden. To that end, the Director may also request assistance from the Secrecy Preservation Unit. As for the Secrecy Preservation Unit, they may request permission to fire from the Institute Director if necessary. All effort should be made to secure the L5 subject is alive, but if that proves obstructive to maintaining secrecy, their life may be forfeit. At all times, maintaining secrecy and preventing exposure will be the highest priority. However, preserving secrecy will take priority over preventing exposure. Emergency Manual Appendix 9, FAQ. Can Emergency Manual 34 be administered if an outbreak of L5 occurs, putting matters beyond the control of the Secrecy Preservation Unit? Additionally, is the Institute Director responsible for determining what constitutes an out-of-control situation? A. Yes. If an incident occurs in a hazardous material, the H170 series is exposed to the public. Can Emergency Manual 34 be administered? Yes. If an accident has occurred, and the nature of the Institute is revealed to the public, the Secrecy Preservation Unit will take steps to resolve the situation. However, if this information is spread too widely, can Emergency Manual 34 still be administered? Additionally, is the Institute Director responsible for making that decision? Yes. Then to execute Emergency Manual 34 must be carefully deliberated over and sanctioned by an official. However, in case of the emergency, does the Institute Director have the right to make the final decision? The execution of Emergency Manual 34 must be sanctioned by an official at all times. However, the Institute may petition the urgency of its use to an official. That sounds like a very cheap way of saying, well, yes, but we would like to pretend that Emergency Manual 34. Reproduction or removal of this document is prohibited. This manual may only be read with the appropriate permissions. This manual will only be replied upon approval by the highest authority. Nothing short of official authorization shall count as approval. Furthermore, those authorized to apply this manual must make their decision as soon as possible when it is required. If the situation threatens to spiral out of control, and the official says that this is the case, the Erie Institute must make the final decision to preserve the secret and prevent its detection by others. The following is an outline of how to execute that final solution. Terminate all patients above L2. Destroy all evidence inside the Institute. Conceal the fact that this manual was administered. Contents of this manual must be executed by the Institute Director within 48 hours of the incident. If the Director is not available, the Chief Officer may execute in his place. The Institute Director may demand support from the Chief Officer in executing this manual. This manual is expected to be executed. The Chief Officer may issue the preliminary orders. Final resolution must be executed in the following steps. Disguise the incident as a natural gas disaster and quarantine the area. The quarantine unit must disguise themselves as police officers and isolate the Hinamizawa region from the outside world. And the official explanation must be that there is a gas disaster within the village. The equipment for the operation will be stored at a vacant lot where Yagauchi Quarry used to be. The equipment must undergo routine maintenance. In the event of external breach or internal escape, if they do not respond to the notice of the gas disaster or orders to evacuate, use of firearms is authorized. The approval to use firearms is given by the Chief of the Secrecy Preservation Unit to the Chief of the Traffic Blockade Unit. Shutting down communications. Communication Sabotage Unit must ensure that all forms of communication, including radio, have been disabled in the Hinamizawa area. They must take care not to fall under suspicion. Communications must be disrupted for a minimum amount of time. The facility belonging to the telephone company is inside of the traffic blockade, so any civilians inside may be shot and killed. The Chief of the Secrecy Preservation Unit may give permission to use lethal force to the Chief of the Communication Sabotage Unit. Assembling the infected carriers. The Secrecy Preservation Unit must assemble the infected populace in the Hinamizawa Regional Disaster Shelter. Refer to the enclosed documents for gathering procedures. Upon assembly, the unit must count the number of infected and confirm that everyone is present. Be sure not allow the infected to expose the true nature of the gas disaster. Additionally, the infected must not be allowed to bring any large personal belongings with them. However, they may take their valuables, including bank books and cash. Infected who refuse to assemble may be shot, but the Chief of the Secrecy Preservation Unit must carefully consider the decision to do so. Terminating the infected. Once they are assembled, the Secrecy Unit must terminate all of the infected. For that point, care must be taken to ensure that they are not suspicious of the story of the gas disaster. Be sure they are treated as humanely as possible. If any problems occur, the unit has approval to fire their weapons. The Chief of the Secrecy Unit must also make that decision. Bodies with gunshot wounds should not be placed together with those that have been poisoned. Concealment of the Institute. The Institute Concealment Unit must collect all the classified items, referred to the 193 items in the appendix, in the Institute in order to suppress the evidence. Refer to the appendix for more detailed instructions. The research staff at the Institute must assist with this operation. This unit must exercise extreme caution, as they will be handling a number of toxic substances. Strict quarantine must be maintained if the concealment block. The airproof door must be welded shut, and the underground area must be flooded. The entrance to the air must be welded shut and completely concealed. Furthermore, the concealment block will be completely removed within 3 years. The Institute Concealment Unit must eliminate all civilians who try to approach the Institute. The use of firearms is not permitted, except in emergencies. The Chief of the Preservation Unit may give the order to fire. Searching the village. Secrecy Unit must search the whole village for any survivors. Any person who was not present during the assembly must be found. Any survivors found after the termination of the affected may be shot immediately. However, if the survivor is willing to surrender, do not shoot and instead take them into the custody of the Secrecy Unit. The unit must then terminate the captive using the same method as for the other infected. Post-mission transfer to General Forces. Transfer the job to the official disaster recovery team. Make sure not to arouse suspicion. Complete withdrawal. After the completion of all preparations, the Secrecy Unit will retreat from the Hinamizawa area. They must be careful not to be suspected by the disaster recovery team. Furthermore, the Institute will continue to secure the concealment block until complete removal is finished. The Queen and her carriers. It is assumed that the pathogen has the same characteristics as creatures such as ants. There is a queen of the carriers of the disease just like there is a queen ant, and this position has been passed down the line of the Fruite family. This assumption is made based on the legends and ancient writings that have been passed down in the village. It is already confirmed that the carriers have a tendency to protect their queen. Additionally, the queen carrier can only survive within the boundary of the village. Probability of outbreak. as ordinary patients will become ill when they travel far away from the Queen. It's assumed that the further and longer they're away from her, the higher the chance of symptoms occurring becomes. Also, mental state plays a strong factor as well, and it's estimated that those who are especially emotionally unstable or show strong yearning for their home are more likely to exhibit symptoms. It is believed that the Takano relaxation method is the most effective means of suppressing symptoms, but if the patient still shows no improvement, only returning them to their home and the Queen will be effective. Concerning terminal patients. Terminal patients, as they suffer from an extreme persecution complex, are incapable of functioning within society. Cases of arson and murder have been confirmed, and they may present severe problems for their units. Record shows that terminal patients appear even in Himizawa, and they will not recover even if relocated nearer the Queen. Therefore, the decision to dispose of the problem must be made as soon as possible. It's recommended that the infected be quarantined before they start behaving irregularly. We suggest tracking down those formerly from Hinamizawa and placing them under special medical observation. The collapse of the carrier community. For the affirmation reasons, we project that should the Queen carrier die, infected villagers will exhibit terminal symptoms on a village-wide scale. Terminal symptoms will begin showing within 24 hours at the earliest and 48 at the latest. For that reason, the final decision must be made within 48 hours. Based on the size of the village, neither ordinary officers nor the military police may be able to control the chaos they may bring. We believe the best response is to treat them as an armed, anti-national uprising and immediately suppress them with the military. January 1945. To Colonel Kozumi, the Supreme Council for the Direction of War. From Hifumi Takano. This was the doctor that was mentioned that first found the thing. And their name is Takano. So, and as the dear daughter is doing what her father or grandfather is going to finish what she started. The Queen is in the Ferde family. Oh, it's sorry, 1 second. So the Queen is the successor in the Ferde family, so it's passed down to that. So it was originally like Rika's mother, but then apparently when they have the person that would be the successor, that it passes on to them. So yeah, it's Rika. So basically, if she dies, it's kind of like a bomb. It's kind of like setting off a time bomb. June 23rd, 1983. Yeah, sorry, whatever that explained or something, whatever. Document E420, June 23rd. Okay, so this is the day after. Or right after the events or whatever they did. Document E420 for the 58th Defense Commissioner and TechCom 73 Commander. It is hereby ordered to be on standby within 24 hours, armed for urban suppression. The company commander must also thoroughly study Emergency Manual 34. Select personnel carefully with the preservation of secrecy in mind. Additionally, test the effectiveness of the vaccine with the support of the National Research into Infectious Diseases. Employ those with positive immunity. June 23rd, 1983. Document for 58th Director of IHS. Engine Equipment Testing Company Commander 733. National Research Center of Infectious Diseases. Infectious Pathogen Department Suite 13. Official seal omitted. About the Himizawa Syndrome. This is information regarding the Himizawa Syndrome. The Himizawa Syndrome is an infectious disease caused by a virus. There are no initial symptoms. Instead, their onset begins with the patient's emotional state becomes unstable if the Queen carrier dies. The main symptom of the illness are hallucinations and emotional instability, paired with an extreme persecution complex. Furthermore, patients are frequently unaware of their own mental abnormalities, making identification outside examination nearly impossible. The only way to do so is by observing symptoms indicative of terminal abnormal behavior. Your face is abnormal. Anyway, in many cases, patients engage in antisocial behavior, which is the largest issue created by the syndrome. This behavior is caused by hormonal factors, as this disease mainly affects the mind as opposed to the body. In the end, the patient will experience extreme irritation in their lymph nodes, and they will claw at their throat or wrists. This is the only symptom that is recognized by the patient. Important points regarding the sterilization operation. This is an advisory notice for virus control. The pathogen is an airborne infectious virus, and therefore no effective preventative methods exist, and inoculation is required. After the mission is completed, all staff members must take a medical exam. Those with positive test results must come forward. Be cautious when interacting with the carriers, villagers. Even after inoculation, any contact with their bodily fluids will cause infection. Do not come into direct contact with them. If assumed infected, individuals must use the testing syringe and test themselves for the disease. Feeling extreme irritation in your lymph nodes, it's likely you have terminal symptoms. In that case, you must get tested immediately. If results come out positive, inject the treatment medication C120. If the irritation persists after 10 minutes, use a second injection. If there is still no change in symptoms, seek treatment at HQ. Do not use C110 if your test results are not positive. Who the hell would want to free this upon? I mean, who would want to unleash things like, who would want to unleash poison gas on the world? It's also, once again, Takano is I'm sure she has her motives, which are absolutely insane. Because as we've discovered, she's a complete psychopath, apparently. She thinks torturing a small child is fun, so, you know. She does it for literal lols. Used in a healthy body, symptoms of high fever. Yes, it's still controlled. It's different Calaroth. It's true. Although apparently it does, like, they were researching a military usage. So, I guess would be the thought, which, because of its weird... It's not really something that you would like, because of the way that it manifests. It's something that would be deadly and useful as a weapon if you could get it more under control. Because also, you know, your opposition wouldn't know this. It would be a new thing, so... Anyway. Make it into something controllable, like, you know, specifically a poisonous gas or something like that, but it wouldn't look like it. Listen. Let's remember there was like a little memo in the Pentagon, you know, about trying to make a gay bomb. So it's not the most far-fetched in terms of the fact that someone would want to try to use this, or try to make something out of this. It's the craziest thing. No, I'm literally not even, there's basically a thing where there's a whole, it was basically to try to, someone in the Pentagon, nothing ever came of it, but there was an actual official that was like, had this idea of, okay, what if, okay, good. If you happen to don't know it and watch this, seriously look it up later. It's crazy. Until they part of it, right there, to make them loyalty. Let's see. If used on a healthy body, symptoms of high fever, rashes, dilated pupils, and hallucination will be observable within 10 minutes. Curious, one must seek treatment at HQ. Government officials explained the entire situation in a luxurious meeting room adorned with a marble table and crystal ashtrays. The chief cabinet secretary was in a panic. He never heard about any of this before. Feelings of panic were only natural. One girl's death was going to drive 2,000 villagers into a frenzy. Hearing that a disease like that exists was surprising enough. But on top of that, it was secretly researched for military use, and now there was a horrific situation caused by the director of the local research institute engaging in embezzlement. I've never heard of such a dangerous disease. There's no cure for it? No. According to the National Research Center, they have recently found a method of treatment for the carriers of disease, but they're still not capable of administering that treatment to the whole village. The entire populace is going to develop terminal symptoms within the next 24 to 48 hours. It's going to be a disaster. The danger of this syndrome is explained over and over to the chief secretary. He didn't have anything more to say, but that didn't mean he could blindly accept it either. He simply couldn't believe that the only way to resolve the situation was to kill all 2,000 infected villagers. I understand the urgency, but I can't give approval to kill an entire village. Why was this disease being studied in secret anyway? Is this the responsibility of those who are funding the research? Such a dangerous disease can't possibly be of any benefit to this country. It's the year 1983 for crying out loud. In these documents, they intentionally held off concerning the disease so they'd have more time to study it. On top of that, this chaos was all caused by a single researcher? It's an act of terrorism. It's the fault of those old men in Tokyo. They better take responsibility for this. Get rid of the people who are still haunted by the ghost of the war. This is a good army to rid Tokyo of its festering pus. We discuss the issue of responsibility in due time. We must make a prompt decision about this. A man standing by the window slowly turned around and opened his mouth. Prime Minister, please give us your decision. Happens if I don't approve this final resolution. Well, almost 100% of the population in the village will determine terminal symptoms within 36 hours. They'll overcome by persecution complex and they will begin behaving violently. Suicide, murder, arson, robbery, rape. Some of the things we'll predict will happen. There will be no peace within the village. Probably won't stay within those boundaries either, but spread throughout the area. As a result, the whole world will discover this disaster. Sooner or later, they'll find out about this mysterious disease. This will be a great advantage for the opposition during the next election. Tokyo will also voice their criticisms of the Prime Minister. You need their approval in order to make your political plans come to fruition. More than anything, the government might reveal that this secret research was conducted for military purposes. If this happens, this country will have a crisis of faith in their leadership. But if I approve the final resolution, well, we'll be disguising this as a natural disaster, so the opposition may still attack us for our blunder. And make sure there wasn't people on the outside. Well, apparently those that would have been carriers would have been that would have been in that further out area. From as best I can kind of maybe determine is that they would be below what would be this. They would be below what is the L2 infection. So they could be treated. So, apparently. There's honestly a lot of stuff where it's kind of like, in the next volume, I'm sure we'll find out a number of things. Get some clarifications on stuff. However, they will not discover the existence of this disease. If by chance the world were to discover our research of the disease, our nation would completely lose its initiative in the Asian region. Support from those nations is necessary for us. If we lose their trust, the opposition will definitely come to power at the next election. Japan will be finished. According to other simulations, the balance of power will shift drastically if the second and third parties form a coalition government. The whole world will hold us responsible. The United Nations will accuse us of developing WMDs. Neighboring countries' governments will lead smear campaigns against us, drawing a hard line of anti-Japan diplomatic policies with high approval ratings. In every way possible, the government of this country will be burned to the ground. So lose the trust of all our allies, huh? Shit. This isn't just a problem of the several 100,000 people who live around the Humizawa area, is it? But it's way too difficult to cover 2,000 casualties. The most important thing is to prevent the public from knowing that this country was secretly researching biological weapons. I guess we'll be wiping the ass of the ghost of the war. Sure this operation can be formed secretly? This mission goes public. It'll become a greater scandal than the research itself. Yes, it'll be kept secret. There are special units working on this case. They're trained specifically for situations like this. You have nothing to worry about. Never heard of any mission like this. But it's basically mass murder via gas, correct? I had no idea there were units specifically trained for that. Or to know how to protect themselves from a gas attack. They must know what gas warfare is about. Or to know how to fight against an enemy using gas, they must also know how to kill with it. The equipment research unit is prepared for any kind of attack. He let out a small sigh. Couldn't see the line between ethical and unethical. Can a research be justified by the excuse of preparing against hostilities? But that's also what preparation was all about. Some evils must be accepted as necessary. The Irie Institute was one such evil. So we have to make a secret decision in order to keep this research undisclosed. Approving this is going to make us guilty. Are you sure that information will not leak from the members of this unit? That will not happen. The members were carefully selected from a group of extremely loyal men. We've never performed an operation such as this. They're highly experienced and they will not leak any information whatsoever. They're an assassination unit, huh? Prime Minister, please give us the approval to administer Emergency Manual 34. Director General of the Defense, are you sure this operation will succeed? Are you sure we can stop this from going public? No. Can you keep casualties to a minimum? Yes, sir. Bringing orders have been sent out, and preparations are complete. Execute the mission as soon as we get your approval. I can't give the approval to slaughter 2,000 innocent people. For as Prime Minister, I have an obligation to minimize the number of casualties. Prime Minister, I understand your dilemma. General, please make a concentrated effort to minimize the number of victims. These 2,000 people can't be treated. Please do what's best to prevent additional victims. Sir, thank you for your approval. Return with positive results. That's if you can call 2,000 casualties a positive result. Okuno-kun. Please set up a meeting with Tokyo as soon as possible. I have to hear an explanation directly from them. Understood. By the way, did that arrest that Irie, the Institute director? No, he committed suicide by taking poison. He was in such a rage that his research was being shut down. Felt as if his life itself was being denied. So no one will ever really know what made him commit such a horrific crime. So Manual 34 is approved. June 23rd, 1983. Prime Minister. General... For logical reasons, you may not bring any large items with you. You cannot carry any luggage. I repeat, you cannot carry any luggage. You may carry only valuable items such as bankbook and cash. Please do not use your own vehicle to evacuate. It will cause confusion. It's the middle of the night, and yet countless villagers were out and about. Some were locking their doors, some of them were watering their plants, and some of them piling up food in their dogs' dinner bowls. Small children were crying in fear. Members of the town council were yelling angrily while counting up the villagers. Reportedly, the village had been cut off from the rest of the world after volcanic gas gushed out of the mountains. The number of policemen and military units in the village added to the strong smell of sulfur in the air, dispelled any doubts the villagers might have had. More religious among the military were convinced that this was the curse of Rika Furude, who had passed away the day before. Certain that Oishiro was enraged that the door to hell had been opened. Soldiers wearing gas masks guided the villagers to the evacuation center. Why do you all have guns? Sir, to protect your homes after the evacuation. We're expecting looters. No one in Himizawa would do something like that. This is the first platoon. The evacuation is on schedule. Roger that. We'll send our platoon over. Excuse me, I need to bring my grandfather's mortuary tablet. You may take that with you. Please hurry up. Make sure everyone in the village is here. Please come forward if you're unable to walk. A soldier will come and help you. Shiro is angry because Rika-chama was murdered. Please forgive our sins. Remember our emergency drills. Group leaders have to contact a town council member when everyone in their group has shown up. My asthma is coming out of the swamp. Shiro must be furious. Too many of us here will never make it out alive. We die in this village. Don't worry. The helicopters and buses are their way to transport everyone to safety. You're all going to make it out okay. And gather at the forestry service. No, not the people from District 4. You're supposed to go to the community center behind the post office. It's exactly the same as in the emergency drills. Please calm down and head to your evacuation point. Please move as a group. Every person matters. One needs to stick together. We'll get home safely. The villagers couldn't see the expressions of the soldiers' gas masks. They wondered what kind of expressions they were hiding under there. The soldiers, of course, were lying to the villagers, knowing they would never return to their homes again. One such trooper cried under his mask, but the villagers never saw his tears. Please go back. You can't take your own vehicle to evacuate. The road ahead is cut off by a gas stream and it's dangerous. Can't you smell the sulfur? Some people tried to leave in their cars so as to take the large items with them. However, the quarantine unit had sealed off all roads leading outside. The gas mask of the troopers and the smell of the sulfur persuaded them to return and obey their instructions. Some of them tried to contact Okinomiya, but their phones would not connect. The lines were busy no matter how much they tried. They simply assumed the phone lines were overwhelmed because of the disaster. The villagers had access to radios. They tried to figure out what the stations were like outside, but all they could hear over the radio was loud static. It's the same with the television. And they couldn't contact anyone outside of the village, so they really were totally isolated. So they had nothing to rely on but the instructions of the police and the military. They were all like moths heading towards a light, never doubting that they would be safe there. One old war veteran listened to the noise from the radio and muttered, "This is exactly how it sounded when the Americans jammed the radio waves during the war." As it turned out, he was absolutely correct. However, he turned off the radio when his son urged him to evacuate. The villagers had all gathered at their evacuation points. Some of them were at the school, and some were at the community center. They were to stay in the building until the evacuation vehicles arrived. The soldiers told them to stay inside so they could keep track of the number of evacuees. Please, go out the windows to prevent the gas from entering. Be sealing the windows to be on the safe side. Cooperation would be appreciated. All right, let's help them out. People started to seal up the windows and vents with the duct tape that was handed to them. They completely sealed every opening, even as they heard the disquieting conversation of the soldiers. It's long past 3 a.m., but everyone was wide awake with fear. They were having an extremely long night. Coincidentally, the end of their night had almost arrived. This is all. Oishiro's curse. Rika, Shiro. Demon away those kids at the Fruity Shrine in his fury. The shrine was swallowed by the world of the demons that day. The demons chewed up her guts while she was still alive. Neil started saying the gas disaster was caused by the curse of Oishiro, and Rika's death and the mysterious disappearance of her friends and the 2 detectives were also the result of the curse. People started talking about being demoned away. They had no idea that Keiichi and his friends' short battle sealed their fate for that night. The more religious villagers had become convinced that the children and detectives went missing because they volunteered to become a sacrifice to call Oishiro's anger after Rika's death. They didn't know the truth. They couldn't know. No one realized that Keiichi and his friends' efforts had all been in vain. Indeed. Yumizawa, everything that happens is the will of Oishiro. But why did it have to be that way? For this series of mysterious deaths occurred. No one really used the term curse of Oishiro that frequently. In other words, who set them up? People in this village were set up to believe that the curse of Oishiro happens every year. They really are just too superstitious. Major, we finished gathering the villagers together. The last family finally reached their assembly point. We got everyone. Good. This is finally it. The curse of Oishiro will become a reality tonight. For enacting Watadangashi on Rika Furude, Oishiro-sama is punishing this village. The curses of the last 5 years are culminating in the biggest curse of them all. This is not just a mysterious chain of murders. This is divine punishment from an enraged god. Let's begin. This is the company commander. The men are requesting 1 minute of silence. Can you let them have that, Major? Do as you like. Takano gave him a disparaging laugh. The company commander crossed his heart and began to speak. Fleet Father, please guide these innocent people. Their sacrifice will save the lives of many others to come. Forgive us for committing this sin. Forgive us for being here today. The company commander isn't Christian. In fact, he doesn't follow any religion. However, he prayed because he felt the need to ask someone for forgiveness. He wasn't even sure if he was saying it correctly, but he still prayed to God. He asked for forgiveness for committing his sin, and continued to pray. Takano was speaking in a soft voice. She was talking to herself. For ye know not what hour your Lord doth come. But know this, if the good men of the house had known in what watch the thief would come, he would have watched, and would not have suffered his house to be broken up. Therefore be ye also ready, for in such an hour as ye think not, the Son of Man cometh. One man heard her murmurs. That's from the Gospel of Matthew. Is it? My grandfather always said that to me. He was telling me to work hard every day, because you'll never know when you'll be rewarded. Is this a reward for you? Yes, although you might never understand it. Excuse me. Excuse my rudeness, but I believe that the descent of God is a merciful thing. I think what you're saying is inappropriate for a time like this. He was trying to tell her that using that verse of the Bible was inappropriate for the occasion. However, Takano simply laughed as though she had heard something very funny. I'm sorry, but you have no right to judge. Tonight is the night where I become a god. The moment of silence has ended. The end of the silence. Execute the operation now. The order was given in as hollow and reluctant a manner as an order can possibly be. Please somebody tell me Takano will meet a gruesome and painful death. You know, there's the hope for next time, for the next volume. I think we're all hoping that deep in our hearts. Remember, according as we've learned, if we all believe, a miracle will happen, so everyone survive and Takano will die horribly. In the next volume. People were packed into the classroom. They were afraid. The troopers closed the door of the classroom. People inside had no idea why they were doing that. However, they didn't suspect anything at all. An old man walked to the door to open it, because with it closed, it was far too hot inside the room. But it collapsed all of a sudden. His wife tried to walk over to help him up, but she also collapsed all of a sudden. Then, other people also started collapsing inside of the room. It really was a very odd sight. Would make for a good example. Be pretty amusing if it were dominoes. However, they're human beings. People sitting by the window watched this strange event happen before their eyes. They opened those eyes wider to try and understand what was going on. The door creaked open slightly. Someone on the other side threw 3 spray canisters into the room. More people started to collapse, even those at the window. This wasn't something that was happening only in one room. It was happening in all the other rooms too. It was happening in all the evacuation centers. People's dreams, their hopes, and their futures were taken away so quickly and easily. There was a commotion in the reception room by the principal's office. Someone had figured out what was going on, broke the seal off the window and escaped outside. Other people tried to remove the seal in their windows too, but they collapsed in a matter of seconds. Someone escaped from the reception room. 4 people are loose. You have permission to fire. Shoot, shoot, shoot. The soldiers shot the people who tried to escape in the back. The sound of the gunshots echoed in silence. It was annoyed, filled with cruelty. They helplessly fell down to the ground. Their deaths were so pitiful compared to the silent deaths of those before them. The residential police officer was one of the escapees. He tried to shoot back at them with his own gun. His shots could be heard throughout the building. Soldiers ducked into the shadows upon hearing the noise. The officer seized his chance and ran toward the gate, but that was just a waste of time. Not only is the range of the automatic weapons they were using longer than the length of the schoolyard, but as trained professionals, it would be nothing for them to shoot him from that distance. The villagers had no choice. Either way, they'd die from the gas without realizing what was happening. But they'd find out about the mission and be killed. What happened? Did they fight back? Respond. We've shot all the fugitives. One of the residential policemen shot back. Collect those bodies. Do not put them with the other corpses. The soldiers walked over to the 4 fallen bodies. They needed to make sure they were all dead, not just injured. This is the 1st platoon. Forestry Service building has been sterilized. 4 escaped. We took them down. This is the 2nd platoon. Sterilization complete. No one escaped. This is the 3rd platoon. More than 10 escaped. We're conducting a sweep. It'll be over soon. It's 4th platoon. Sterilization complete. No one escaped. 3rd platoon. We've taken out all 13 fugitives. Sterilization is now complete. Roger. Start counting the bodies. Make sure the total matches the original number taken earlier tonight. Takano was laughing to herself inside of the van. She didn't physically see all those people dying silently, but she saw it anyway. She saw countless people dying without even noticing it. She saw it all in her mind. Takano waved her arms in the air. No one was watching her, but no one would understand what she was doing even if they were. She was waving her baton. Takano was pretending that she was the conductor of this silent funeral march. Major, sterilization is complete. We're going to reconnect the phone lines. Sure, go ahead. Hehe. This is the Institute Concealment Unit. We've removed all the classified items and welded the entrance shut. We're currently flooding the underground facility. This is Traffic Blockade Unit. Everything is proceeding as scheduled. This is Communications Sabotage Unit. We've reconnected the phone lines. The telephone facility is back to normal. Takano was paying no attention to those reports. She continued to sing the melody of an orchestra. One operator spoke to her. She seemed to be in a good mood. Yes, it feels so good. I bet you can't hear it. This hymn that glorifies God. Hymn? Takano laughed out loud, spreading her arms wide. That's right, the hymn. A new god has descended to this village. There was no god in Himisawa. Oishiro was just a name. This was an old backwater village with no real god, but I brought a god to this place. Do you understand what that means? I bet you don't. How many gods in this world have the power to curse people? How many of them can challenge people? None of them. But I did it. Tao laughed as she was the only one who could comprehend what she was saying. None of the operators inside the car could comprehend her laughter. Takano was satisfied to know that. A god is not a god without a curse. Gods are feared because of their curses, and they're worshipped because they're feared. And that's the truth about gods. Faith alone is what creates a god. There's no need for curses. But the ancient gods all cursed humans. Then what does gods curse? It's the proof that a god is real. Gods aren't gods if they don't curse people. I found evidence of the existence of God in this poor village. I thought this was a message from heaven. Himisawa was without a god for 100 years until the end of the dam conflict. I believe it's been my mission to restore the god's existence in this village. Heaven supported me and granted me power. I have raised the bud of a cursed plant, with the faint seeds of coincidence granted to me by heaven. Now this budding curse bears fruit and hangs ripe. Do you understand? Tonight's the night of the harvest. This is the final curse of Oyashiro. From this day forth, Oyashiro will be a real god. You may not see it, but someday you'll understand. See how grand this plant I accomplished was, how long it will be told in history, and how great I will become. God's curse. I make that curse happen. I am the curse of Oyashiro. Worship me and be fearful. I'm creating not only death, I'm writing history. History will speak of this curse and remember my existence forever. I am the curse itself. Life transcended this flesh. My legend will endure forever beyond my mortal life. My existence is eternal now. Curse yourselves and curse your powerlessness. Realize how great I am. I am Oyashiro-sama. I'm a god now. My flesh may die eventually, but I'll remain in this world forever. Nature has been copyrighted. They show irrational behavior. Yeah. Are we sure they haven't been, like, honestly the most messed up victim of this, of, like, all the whole thing? Of this syndrome? Okay, we have one little quick... We have a quick tip, apparently, to read real quick, and then the staff room message.
quit, because... this stream has taken 7 hours. Oh gosh. I guess Rika finally managed to assemble all the pieces to her puzzle. We don't know yet if her memories will pass on to her next life. Rika always loses the memories of her death. I don't know if she can retain the memories of what she's discovered. What did you think? Did you have fun? To find out the answers, collecting them isn't so fun anymore. You don't agree? I see. Still might find something different by explaining some old fragments. After all, the time we have here is endless. We have to find something to play with because there's nothing to do here. For me, playing with these fragments stops being fun when I find out what's inside. You can tell me how to have fun with them even so, that makes you pretty smart. What? But to know what I play with? I don't play, I'm just killing time. I like to imagine what Rika could have done in order to achieve the future she hopes for. I like to imagine a world that would have been happy for all of them. Found out how these worlds are set up by looking at the previous ones, right? I like to analyze what would need to change in order for Rika to win against Akano. You want to see what's on my mind? Too bad. I'm not showing that to you. In that world, Rika and her friends survived their struggle and broke through the fate of June 1983. It's just my imagination, it's not for me to share with you. Sure, the world that Rika is about to create is better than anything in my imagination. Even if she's stuck on June 19th in 1983, I'm sure this now-ended world will remain one of Rika's brightest fragments either way. No matter how much she struggles, she actually overcomes her fate, will be the most brilliant fragment of her story. I'm sure the life Rika lives makes for a better story than my boring imagination. You want to know what happened to Rika? She made a decision to redo her life once again with Anyu. She is trying to live her life with all her might, and that's what she learned from this world. Her next life has already begun. I do wonder what that life is like. I'm going there now to check. Do you want to come with me? Hi, this is Ryukishi07. Thank you for playing Higurashi When They Cry Kai, Chapter 7, Minagoroshi. This time around the scenario was almost like the answer book in a book of riddles. Maybe the scenario was like a side dish we enjoyed alongside all the scenarios up until now. You can take it how you like. I just hope you enjoyed it. Very nervous about releasing this scenario because a mystery is only good when it's still a mystery. This scenario marks the end of that mystery. To be honest, I didn't want to release this chapter for a while. However, way too many similar stories are being published with no answers at all. A book of riddles means nothing if there's no answer page in the back. Coming up with an answer when you have no way to see if it's right or not is a little sad, I think. If there are no answers, you can't get any joy out of reading a book of riddles. I'll regret to see that there are way too many stories out there that don't offer this kind of joy. That's why I decided to release something that you can compare your answer to for this series. Since this world has had a rather irregular presentation, there may not have been many people who reached what might be called the right answer. But it's not really about whether your answer was right or wrong. It's much more about how many questions you raised when reading the story, and how many answers you were able to find. Thank you all very much for the solutions you've sent me. They were all wonderful theories, and some were thought out so much more than the actual story that I frequently thought about making them the right answer. Wry laugh. Heh. Also, your support has given me courage to finish writing the 7th chapter of this series. Thank you very much for supporting Higurashi. Finally, I would like to apologize about how I portrayed the child center. I don't know what it's like in 1983. Child consultation centers are not mean places like I depicted in my story. I made the characters look so unfeeling, but in reality, the government today is the #1 hero for us civilians. In fact, those involved with child welfare and youth education are extremely passionate and selflessly devoted people. I'm sorry for giving them such a negative image in this chapter. The next chapter, Matsurubayashi, is going to be the last one of this series. I'm overwhelmed by the pressure of writing the last chapter of Higurashi When They Cry, which turned out to be such a long story. I hope you'll continue your support. Thank you all very much. 7th expansion,
Ryukishi07. Oh. We did it. We did it. We finished completely. I know this because I got all the for sure, because we got all the all the 14 achievements from the Steam Cup. So oh, gosh. Thank you all so much, everyone who hold on. What you gonna play next? So in between nothing for a bit, but or for right not for right now. Not gonna stream for what, 16 hours about or something like that? I can't count. 15, no, 14 something. Anyway, about 14, 15 hours, whatever it is. No, wait, longer than that. I can't count. Anyway, so we'll do something in a break. Cause I kind of think that the next is kind of a doozy in terms of length. So, but yeah, thank you all. I hope you all really appreciate that. That's been definitely fun, especially finding out solutions to this. Yes. Thanks again so much.